This is the last call before we open the debate. Please take your seats, distinguished delegates. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable colleagues, the President of the IPU, Secretary General, all honorable speakers and members of Parliament present here. I now declare open the invasions of Ukraine and the subsequent annexation of terrorists defending the territorial integrity of every country. I am Catherine Gotani Hara, Speaker of the National Assembly of Malawi, and I'll moderate your debate. We have 60 minutes, 1 hour of debate this morning. There is no pre-established list for speakers. If you wish to take the floor, simply fill out of the inscription forms that are available in this room and pass it on to the Secretary. In order to enable the highest number of speakers to take the floor within the allocated time, speaking times are set at 2 minutes per speaker. Please make good use of your sense of time and bear with the chair when I tell you that your speaking time is over. All speakers will take the floor from their seats. I will now invite Mr. Edwards of Chile, author of the draft resolution, to take the floor as the first speaker today. At this point, I declare the debate open. The floor is now given to Chile and Gulag, to be followed by Mr. Junwiti.
Probably many of you realize that the Chile resolution had 3 votes abstained from the Chile delegation. And that happened because we have a large and diverse delegation from the Communist Party to the Republican Party. And I wanted to share this just to let you know that the text that we presented is a result of a long and hard internal negotiation, and everyone's opinion was considered at every turn, even from that MP that voted against. And our idea, Mr. President, is to accommodate as many countries' concerns as possible, because our goal is to get the broadest majority possible, hopefully larger than the one obtained at the UN, I understand, from a yesterday vote. During yesterday's vote here at the Assembly, many African countries, for example, and many of you from all over the world can voice your concerns during this debate. I would like also to, in the drafting committee, of course, if it's agreed, to add a paragraph recognizing and encouraging the IPU task force work on Ukraine. I think we have to continue those efforts to bring the parties to the table for a peaceful resolution. Also, I have to say that, as we mentioned yesterday, in many countries, inflation has skyrocketed. And Chileans, at least, are sick about this. We're facing high unemployment rates, salaries are going down, and I suspect that many countries are in the same boat. So this war also has to be over, because it's creating many problems in different parts of the world, for example, with inflation. I also would love to hear from, for example, our Somali friends. If my stats are correct, more than 90%
Honorable
of the
member from Chile, please consider winding up.
Okay. I understand that 90% of the wheat it comes or used to come from Russia and Ukraine, and we have to take the risk of famine very seriously. I want to tell my South African friends also that I took close notes about what you said. The idea is to accommodate as many people possible. To my Pakistani friends, whom I respect and I have deepest admiration for them, emergency item proposal, not even mine.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. McGenty from Canada, followed by Poland, Mr. Fogel.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. Colleagues, the Canadian delegation wants to begin by reaffirming its unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity, the Canadian Parliament is unanimous here this week. I think that here at the IPU this week we are, I believe, in very good company. The United Nations issued its own decision speaking very plainly ago has clearly indicated that in terms of the G7, it has no intention of stopping. The truth is, colleagues, this: no state can act with impunity and reckless abandon. No state can choose to bulldoze their children's hospitals,
Now,
and forcibly displace 7 million and not expect the world to react. And the IPU in this debate is reacting. So I implore all colleagues, let us redouble our efforts to hold the line on diplomatic and economic to an unjust and an unacceptable
Poland, Madam Leoton.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, we are debating about an emergency item today. An emergency item condemning the Russian invasion on Ukraine and the annexation of its territories in defense of territorial integrity of all states. I would like to pass. Some of you may have been already approached by the members of the Russian delegation. They were probably saying the same old things as usual, something about NATO being the bad guy, something about spheres of influence, about Russophobia, etc. But the truth is crystal clear. Russia has attacked another country, unthreatened, unprovoked. Civilians, including women and children, are being killed. Children are being deported to Russia just because of their nationality, Ukrainian in that case. This is genocide. This is the exact definition of genocide. And unfortunately, this is the Russian way. Some of you may think that this distant war doesn't concern you. But if it's not true, if not for the moral grounds, think of the threats to many countries concerning the food security. The aggressors are destroying Ukrainian crops.
And consider wine.
Proposal. But now we are voting on a different method. Either support the aggressor or the victim.
Thank you, Poland.
Good or evil. Thank you.
I now invite Madame Leoton, France. followed by Vietnam, Mr. Don.
Madam President, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, speakers, dear colleagues, this morning, since the beginning of the week, we have heard there have been new airstrikes affecting Ukraine, devastating strikes that harm over 2 months of war, 7 months of war, the courage and determination of the army and the Ukrainian population gives rise to admiration around the world. We're thinking these generations, its guards, is going deeper and deeper into lies behind these are violations of international law. This war is not just between Russia and Ukraine. This is the war of the defense of the most sacred cause, namely liberty. And when liberty, freedom, comes under bombs, we cannot show any weakness. Therefore, Ukraine has received wide support from the international community. France of the conflict. This has been the case, and it will continue for so long as necessary. Last night, Emmanuel Macron, the President of the Republic, announced accelerated deliveries of Caesar cannons, weapons, and air defense systems. France stands alongside our Ukrainian friends, and we will continue to support Ukraine in the reconstruction of your country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now invite Vietnam, Mr. Don. Followed by Mr. Shivambo, South Africa.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. We have followed closely with great concern over the which may lead to the risk of escalating tensions, confrontation, and unpredictable consequences to peace, security, stability, cooperation, and development in the world. Vietnam has maintained a principled and steadfast position in support of resolving conflicts by peaceful means and with respect to the United Nations Charter and international law, including the principles of sovereign equality, respect for independence, territorial integrity, non-interference in the internal affairs of states, and refrainment from the threat or use of force. The ongoing conflict in Ukraine, if not resolved peacefully and expeditiously, will continue to affect the entire world, given the spillover effects now seen across regions. We are therefore convinced that the only way forward is to de-escalate tension, resume dialogue and negotiation through all channels, with a view to achieving long-term and comprehensive solutions that take into consideration the interests and concerns of all parties in accordance with the international law. We support such efforts and remain ready to make positive contributions to the diplomatic process and, where appropriate, to reconstruction in Ukraine. It is our hope that the IPU and IPU member parliaments will work actively together toward this end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vietnam. South Africa, Mr. Chuambo.
Thank you very much.
Followed by Peru, Mr. Bostamau.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think despite the temptation to want to take a homogeneous approach to the Russia-Ukraine situation, I think we, as a multilateral body, the IPU, but also encouraging the United Nations to do the same thing, we should be able to sensibly listen as to some of the reasons and some of the contextual issues that are raised around the role of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. Because speaking from the African continent, we have got a very horrible experience where they came to enforce a no-fly zone in Libya and ended up with a destroyed country and an assassinated head of state, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. And we should be rightfully concerned by NATO's expansionist policies eastward and the reaction that is now defining the Russian Federation. And so this issue of trying to bulldoze everyone towards a singular and homogeneous perspective does not help. Despite these observations, I think that the IPU and the United Nations as well should position themselves to mediate for peace and have negotiations with all the parties that are involved. Instead of condemnation and just finding ourselves, I'm winding up, not just supplying arms to one of the warring partners. There has to be a relentless to try to achieve peace in Ukraine and Russia instead of supplying arms to one of the warring partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, South Africa. I now invite Peru, Mr. Bustamante, followed by Zambia, Mr. Gazimete.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam President. I believe the current problem, the war between Ukraine and Russia, should actually be focused from a different angle. I believe that the annexation of territories by force is wrong. This is not the time of human history to do that and to accept that. However, we have in place something worse, which is the possibility we should try to atone our statements in terms of not incentivizing countries to either be cornered so that they can have in their mind no other possibility but to use nuclear weapons, say the nuclear weapons that do not apparently cause much damage, because that would escalate immediately. So my point is that we should draft a resolution which is equilibrated, which has equity, that recognizes that each of those countries in right now fighting each other should not be encouraged to be cornered, because even a mouse, when cornered, can become a lion.
Consider winding up, Peru.
And definitely, I believe that we should put in our statement something to the tone of neighboring countries of both countries should not encourage them to take extreme measures such as or other the problem with the
Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam President. Privilege of visiting Ukraine in August of this year and seeing the killing fields of Bucha, the destroyed homes of Borodianka, I've witnessed the consequences of the aggression of on now for 8 years. This, Madam President, is a pivotal challenge for this Assembly to stand with the attacked. We, parliamentarians, joined together in this World Assembly, must do the same. Thank you.
Followed by Portugal, Mr. Santos.
Thank you, dear colleagues, moreover, thank you to this Assembly that pulled together yesterday and stood in unity for the values of the IPU. In the face of the spiraling escalation of Russia's aggression, which started against Ukraine 8 years than to keep recalling the basic principles of the statute of our organization and of the Charter of the UN, whereby nations have individual responsibility to abstain from aggression and do all possible to maintain international peace and security. The main goal we all pursue collectively is to call on Russia to cease aggressive activities. These aggressive activities, they eventually led to food, energy and nuclear being used as a weapon of war. While military activities are contained and limited to Ukraine, is about others as Russia lays landmines will lead to the aggravation of the migration crisis, which is already onsetting in the world. Is actually the first time we've had for decades and decades. Turning a blind humanity is something world the only thing to do. We supported this working group will produce a text that is dignified of this Assembly and that we can vote on.
Ukraine, Portugal, Mr. Santos, followed by UK, Mr. Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, dear colleagues. Not in health and educational structure of Russia were not destroyed by foreign troops. Fortunately, the Russian men and boys did not have to go to war. Fortunately, Fortunately, the Russian women are not being abused and raped by foreign troops. Fortunately, the Russian elderly are not being killed or living in despair, kicked out of their homes without health care or food. Fortunately, there is no Holocaust, no pogrom, no Holodomor, no genocide taking place in Russia. Ukraine will prevail. There is no way for Mr. Putin to win this war. And Portugal is backing up Ukraine by all means. Our frontiers were opened on the first day to all the Ukrainians, and our homes in Portugal are receiving Ukrainian refugees for the time necessary to help Ukraine and to establish the world order and on the principles of the United Nations Charter. And Russia, the free people of Russia and Ukraine must be part of a world in peace, where each citizen has the opportunity to be
I now invite the United Kingdom, Mr. Whitingdale, followed by Turkey, Mr. Kavachi.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. As reaffirmed by the General Assembly of the United Nations yesterday, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a clear violation of international law and a breach of the UN Charter, the Helsinki Final Act, and the founding principles of the IPU. If it is allowed to stand, then it will send a message to every authoritarian dictator or regime that violence pays and that international law can simply be ignored. Russia claims that they are defending Russian-speaking citizens in the east of Ukraine, yet it is those same citizens who are being killed daily by Russian bullets, bombs and shells. In 1994, at Budapest, Ukraine agreed to give up nuclear weapons on its soil, and in return Russia, along with the United Kingdom and the United States, guaranteed to respect the independence and sovereignty of Ukraine in existing borders. Yet it is Russia that has breached that and is now threatening the use of nuclear weapons on Ukrainian soil. 3 years ago, I was an official observer for the OSCE at both rounds of the presidential elections and the following elections for the Ukrainian parliament. I watched thousands of ordinary Ukrainians queuing to participate in those elections and showed their commitment to the process. That was real democracy, unlike the sham that took place in the so-called referendums at which people were forced to vote under the barrels of Russian guns. I am proud that Britain
United Kingdom consider winding up.
I am proud that Britain and France were the founding members of the IPU, which was established to promote democracy for everyone. If that principle means anything, then the UK delegation, together with the Netherlands, for whom I speak, would urge you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Mr. Cepeda.
Thank you so much. As Turkey the support of the international community. There is need for political and technical assistance. There has to be some sort of dialogue. The international community needs to support that. There needs to be. We're honored that 3,700 Ukrainians came to Turkey. We enjoyed hosting them, but we shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to leave their homes. A special group of 1,300 orphans with their companions are being hosted in Turkey. I know there is more elsewhere. The cost of war is increasing, but the winter is coming, but there is some chaos. On 22nd of July, together with the United Nations, Turkey sat together with Ukraine and Russia to put an end to the possible grain crisis that would globally affect all of us. So the grain shipments started to various global locations. And as of 1st of August, 6 million tons of grain has been shipped. On the 21st of October, there was a hostage crisis and hostage exchange.
Winding up, Turkey.
So I just wanted to share some good news, and I will conclude by saying that people of Turkey stand with the people of Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Madam from Turkey. I now invite Spain, Mr. Cepeda, followed by Syria, Mr. Saleh.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Having heard the United Nations resolution yesterday, in which the guarantee of international law feel neutral about what's occurring in Ukraine. Of course, there's be are being violated. A civilian population is being bystander to this. We can't speak about between two countries here. We're talking about a flagrant violation of human rights, a flagrant violation of international remain neutral on this. Millions of people in our parliament, when politics stops working on this, when an entity wishes to we should stand that the delegation of the Russian Federation is not here to hear. Thank you.
Syria, Mr. Saleh, followed by Reza Chak.
Unjust war. Blatant violation of international law. It was a massive and collective sanction imposed on the Syrian people, and the international community stood idle watching. Syria believes that the reason for its survival was its people, its army, and the help of its friends and allies, most prominent of which the Federation of Russia, Russian Federation, which never hesitated, which was never reluctant to support Syria in both international arena and in the battlefield. Russia was to save Syria. Therefore, we declare it publicly. We support Russia and we stand alongside Russia because as the Syrian people, we know more than lands of our people. Syria knows that the discourse that is led by Western countries and the United States is merely an attempt to maintain chaos all over the world so that the United States and Western Bloc can achieve their goals, starting with Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Libya, Armenia, and other countries. Today will support themselves and protect themselves from any recidive by the United States or the Western Bloc. We are not calling for war. We are calling for a constructive dialogue between the two parties with the participation of the international community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam from Syria. I now invite Iran, Mr. Reza Khan.
To emphasize on our principled position on opposition with any country, a specific resolution based on political motivation. Construct that attack to the Russian Federation. Furthermore, it's worth mentioning that the Islamic Republic of Iran supports any conflict in Ukraine, and it stands ready consistently to
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Pakistan. I now invite Zimbabwe, Mr. Mnangagwa, followed by Sierra Leone, Mr. Punju.
Thank you very much. Greetings from His Excellency, President Mnangagwa. First and foremost, I would like to show my support for our South African delegation, who were quite clear on the point that when there's a conflict, there's always need to find out the cause of the conflict. We cannot just condemn one side when in actual fact there's a history behind those conflicts. There's been sanctions on Russia for years. There have been sanctions on Zimbabwe for years. I think that's also an act of war. And people die because of sanctions. We do not support war, and we say there should be a fast resolution to this conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. I now call upon Sierra Leone, Mr. Buntu, and finally Iraq, Mr. Rashad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first fundamental principle of international law is that states must not use or threaten the use of force against each other.
Thank you, Siri.
This is clearly embodied in Article 2.4 of the UN Charter and is now the peremptory principle of general international law. Nor can one state acquire territory by the use of force. The IPU must always stand for peaceful resolution of disputes, but at the same time, it cannot afford to compromise the principle against the use of force, which must be condemned unequivocally. This is a war of aggression against Ukraine, no more, no less. There can be no other language to call it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sierra Leone. Iraq, Mr. Rashad.
Shukran jazilan.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The respect of states and the respect of the principles of human rights are constants that we need to adhere to. Any military invasion will definitely impact the entire region. International instruments, the United Nations Charter, the basic and fundamental principles of human rights, and conventions signed by countries all prohibit such actions. Therefore, Iraq calls upon both parties to the conflict to resort to negotiations, to resort to diplomatic means to resolve this conflict, because we know all too much the devastating consequences of conflicts. In 1991, Iraq committed a deadly mistake when it invaded Kuwait, the brotherly country of Kuwait. We are still suffering the sequela of that invasion until this very day. Therefore, we call upon both parties to the conflict to refrain from resorting to any other means. We call upon them and we urge them to refrain from transforming this war into a war between two international blocs. This will impact and reflect negatively on the entire world. Food security worldwide was affected by the Ukrainian-Russian war. Therefore, we urge both parties to refrain from doing that, and we call upon everyone to establish meaningful dialogue in order to resolve this conflict at the earliest possible opportunity. Thank you.
Marks the end of the speakers list. Oh, we have one more?
One more?
Thank you very much, Honorables. India will be given a chance, because they want to have a right to reply. And the Honorable member is Mr. Harivash from India.
Thank you, Chair. It's unfortunate that Pakistan has chosen to once again misuse this august platform to propagate false and malicious propaganda against my country and distract from the theme and focus of today's discussions. We reiterate that Pakistan must immediately seize anti-India cross-border terrorism and shut down its infrastructure of terrorism, stop the grave and persistent human rights violations in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, refrain from effecting any further material change in the status of PO, JKL, and vacate the Indian territories that are under its illegal and forcible occupation. The world knows how Osama bin Laden, the face of global terror, was found in Pakistan. Pakistan's leadership glorified him as a martyr from the floor of parliament. It's ironic to see that Pakistan claimed to be a victim of terrorism. This is a country which nurtures terrorists in their background in the hope that they will only harm their neighbors. Once again, in fact, the entire world has suffered because of their policies, while on the other hand, they are trying to cover up sectarian violence in their country and acts of terror. Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India. Thank you.
Thank you, India. That marks the end of our debate. Honorable colleagues, let me thank you for participating in this emergency item, and thank you for keeping time. At this point, I would like to inform you about the drafting committee. Let me remind you that Standing Committee Rule 16 stipulates that the composition of the drafting committee shall take into account equitable geographical distribution and political and gender balance, and that the number of its members shall normally not exceed 11. We have received preliminary indications of interest in participating in the drafting committee from a number of delegations and have also been informed of the decision taken by geographical groups. These initial proposals are as follows. African group, not yet received. Arab group, not yet received. Asia Pacific, Mr. Golo, Iran. Senator Kaut Al Marie, Pakistan. Eurasian, not yet received. Latin America, Mr. Edwards, Chile. Mr. Bosmant, Peru. 12 plus, Ms. Waters, New Zealand. Ms. Remeo, Ghana, Canada. I would invite those geographical groups who have not yet nominated members to the drafting committee to do so before 1 o'clock today. Members of the drafting committee are requested to note that they will meet today from 2:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. in MH1 on the ground floor of the Kigali Convention Center, KCC. At this point, I would like to adjourn this sitting. Thank you once again. Sitting adjourned. I'll be chairing the debate. Can we please resume our seats? I will now call upon Tanzania, Madam T. Axon. You have 7 minutes.
Honorable President of the IPU, Madam Chair for this session, honorable members of Parliament, dear colleagues and
Can
friends.
I have order, honorable members, please? The background noise, please.
I hope my time is being kept. At the outset, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Right Honorable Duarte Pacheco, the President of IPU, for inviting Tanzania to participate in this important assembly. We are very grateful. The theme for this Assembly's general debate, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, comes very timely. In the world we live in today, gender equality is at the forefront and center of all development imperatives. It is in this regard that the Parliament of Tanzania has signed, ratified, and domesticated several regional, continental, and international instruments on gender equality, women's rights, and...
Honorable Speaker, sorry for 1 minute. Honorable colleagues, can we reduce the meetings, please, so that we can hear the honorable member in silence? Please, I beg you. Proceed, Honorable Speaker of Tanzania.
Colleagues and friends, as I stand before you today, I'm proud to share with you a very recent effort that the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, has undertaken to ensure gender equality. She has graciously agreed to champion the implementation of Generation Equity Forum commitments which are crucial to achieving gender equality. An action plan for implementing the GEF has been developed to make it a reality. It focuses on achieving the following 6 areas: community early child development, entrepreneurship skills, innovation and technology, digital technology, access to land, and financial inclusion. This has definitely set the stage for our Parliament to further support these efforts through legislative action. This plan of action comes in the backdrop of what the Parliament of Tanzania has already done to solidify gender equality. In its oversight responsibilities, the Parliament has supported government in ensuring that there is consistent implementation of various policies, such as free education policy for primary and secondary schools since 2016, taking special measures to ensure that girls enroll in large numbers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics subjects by building at least one special girls' secondary school in every district, in every region in Tanzania. As regards land, which is a major form of property ownership, the Parliament of Tanzania has enacted legislation guaranteeing women's equal access to land use and ownership. The law requires that a minimum of 1/3 of all members of the crucial village and ward committees that deal with land governance and ownership should be women. In addressing gender-based violence, the United Republic of Tanzania has implemented a national action plan to end violence against women and children of 2016-2017, 2020-2021 for Tanzania mainland, while in Zanzibar, a 5-year national action plan to end violence against women and children of 2017 to 2022 is underway. The 2 plans focus on 3 key areas: prevention, creation of a conducive environment for the victims, and strengthening support services. To support the implementation of the plan, the Parliament of Tanzania has put in place the Legal Aid Act of 2017, which recognizes and registers paralegals at the community level to provide free legal services to the most vulnerable and needy groups.
Over time, the Parliament has, on its part, done the following. In 1998, the Parliament enacted the Sexual Offences Special Provisions Act to address, among others, issues of gender violence and protection of female victims. In 2004, the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania was amended to provide for affirmative action to guarantee a minimum of 30% women's representatives in Parliament and 33% in local councils. In the spirit of this amendment, today we have witnessed an increase of women members of Parliament from 21.5% in 2005 to 37% in 2020. The current Parliament has 146 members of Parliament who are female, out of a total of 393 members of Parliament. A good number of women MPs lead parliamentary standing committees. Out of 18 parliamentary committees, 6 are chaired by women, including the steering committee, which I chair as the Speaker. Also, 5 of the 11 commissioners of the Parliamentary Services Commission are women. In order to ensure girls remain in school, the Education Act was amended to establish a minimum penalty of 30 years in prison for a person found guilty of marrying or impregnating a schoolgirl. Dear colleagues, given this experience in Tanzania, I have no doubt in my mind that national parliaments have a significant role to play in their own countries in achieving gender equality. It is obvious in doing so, we shall need international partnership. We need to bring disjointed efforts together and form new partnerships. The IPU will be an important bridge in attaining this objective. The fact that we are meeting here today under the theme gender equality and the role of parliaments attests to this reality. I would therefore like to call on all parliaments to fully exercise our oversight role in ensuring that our governments meet their commitments to address gender inequality by providing sustainable solutions to make our institutions more gender sensitive. Tanzania stands ready and willing to work with other parliaments to exchange experiences and share best practices, including the good works done by the very able and capable women caucuses in our respective parliaments, exemplified by the Tanzania Women Parliamentarians Group. Dear colleagues and friends, His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of Rwanda, said the day before yesterday when he was addressing this assembly, he said setting up quotas for women in parliament is not enough, and I agree. Nelson Mandela, the first president of the democratic South Africa, once said, it always seems impossible until it's done, and I agree. Julius Kambarage Nyerere, the father of the nation of Tanzania, once said, it can be done, play your part, and I agree. And I would also add my voice to theirs. Don't be a storyteller, be a story maker. Today, as One Family and IPU meeting in Kigali, Rwanda in 2022, let us all pledge and say in unison, it can be done. Let us all play our part. Colleagues and friends, I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Tanzania. I now call upon Madam J. Kuma, South Sudan. Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. President of IPU, the Chair of the 145th IPU Assembly, Secretary General, Speakers and Presidents of Parliaments, Heads of Delegations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to congratulate the Speaker of the House of Deputies of the Republic of Rwanda for hosting this assembly, and indeed the government of Rwanda under the able leadership of one of our visionary leaders of the African continent, His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. There is no doubt that There is a general consensus that parliaments are fora where national and global issues are discussed, and the impact evaluated as they impinge on the world's global citizenry. Hence, the need for inclusivity, particularly that women form majority of the world population. The choice of the 145th Assembly theme, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, is therefore timely and relevant. As global crises tend to take violent trends, women are increasingly becoming the main targets and victims, hence the need to be inclusive in all aspects of decision-making. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Republic of South Sudan, despite its long history of civil wars, is now one of the leading African countries in regard to gender equality. The independence of the Republic of South Sudan and the current peace agreement has ushered in tranquility and a conducive environment that promotes women empowerment. For a while, the proportion of MPs who are women globally stands at an average of 26.4%, while currently in South Sudan proportion of women MPs stands at 32.4%. These figures suggest that South Sudan decision-making process, whether in terms of legislation, constitution-making, and affirmative action-based policies, makes the role of women promising, though there are various challenges still prevailing in South Sudan that affect their women's full emancipation, especially in the area of education and health. South Sudan also has a good number of young people, which is 14% of parliamentarians under the age of 35. At this juncture, dear colleagues, join me to pay tribute to my country, being the youngest nation among the UN member states, which has acquired its independence recently and is able to recognize the need to have women at the top leadership position, such as the Speaker and Vice President. As a female speaker, dear colleagues, my colleagues and I will try our level best to make the Assembly gender sensitive in all aspects from local to national levels. In terms of decision making, women MPs have ascended to high echelons of power in Parliament, including the Speaker, chairpersons of specialized committees, that makes 34%, the Chief Whip, and also 60% of deputies of specialized committees are women. Similarly, 4 out of the 9 democratically elected members representing South Sudan at the East Africa Legislative Assembly are women. More so, of the 34% of ministers in the executive are also women. Despite the many challenges women the world over have been facing due to conflicts, natural disasters such as floods, droughts, gender-based violence, the impact of the recent pandemic of COVID-19, women have demonstrated a high level of resilience as they grapple with the need to feed, clothe their families, and take care of vulnerable groups like people with special needs and elderly across their communities. This clearly shows that gender-sensitive institutions and communities need to be encouraged so to build a strong, resilient, and peaceful world that leaves no one behind. Furthermore, as parliaments, we should also play a key role in enacting legislations to address the issues of immigration, human trafficking, and human rights abuse, and its effect on women, boys, and girls. All these efforts are aimed at creating a conducive environment for a peaceful world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on a final note, I would like to appreciate the host speaker, Right Honorable Mukabalisa Donatil, the people of Rwanda, for the warm welcome and hospitality that feels like Christmas we have enjoyed in the course of being here in the last 6 days. I thank you very much for listening. Murakoze. Thank you very much, South Sudan. We're now moving to B list. First speakers from delegations and invited organizations. First on the list is Austria, Mr. Lopkata.
Honorable speakers, dear colleagues and friends, I can start where my colleague from South Sudan ended, to say thank you to the Rwandan hosts for the hospitality, and I have to congratulate Rwanda for all its achievements. Yes, we are currently facing a multi-crisis. War in Europe with Russia's nuclear threat, which is new, which never happened after the Second World War, and countless other armed worldwide conflicts prevent our peaceful coexistence. In Iran, innocent protesters and human rights activists and defenders were killed, especially brave women. I would say they deserve our full solidarity in these days. The COVID pandemic and its social and economic consequences are yet to be overcome. We experience the highest inflation rates in decades, while climate change has simultaneously led to extreme droughts and floods in many countries like Pakistan or Nigeria. All of this crisis involves stronger gender dimensions. Since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, women have been impacted by increases in gender-based violence, unpaid care work, and also poverty. In this context, let me mention that the Austrian Parliament has addressed gender equality issues in numerous ways. In 2021, the National Council anonymously called for women-targeted support measures in the COVID-19 pandemic. In April 2022, parliamentarians of all parties anonymously agreed on the need for a women's health report with the aim of improving women's health and gender-sensitive medicine. Finally, the last federal budget approved by the Austrian Parliament increased the women's budget for the third consecutive year. Over half of this financial resources will be allocated towards protection against violence, which is still a problem in my country, violence against women. Austria has made remarkable progress in the past 10 years since the IPU released its 2012 plan of action for gender-sensitive parliaments. Austria has taken a great stride in strengthening gender equality legislation and policy. I am happy that I can report that our Federal Budget Act of 2013, gender budgeting, has been enshrined in our law, ensuring that the budget is gender sensitive. Gender equality is taken into consideration in all phases of public administration, starting with the goal setting, over implementation to the evaluation. In practice, this means that all ministries and sovereign bodies, including the Constitutional Court and the Parliament, must set gender equality as one of their 5 outcome goals. Austria has also tackled gender-sensitive infrastructure and parliamentary culture with success. Firstly, the parliamentary administration has been following a comprehensive women's advancement plan since 2015. It covers gender-sensitive language, training, career planning, and measures to facilitate work-family balance. Secondly, since 2018, a contact point offers men and women working in Parliament comprehensive support regarding sexual harassment and abuse of power. Democratic parliaments must represent their citizens, all groups of the population, young people and elderly ones. More than a half of our population is female, exactly 50.8% out of 9 million Austrians. We have come a long way, but have not yet reached equality. We note with delight that the current number of Austrian female MPs in the National Council is at a historic high of 75 out of 183, having increased from 29% women MPs to 41 between 2010 and 2020. This places Austria well over the world and the European average, but there is still room for improvement, of course, especially if we look at the number of Rwanda, our host, with 60%. And we do a lot to support women. So the Austrian Parliament amended its parliamentary group financing law. Since then, parliamentary groups with more than 40% women MPs receive a financial bonus. To conclude, we are going through difficult times. Let us seize the momentum of change to drive forward gender equality for a better future for all of us. Austria tries to do its best. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. Next, Ukraine, followed by Jordan.
Madam President, honourable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. The topics of today's debate is very important, gender equality. As a deputy and party leader who defend gender quotas for our election to local self-governments 2 years ago, I have a lot to say about this. Thanks to that decision, for 2 years now, our local councils have been almost having a post of representative of both genders. That makes local politics less corrupt and more people-oriented. There are 20% of women in the 9th convocation of our parliament, still a long way to achieve gender parity, but there were only 2 and 5% of women in the first convocation of our parliament. What I'm trying to say is that gender equality in representative bodies does matter. The society as a whole benefits from equality and diversity. This is the right way to a peaceful world. But let me ask you a rhetorical question. Are we doing everything for peace and stability all over the world right now? My answer is no. Because I'm from Ukraine and right now a terrible war is taking place in my country. The Russian aggression against my country does not leave me and every Ukrainian in this hall and all over the world the opportunity to discuss anything beside it. Today, almost 7 months after the adoption of the emergency resolution 144 of the IPU Assembly on Ukraine, Russia demonstrated complete unwillingness to seek a peaceful solution to the conflict. The Russian escalation must be met with a tough global response. Ukrainian calls on the entry world and international organization to immediately condemn the illegal action of the Kremlin and further isolate Russia, as it has shown extremely disrespect to all those who called for diplomatic settlements. Russian parliamentarians who anonymously voted just weeks ago to ratify the annexion of our Ukrainian territories don't deserve to stay in this honorable assembly. Therefore, we call on the IPU to immediately expel the Russian representatives. Let me be clear. Ukraine will not agree to any proposal regarding a temporary truce, demilitarization, disbandment of troops, etc. Russia will only use them to accumulate forces and resume aggression. Instead, we must ensure the complete withdrawal of Russian troops from the sovereign territory of Ukraine. 100% of Ukraine's citizens see this as the only option for ending the war. 6 million refugees inside and outside of Ukraine, food crisis, energy crisis, inflation, and the threat of recession. That's what Russia is doing for the whole world. However, this is not enough for Russia, and now it's conducting nuclear blackmail of the entry-wall community. They have long used irresponsible nuclear rhetoric as a means to blackmail and scare partners away from supporting Ukraine. The world should not succumb to Russian blackmail. On the contrary, it's necessary to strengthen support for Ukraine. The Kremlin must understand that its nuclear blackmail is not working. Today, in these difficult moments for Ukraine and the world, each country has a clear choice: to join the support of Ukraine, so supporting the forces of good and light, or remaining indifferent to our misfortune, continue to throw firewood in the fire of terrible crimes that are going on right now in Ukraine. We are grateful to every country that supports us for every second, every cent, and every word of your support. And we ask to increase the cycle of Ukrainian friends. Now, before parliamentarians of more than 100 countries, I want to say in conclusion only one: we can peace and develop only together. We can win peace and develop only together. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Ukraine. I now call upon Bangladesh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable President of the Assembly, Honorable President and Honorable Secretary General of Inter-Parliamentary Union, Honorable delegates from the IPU members countries, distinguished guests, media personalities, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. It is a great honor and privilege for me to address you all in the 145th IPU Assembly here in Kigali. The theme of the general debate, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, is very relevant at the present context. Mr. President, gender equality is the state in which access to rights or opportunities is unaffected by gender. That means responsibilities and opportunities should not be dependent on their assigned gender at birth. Human political participation is a fundamental prerequisite for gender equality and meaningful democracy. It facilitates women's direct engagement in public decision making and ensures better accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh Constitution ensures quality of opportunity to all citizens. In 2011, we had the 15th Amendment of our Constitution to add a clause 19, Section 3. The state shall endeavor to ensure equality of opportunity and participation of women in all spheres of national life. Moreover, Article 10, 19, 28 of our Constitution ensures several other rights of women, such as to ensure participation of women in all spheres of national life, to have equal rights with men in all spheres of state and of public life. Distinguished guests, Bangladesh achieved independence in 1971 under visionary leadership of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Soon after the independence, Bangladesh gave the nation constitution. Now daughter of Bangabandhu, daughter of democracy, and herald of change, our leader of the House, Honorable Prime Minister, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, has transformed Bangladesh into a middle-income country with her prudent leadership. Her visionary approaches to women empowerment and gender equality earned her global acclamation. Women empowerment is one of the 10 special initiatives of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina as recognition of her outstanding performances. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has been awarded with prestigious international awards such as South-South Award, Tree of Peace Award, and Planet 50-50 champion by UN Women, Global Women's Leadership Award by Global Women Summit, lifetime contribution for women empowerment by Institute of South Asian Women in recognition of her leadership in the field of women education and women entrepreneurs promotion in Bangladesh and in Asia and the specific region as well. Excellencies, Bangladesh Parliament has passed several important acts. In accordance with these acts, Bangladesh government has adopted important policies which are directly gender responsive, such as Women and Children Repression Prevention Act 2000, DNA Act 2014, Child Marriage Restraint Act 2018, the Dowry Prohibition Act 2018, National Women Development Policy 2011. The policy set 20 goals to empower women in all respects of life, socially, legally, commercially, economically, and politically in Bangladesh. There are reserved seats for women at different tiers of local government, such as Union Parishad, Upazila Parishad, Jila Parishad, as well as at Paur Sabha and City Corporation. Mr. President, Bangladesh Parliament reflects a good sign of women representation. In Bangladesh Parliament, our leader of the House and Prime Minister, Speaker, leader of the opposition, all are women. At the current Parliament, there are 23 directly elected women MPs. As per our Constitution, there are reserved 50 seats exclusively for women members on the basis of proportional representation in the Parliament. But there is no barrier for the participation of women to be elected in any of the 300 general seats of the National Parliament. Total number of women members of Parliament is now 73, which represents about 21% in the National Parliament. These women MPs are playing active roles at Parliament as the chairman and members of different standing committees of Bangladesh Parliament. Our Parliamentary Standing Committee on Ministry of Women and Children Affairs oversees the function of the executive and makes needful recommendations to ensure women empowerment, gender responsive budget and gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, ending violence against women requires the full engagement of all sectors of society. Parliamentarians may take the opportunity to bring police, prosecutors, judges, healthcare providers, social workers, and religious and community leaders on board to wage the battle together and hold each other accountable. Our members of Parliament made a concerted report to raise awareness regarding the girls' education to prevent child marriage in Bangladesh. Under the leadership of our leader of the House and Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh is committed to integrating gender equality and women's empowerment. Under the direct supervision of Honorable Speaker Dr. Shirin Sharmin Chowdhury, MP, Bangladesh Parliament formed a high-level committee named Bangladesh Association of Parliamentarians on Population and Development to act on 3 important issues such as child marriage, maternal health, and youth development. Excellencies, to conclude, I would like to say that as parliamentarians, we have a vital role to play in ensuring meaningful and balanced debate on gender equality and women empowerment issues. We should work with parliamentarians around the world in coherent and practical way with a consensus to address these issues fruitfully. Thank you all. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu, Loving IPU Jot, long live our great Bangladesh. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh. I now call upon Yemen, followed by Nigeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السيدات.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Madam Chair, distinguished heads of delegation at this Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, good morning. My country's parliament would firstly like to thank Rwanda for the excellent preparations and the hospitality that's been extended to us, and we congratulate it on its extraordinary development. It's a great pleasure to participate at this assembly in Kigali. The IPU has achieved significant forward steps and is now the international forum in which parliamentarians can continue working to achieve a much more equal humanity and to achieve an increasingly balanced environment. I come from a country that has been ravaged by war. Due to the Houthi attacks on the legal regime, which is supported by many of your countries. We are here to paint a picture, a precise picture of the situation that my country is currently experiencing, as well as the situation of women in my country. Historically, in Yemen, Queen Malkis was the famous Queen of Saba. Further down the line, Queen Arawa was also one of the most significant queens to take the reins of power in my country. Through national dialogue, we managed to set up a battery of legislation that enabled women to perform an increasingly pivotal role in public life. Women have also been able to occupy ministerial positions and significant parliamentary roles. They've also served as governors of several of our provinces. Women have also made significant contributions to stability in our country, but following the coup that was executed 8 years ago, women began to suffer increasingly from inequality. Their rights are being undermined as a result of this. This is the current situation that our country faces. My country is experiencing a situation in which all the rights and fundamental principles of equality of women are being destroyed. Women have been forced to leave their homes. In the province of Tahaz, we've also seen widespread destruction of civilian centres where assistance was offered to women, particularly in the medical field. Houthi rebel attacks have not only attacked civilian infrastructure and services that are provided to women and girls, but also other key services. This has had a negative impact on the position and situation of women. United Nations centres operating in our country have detailed reports on these situations. To date, 3,000 Yemenis are imprisoned in the country, according to latest reports, and these women are almost being treated as slaves. international organisations have condemned these practices in the strongest terms. And we issue a call today to all of you to intervene wherever you see fit to do so, to assist these women. Many cases of violations of rights and sexual violence against women have been documented, particularly against Baha'i women. Those prison officers in Houthi prisons have also been documenting acts of sexual violence against detainees. Reports by international organisations refer to many cases of violations of the rights and principles of equality. More than 21,000 cases of harassment and sexual violence against girls have also been documented over the course of the past 4 years. "43,000 children have been forced to abandon their homes without an accompanying adult. And in many cases, nothing is known about their current whereabouts or destination. Many children are also being forced to participate in some of the battles being waged as part of this war."
واخيرا نقول بصوت عالي وقد طرحنا ذلك مرارا وتكرارا في اكثر من محفل دولي ان كثيرا من مساعدات شعوبكم عبر الأمم المتحدة.
Many of the forms of help that you offer to women and girls in my country don't reach their destination. And for that reason, we would ask for a change in the way that aid is provided so that it can truly reach its beneficiaries. I hope that this IPU assembly will take the necessary measures to ensure adequate distribution of aid. Let's also hope that this assembly will result in the decisions that we all hope will be taken to improve the situation of women. Thank you.
I now call upon Nigeria, and next to be Saudi Arabia.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, all thanks be to Allah, the Creator of the universe. The President of the Assembly, Secretary of the Assembly, and President General of the IPU, Secretary General of the IPU, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this August gathering. Let me first of all appreciate the host country, that's Rwanda, of course, for hosting this event. And this very, very important event everybody knows, because all over the world the representations are here. So I am now presenting this intervention paper for the 145th Inter-Parliamentary Union IPU Assembly. That's on gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, holding at Kigali, Rwanda, from 11th to 15th October 2022. Permit me, Mr. President and Secretary General, to present this paper to the governance. The quest for equal ease of access to resources and opportunities, economic participation, decision-making, as well as key leadership positions, regardless of gender, will continue to dominate public debate among policymakers globally. According to the UNICEF, to achieve gender equality, women and men, girls and boys should enjoy the same rights and opportunity. However, the topic gender equality has received an unprecedented push in recent times, though with its attendant challenges. These challenges are blocking the wheel of achieving desired results. They include sex trafficking, organ harvesting, sexual violence. Others are rape, child labor, forced prostitution, societal discrimination. Some of the greater issues are the religious and ethnic practices that are inimical to the well-being of women or girl child in some places. These factors are some of the negative biases orchestrated against women that hinder their growth and overall safety. Some of these inhuman treatments have existed over a long period of time. Understandably, some of these issues, gender equality, historically propagated based on the ideology of one-size-fits-all approach does not take into account similarities that existed among different religious and ethnic practices which may work in one culture but not in another. Gender-sensitive parliament is another avenue where issues affecting or concerning women are critically looked into and addressed by the parliament. Parliament is the true representation of the people in the democratic government, and therefore call on members of the parliament to ensure their parliaments comply with gender-sensitive parliament. In composition and in operation, therefore, parliament should ensure that the committee that oversees gender issues is adequately empowered to carry out its legislative duties, i.e. legislation oversight function on the executive. To ensure issues related to gender are handled with utmost diligence. The Nigerian Parliament and indeed the federal government are conscious of the important role played by women in any same society. Some of these measures designed to ensure adequate representation of women in governance, as well as protection of their civil rights and privileges, are highlighted below. 1. In legal framework for the prosecution of offenders, the government has adopted the Child Rights Law, the Criminal Code, Penal Code. All these are done to provide enabling laws for prompt dispensation of justice. 2. In the health sector, the government has provided primary health care centers across the country. They provide health services to pregnant women and children. About 33,000 health care centers were established. And in 2017, about 10,000 of these centers were revitalized, especially in the rural areas. In the democratic process, the federal government has appointed women in various key positions in government ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as the passage of Not Too Young to Run bill to provide framework for youth, both men and women, to actively participate in politics and take up elective positions. 3. In terms of education, the establishment of federal government girls' colleges across the country has offered near-free education for girls from primary to secondary levels, and some governments have borrowed the initiative with some effective of up to university. Sustainable advocacy by the federal government utilizing available channels via print and electronic media, traditional and religious leaders, as well as various women groups, on the need to allow women to benefit and actively participate in politics and the governance. The Parliament, on its part, has continued to enact laws and make policies that enhance the overall well-being of women and the child care. Inversely, high numbers of women and girls adversely fall victims of human trafficking, either for domestic work, sexual exploitation, and the treacherous effect on the victims for far-reaching outcomes on humanity and society. These abuses include physical and psychological torture, which have negative effects that hinder the positive development of women and girls. It is based on
Nigeria,
this reason that
your
the
time,
federal
please.
government of Nigeria took the following step. 1. Created National Agency for Prevention of Trafficking and Imprisonment with the mandate to arrest and prosecute offenders of human rights abuses as it concerns human trafficking. 2. Created the Ministry of Humanitarian and Women Affairs to train, empower, enlighten, as well as prosecute violators of women's rights in collaboration with other security agencies. 3. Massive enlightenment campaign on the dangers of human trafficking by the Ministry of Information as well as the National Orientation Agency. Thank you very much, distinguished members.
Thank you, Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
I now call upon Saudi Arabia, followed by Malaysia.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Honorable Speaker of Rwanda, Madam Donatel Mukabalisa, Your Excellency, President of the IPU, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, Heads of Parliaments, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you. It is my pleasure to be with you today in this very important meeting, through which we hope to be able to enhance cooperation, joint action, and constructive dialogue to enact the roles of parliaments and legislative councils in facing the major challenges that lie ahead of our world today. On this occasion, on behalf of the delegation of the Saudi Shura Council, I should like to thank the Republic of Rwanda, its government, its people, and its parliament for hosting so generously this major parliamentary meeting. I should also like to thank the IPU for all its efforts in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting of ours coincides with the 10th anniversary of the IPU Action Plan for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments in order to promote the role of parliaments in legislating laws that support equality of gender and women empowerment. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is also commemorating the 10th anniversary of one of its most important decisions in its women empowerment journey. I'm referring to the royal decision to amend the Shura Council statute so as to grant women full membership in its Shura Council. This historic step was a quantum leap in the participation of women in decision-making circles. It also paved the way ahead for more steps to empower women. So much so that women nowadays practice very influential actions and activities, whether in legislation, oversight, parliamentary work within our council, but also on the international parliamentary arena. Ladies and gentlemen, in April of 2016, KSA launched its 2030 vision. It is basically a national plan to build an ambitious nation, a vibrant society, and a prosperous economy. This vision of the kingdom has enabled a major shift socially, economically, and culturally. My country, thanks to this plan of action, was capable of making notable advances according to international indexes, most important of which the Index of Wage Equality and Equal Pay, according to the World Bank report on Women, Law, and Businesses of 2021. According to this report, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was fully compliant with the standards of the index. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has centered its strategic plans around women because the leadership of my country firmly believes in the importance of harnessing all the potential of our society to have a balanced and equal society. We also firmly believe in the importance of investing in education, training, and expert missions, so much so that we were capable of bridging the gap between the two genders. The concept or the principle of justice and equality between men and women in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is deeply rooted in our Islamic Sharia, known as the Islamic law as well. This is deeply rooted also in our basic law. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was keen to establish a solid legislative foundation based on the clement precepts of Islam, the Saudi culture, its noble values, and its long-standing identity. Women participation also increased in leadership positions in governmental sectors, in the private sector, and in the Shura Council. It was not merely a symbolic or formal participation, but this was the result of merit and qualifications among women, and it is also stemming from our country's firm belief in the importance of women participation in shaping our future. Ladies and gentlemen, based on our major international responsibility and our Islamic, Arab, political and economic weight, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, under the leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques, His Royal Majesty King Salman, King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz, and His Royal Highness Crown Prince and Prime Minister, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, may God protect them, is keen to converge international efforts and partake in international efforts so as to face the threats that lie in front of our health, in front of our world today. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia launched a number of initiatives, most recent of which the success of our efforts of mediation launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, may God protect him, to release 10 prisoners from various nationalities in the framework of a prisoner exchange deal between Russia and Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, economically speaking, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia looks to support a balanced economy worldwide and strengthening the stability of energy markets because the world is currently undergoing major effects and impacts of climate change. We have also supported the goals of the Paris Climate Change Deal in order to protect the environment, most important of which the Green Saudi Initiative, the Middle East, the Green Middle East Initiative, and the Carbon Circular Economy. In the humanitarian field, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was classified as one of the biggest 3 countries that donate assistance and aid to peoples and states most affected by natural disasters and crises. We do not discriminate in this assistance based on ethnic, religious, or racial bases. The assistance provided this year alone in 2022 has reached $6 billion. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has adopted firm stances when it comes to international causes. We support the right of Palestinians to establish their independent state within the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its border. We would also like to reiterate our full adherence to the political solution in Yemen. We support the United Nations efforts in this regard. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has formally submitted its application to host the 2030 Expo under the slogan, "The Era of Change, Leading the Planet to a Foresighted Tomorrow." This is a golden opportunity for us to share with the world our lessons learned, and we hope to obtain your support in this regard. In conclusion, I would also like to thank the efforts exerted to bring this important conference to success. And we wish you positive outcomes. Thank you very much. May the peace blessings of Allah be upon you.
And I would actually like to invite you to come and chair the next session, Saudi Arabia. Honorable colleagues, thank you very much. I will now hand over the chairpersonship to Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Honorable members of the IPU, Dear colleagues, good morning. It's a great honor to be chairing this part of the General Assembly. I'm Hanan Al-Ahmadi. I'm the Assistant Speaker of the Shura Council in Saudi Arabia. It's a great honor and great pleasure to be here with you today. I'm very grateful to the opportunity, and I would like to thank Ms. Donatelli Mukabalisa for this opportunity and for the great organization of this conference. I thank you as well for your insightful speeches. I learned that we all have so much in common to share. And allow me to start and call the next speaker is Malaysia. Malaysia, followed by Ghana.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning to the Honorable Chairperson, Secretary, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Senator Muhammad Zahid Man Arif, the one and only Member of Parliament from Malaysia for this assembly. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for giving me the honor to represent Malaysia in this 145th IPU Assembly on the theme Gender Equality and Gender Sensitive Parliament as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. May I also congratulate the Parliament of Republic of Rwanda for its huge efforts in hosting this assembly. I believe this meeting will serve as valuable platform for all members of parliaments to identify and discuss matters of common concern across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is committed and empowering women and achievement gender equality at both national and international levels. In our federal constitution, for example, under Article 8.1, which provides equitable treatment for all individuals, and Article 8.2, which prohibits any kinds of discrimination on the basis of gender, both as the basis for the ongoing initiative by the Malaysian government in its effort to eliminate gender-based discrimination. Malaysia is also committed of its international obligation as a party to the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, as well as commitment in SDG 5 and Beijing Platform of Action. The Malaysian government has launched its national policy for women in 1989, and review was made in 2009 with the outcome of Plan of Action for the Advancement of Women. Its aim to secure women's development and capabilities by prioritizing women's interests and potentials in national planning and development. Ladies and gentlemen, Parliament of Malaysia plays an important role in women empowerment initiatives through the parliamentary select committees. As of 2020, there was special select committee on women and children affairs and social development, and we have special select committee on fundamental liberty and constitutional rights. In 2 years, there is an increase of 0.5% female representation in Parliament of Malaysia from 14.4% in 2019 to to 14.9% in 2021. There were 33 female MPs in lower house and currently 8 female members of the Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Malaysian government also recognized the important structural reform in ensuring efforts to empower women and gender equalities can be done more effectively through legislative mechanism in addition to the existing instruments. Last but not least, I wish to call upon IPU members countries, particularly IPU women parliamentarians, to give strong support to gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as driver is change for a more resilient and peaceful world. I would like to end my speech. Let me share with you a Malay poetry. Kalau ada sumur di ladang, boleh saya menumpang mandi. Kalau ada umur panjang, lain masa berjumpa lagi. Ladies and gentlemen, wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Our next speaker is from the A-list, Ghana.
The Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Saudi Arabia, the chairperson in situ, all other protocols observed. Gender equality has been and continues to be a fundamental developmental and sustainability imperative, and not just a human rights concern. Given the current demographics of more than 50% of the global population being females, the equal participation of women in whatever society does is an imperative to ensure inclusive and responsive governance. Gender equality, when promoted through gender-sensitive parliaments, will be one of the surest and most reliable and effective drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. It is against this background that Goal 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals target seeks to ensure women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision-making in political, economic, and public life. There is clear evidence of global efforts to achieve gender equality, albeit at an epileptic and snail pace. The call in this assembly for us to cure the epilepsy and to speed up the pace is the right call, and Ghana fully supports it. The day when women and men would enjoy the same rights and opportunities across all sectors of society, including cultural, social, political, economic participation and decision-making, a just and peaceful world would have been in sight. For there can be no peace without justice. The much talked about peace, prosperity, and sustainable development will continue to elude the world without gender equality. Consequently, all of us must act collectively to ensure that no one is left behind in any aspect of our lives. The legislature is the heart and lifeblood of democracy and good governance. It is the house, in fact, the home of the governed, and that is the people. And as such, its composition ought to be a true reflection, a mirror of the people it represents. This means that All the people must be equally represented, heard, and given equal opportunities. Gender-sensitive parliaments are therefore not about equality in numbers alone, but a healthy parity in all aspects and perspectives of gender. All the various and varied gender traits must find expression in the products and outcomes of society's deliberations and efforts. Parliament can play a very important role in this matter. Parliament itself can play a significant role in the creation of a gender-sensitive institution. Through legislation, regulation, and policy adaptation mechanisms, parliaments could remove barriers to the full participation of all sections of society, such as women, the youth, physically disabled, and minorities. In executing its mandate, a gender-sensitive parliament ought to ensure that policies and legislations are well scrutinized and subjected to gender analysis to include the articulation of the interests of all groups. This is to ascertain whether the gender differentiated outcomes put women, girls, the youth, physically disabled on equal footing with boys and girls. The case of Ghana definitely has been part of this global effort. Ghana has been conscious of the imperative of gender equality since 1958. The Parliament of Ghana has been and is responding and working to ensure the realization of this goal. The need to be a driver of change through a number of policy measures has therefore not been lost on Ghana's Parliament. The efforts of Ghana towards the emancipation of women and the girl child started from the creation of a desk in the office of the President to the setting up of a secretariat, and from the creation of a National Commission on Women and Development to the establishment of a full-blown Ministry of Gender and Children. In addition, the following steps and measures are being taken by the Parliament of Ghana. For example, in 1958, Parliament passed the Representation of People's Amendment Act to permit the selection of 10 women into the first Parliament of independent Ghana. The resurgence of instability immediately after that, and more importantly, the 1966 coup blurred the focus of governments and parliaments from vigorously pursuing that initiative. It was not until the early 1980s and the Beijing Conference of 1995 that the initiative was brought to the forefront and to the front burner. Thereafter, a number of legislations were made to remove social, cultural, and political barriers to gender equality and women empowerment. These initiatives found expressions in the provisions of the 1992 Constitution and has produced 2 women Chief Justices in a row and a First Lady Speaker, one of my predecessors of Parliament. Since 1993, legislations on women, property and spousal rights, financial inclusion, and leadership gained prominence in the government and Parliament's agenda and in daily national discourse. And Parliament is currently working on a number of legislations in this direction. The increase in the number of women in Parliament from that of 11% to the current 14.5% is part of the efforts. This is definitely not much progress, and it is unacceptable. As a result, leadership of Parliament is rekindling the internal organization of Parliament to expedite an increase in the representation of women in key leadership positions of the House. My delegation showcases this with 4 women and 4 men as part of the delegation. Staff composition has also recognized this and have moved from 37% to currently at the decision level of 58% of total membership. Additionally, the ways to promote gender sensitivity is one of the key cardinals and features of the Parliament of Ghana today. In conclusion, since women constitute the majority of the world's population, their interests must equally find expression in whatever we do. This is a sine qua non to ensuring a more resilient and peaceful world. The reverse produces an antithesis, a polarized, divisive, bitter, poor, unjust, undeveloped, and war-prone world. The evidence in today's world speaks volumes for itself. In this wise, parliamentarians, who are the representatives of the people and are the architects of the global political economic order, have a very important role to play and must stand up and be counted. With this, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for your grace and opportunity. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ghana. Our next speaker is Uzbekistan, and it's followed by Poland, so please get ready.
Dear Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the Parliament and Government of Uganda for the great organization of this event and your warm hospitality. I am delighted to see many old colleagues and new members of IPU. We talk a lot about the gender-sensitive parliament, but what does the gender-sensitive parliament really mean? For us, I mean, to Uzbekistan, a gender-sensitive parliament is a parliament that, firstly, actively participates in the development and implementation of the state gender policy. Secondly, encourages and ensures the equality of the number of women and men in all its bodies and structures. Thirdly, adopts gender-sensitive laws that promote and protect gender equality, provides gender expertise of adopted laws. Fourthly, contributes to the formation in a society a culture that respects women's rights and gender equality. Gender-sensitive parliament is involved in the implementation of the IPU Action Plan for a Gender-Responsive Parliament adopted 10 years ago in Quebec, Canada. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me inform you briefly about the experience of Uzbekistan in the subject of topic. Comprehensive measures being taken to Uzbekistan to strengthen the legislative and institutional foundations of gender policy. In Uzbekistan, special attention is paid to the development of gender-oriented legislation, the improvement of the legal foundation for enhancing the role and active participation of women in the public, political, social, cultural, and business life of the country. In recent years, more than 50 legislative acts have been adopted in our country to ensure of women's rights. We are developing a gender-sensitive constitution. The draft of the constitutional law of Uzbekistan is a gender-sensitive constitution. It provides for the implementations of the provisions of UN CEDAW. 4 institutional bodies were established in Uzbekistan in recent years: National Commission on Ensuring Gender Equality, the Committee of Women and Gender Equality in the Senate of Uzbekistan, the Republican Public Women's Council, the State Committee of Family and Women. The trends observed in Uzbekistan are in line with the global processes of expanding the representation of women at the highest levels of government, eliminating gender inequality, increasing their number in parliament, government, and the judiciary. Uzbekistan, where the number of women in parliament exceeded 33%, ranks 55th in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the second part of my speech is about Tashkent Summit of Women Leaders. More than 120 representatives of women parliamentarians and 17 women speakers from the more than 30 countries, as well as representatives of IPU, United Nations, Parliamentary Assemblies of OIC, CIC, Interparliamentary Assembly participated in this event. The Tashkent Declaration, Parliamentary Leadership, Prevention of Risks in order to increase resilience and prosperity was adopted at the end of the summit. The Tashkent Declaration defines priorities related to the formation of the gender-oriented parliament, ensuring the sustainable development of society, peace and well-being of the population in the population. Ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, there is no boundary for gender equality. It is a long-lasting process. Gender equality should not remain as a fashionable expression which we use our speeches and papers. We must achieve concrete results in life. In conclusion, I want kindly ask for you a report of United Nations General Assembly resolution on strengthening the role of parliaments in implementation of SDG and protection of human rights initiated by the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. The Tashkent Declaration and the draft of the UN resolution will be disseminated among the participants of our Assembly. Thank you for kind attention.
Thank you, Uzbekistan. Our next speaker is Poland, and after Poland is Ireland. Please get ready. Thank you.
Dear Madam President, dear fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, talking about gender equality today and not mentioning about the Ukraine fighting seems totally senseless. The war in Ukraine has showed us that the most affected are civilians, especially women and girls, even small girls, who are victims of abuse, rapes, and murders, who suffer because they lose their lives, their dignity, their families. Each day, women and men in this country fight to protect their homeland, their cities, their homes. They are forced to defend their rights, language, culture, equally, men and women. After the 20th century wars, we believed it will never happen again. And yet, Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council of United Nations, elected to ensure the world peace, decided to attack and destroy its neighbor, a sovereign and independent country. Imagine that Russia sends troops to, for example, South Africa or any other country. They bomb your cities, destroy your infrastructure, and they want to remove you from the map. Would you be so eager to accept? Russia is treating Ukraine the way former empires treated their colonies. It wants to subject the now independent country that was once within its borders. We strongly condemn and oppose this kind of post-colonial thinking. Russian troops are committing war crimes against the civilian population. As an eyewitness, I feel obliged to give a testimony, the testimony of what I saw around Kiev. Destroyed, robbed homes, destroyed infrastructure, dead bodies of brutally murdered men, women, and children, gender equality. With my own eyes, I saw corpses of civilian victims in Bucha. This is something I will never forget. I see it in my nightmares all the time. Thousands of people have been killed. This is genocide. It's even harder to talk about it here in Rwanda, a country who experienced such a tragedy. We commemorate the victims every year. But the lesson has not been learned. Some countries still violate the basic human right, a right to live. This is why I strongly urge to support all resolutions that say about this war, that condemn the unprovoked aggression, even if we have to adopt such resolution over and over again. This is a real emergency. I call every member of our assembly to condemn Russia, to vote in your parliament in favor of as strong sanctions as possible. Every day, I see Ukrainian women and children on the streets of our cities. They are war victims as well. They were lucky to live before the attacker found them in their homes. They are devastated because they don't know if they will ever see their fathers, brothers, sons again. Imagine how hard it is to talk to them and explain why so many countries doesn't not condemn the Russian aggression. The position of Poland in this regard is simple. The Russian troops should be immediately withdrawn from Ukraine. War should be over, and those guilty of war crimes must be brought to justice. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the illegal acts of recognizing independence and annexation by the Russian Federation of the occupied Ukraine region, Kherson, Donetsk, Lugansk, and Zaporozhye, which remain part of Ukraine under international law. Dear colleagues, the topic of the general debate is very important. Gender sensitivity in Parliament is crucial in nowadays world, but either or not gender balanced, first of all, we must be human sensitive. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland. Next speaker is Ireland, followed by Jordan. Yes, so please get ready, Jordan.
Madam President, may I at the outset congratulate the President of the IPU, the General Secretary, and all the organisers on this extraordinarily well conducted global conference. May I thank the Rwandan people for the warmth of their welcome and the efficiency with which they've gone about their part of the conference. A focus on gender equality could not be more relevant than at the present moment. COVID has eroded women's rights, casting them as carers, reducing and halting participation in education, increasing violence against women. Secondly, the effects of climate change impact mostly on women. 80% of displaced persons due to climate change are women. War and genocide, so eloquently testified to by the last speaker from Poland, are casting women as carers, as sole providers for families, and uprooting them from their homes, and often sending them to new environments, sadly sometimes hostile. In the English-speaking world from which I come, the Oxford English Dictionary is the established authority on meanings of words, and it defines democracy as a system of government for and by the whole population. The full participation of women is axiomatic to that. If women are not members of Parliament, they cannot be part of a gender-equal Parliament. So for that reason in Ireland, and I'm proud that it was my party, we introduced a quota system where a constantly increasing percentage of candidates in each election must be women. We had 30.6% in 2020. We will have 40% in 2 years' time at the next election, and that will go on to 50% at the subsequent election. To break through the glass ceiling for women, we need quotas as legislated for by the government, and there's no escaping that, and I commend it to all your countries. In 2021, a committee on gender equality was established in our Parliament to consider the outcome of a citizens' assembly on the topic of equality. In 2021, the Speaker of the Irish Parliament set up a forum on a family-friendly and inclusive Parliament. Wide consultations with members of Parliament, academia and civil society took place. It looked specifically at the composition of committees, at structures, at operations and methods, and at the creation of a safe and respectful workplace. 51 recommendations emerged, and prioritised among them will be and is remote working, proxy voting during yet-to-be-established maternity and paternity leave, increased representation of women on committees and in position of authorities on those committees. Hybrid meetings, as we've all become used to throughout COVID. Constitutional change will be needed for some of these, but we're going to do it. We have in our Parliament a dignity and respect statement, and we also are going to establish more family rooms, facilities for breastfeeding. Childcare facilities are there and will be enhanced. In Ireland, we have an active and well-functioning, well-resourced Women's Parliamentary Caucus, and they do great work. Members of Parliament from around the globe, can I say this to you? Gender equality is also a man's issue. It is at the heart of a civilised society. We will not have further progress. We cannot enhance further progress in society without equality. So let's all unite at this great global international conference of parliamentarians to create gender-equal parliaments that will lead to a gender-equal society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ireland. Now the next speaker is Jordan, followed by Switzerland.
السيدات والسادة رؤساء وممثلين.
Ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, delegates and representatives, allow me firstly to greet you in my personal capacity and on behalf of the Jordanian delegation and the colleagues of mine that make it up, but also like to express our thanks to the Presidency of the Interparliamentary Union and the Secretary General of the IPU. We'd also like to express our thanks to the Parliament, Government and people of Rwanda for having organised this assembly so competently. We meet today at a time when the world is witnessing constant change. Unfortunately, today we are facing even more difficult times than previously. Challenges are becoming increasingly significant. The COVID-19 pandemic, for example, and the consequences that that pandemic has left behind. We can also think about climate change, the lack of water, the various crises unfolding around food security, and all of this has been exacerbated by war, which some countries are waging rather than working together to achieve food security. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me firstly to quote a conversation that I had with our King, His Majesty. God rest him. He mentioned international cooperation as a response to various international crises. His Majesty Abdallah II said that we shouldn't forget that millions of people are living each day with empty stomachs. They are hungry. We should wonder why around 7 million people are suffering from malnutrition and undernutrition, even though we're in the 21st century. Why are 9 million people today dying of malnutrition? These are figures that we unfortunately see being published every year, and that's why we should continue our efforts to find a solution to the food security crisis. In Jordan, we are deeply convinced of an idea that was raised by His Majesty Abdallah II a while ago. We need to bolster international cooperation to benefit all societies. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to refer to these crises at the beginning of my statement today to state most sincerely that these crises are very complex and no country today can rise to these challenges alone. The COVID-19 pandemic has had extremely negative consequences for our societies. Climate change is also a major scourge, and we must remember the wars that are being waged in various countries and on various continents in the world, particularly in the Middle East. All of these factors are creating an environment that enables the propagation of tensions, and conflicts are providing fertile ground for extremism. In all the countries of the world, we must face extremism, and we know that extremism knows neither religion nor race. That bitter reality is one that has brought countries such as Jordan to make concerted efforts and to build bridges of cooperation with various partners in our region and around the world. King Abdullah has hosted meetings in the Jordanian town of Aqaba, and they aim to increase international efforts to combat extremism. You may know that Jordan has faced a number of crises in recent times. Our country has been a shelter for a number of peoples who had been expelled from their original territories due to war. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here today at the 145th IPU Assembly to debate the issue of gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments. This is a driver for a more resilient and peaceful world. That's the topic of this general debate today. From this podium, I would like to reiterate Jordan's position on this. We have an action plan and we fully support the efforts being made. We need to make progress to empower women and to increase their participation in political, economic and social life. We are firmly convinced in Jordan of the need for gender equality. This is a fundamental human right. We need this to achieve justice in our societies. And that will enable us to achieve a very clear goal, namely political participation of women in decision-making. In Jordan, we've reviewed our legislation with this aim in mind, so that legislation can be brought into a situation in which it empowers women. I'd like to state that the Jordanian parliament has adopted a new electoral law which has earmarked 18 seats in parliament for women. Women are also now able to run for election to the other seats in parliament. This new electoral law has also compelled political parties to include at least 2 candidates in the top 6 candidates that they put forward for election, and this has increased female participation in parliament. We hope that the level of participation will reach at least 25%. There are also quotas in other aspects of Jordanian life following other legislative moves, and we've taken further steps to increase women's participation in the political sphere so that they can truly become partners in decision-making. In conclusion, allow me to express my thanks and recognition to all the women of the world. Women have made significant achievements despite the many hurdles that they face. I'd also like to pay tribute to Jordanian women, women working in the home, women working elsewhere, women operating in all aspects of life. We would like to express our pride. We are proud of Palestinian women who are fighting to defend human dignity and also to defend the sacrosanct nature of Christian and Muslim holy sites in Jerusalem. We denounce any action against the Palestinian people. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our brothers in Qatar. Qatar is hosting the World Cup. We trust. Madam President is interrupting the Jordanian speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is Switzerland, followed by Qatar.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, as others have done, I would like to thank the Republic of Rwanda for the warm welcome that we have received as delegates of the IPU Assembly. As an introductory remark, I'd also like to say that a number of men have opted to take the floor on this subject of gender equality. I hope that that's a good sign and that will enable us more quickly to achieve this much desired gender equality around the world. I say that because the fight for women's emancipation is one of the major fights of the 20th century, and it's not over yet because nothing's yet been achieved permanently. The right to vote was one of the most significant fights that's affected all continents. In several European countries, we had to wait for the end of the Second World War for women to be able to vote. In my country, Switzerland, which is often described as the oldest democracy in the world, we had to wait for 1971 to come along before women were finally allowed to vote and run for election at the federal level. Without women, however old a democracy may be, it remains awkward and incomplete. Switzerland is trying to catch up, however, because in the latest elections to take place in 2019, women represented 42% in our assembly. However, we don't just need equal rights, we need true equality. Women need still to achieve the legitimacy that they deserve to perform their role in full. They often earn less than men for the same work, and that affects their retirement. In certain key professions, women are underrepresented. They often have to deal still with household tasks and education and raising children, even though young couples have bucked these trends. The right to abortion is not guaranteed everywhere, and it's unequally applied around the world. The backward steps that are being taken in the US at the moment are of concern. Control over women's bodies has always been an issue and is one of the most flagrant manifestations of patriarchy. The right of women to decide what to do with their bodies is unfortunately not yet a reality. Strangely, conservative forces feel that the state should have a say in abortion, and yet they don't feel the same way about social rights and childcare, for example. Once the child is born, it suddenly becomes a very private issue, and families are left to fend for themselves. The fact that we've not yet achieved equality is perhaps partly because we felt that everything had been solved too soon. In the 1990s, feminism almost became a swear word. Young women felt that equality had already been achieved, and although a great deal of progress has been made, there is still work to be done. We have made forward steps in some areas, however, and yet a great deal has yet to be done. We need to eradicate violence against women and domestic violence, and that's why we all need to foster the adoption of the Istanbul Convention and its implementation. Violence against women, which also sometimes affects children, is a terrible scourge. Switzerland has also faced that problem. That's unfortunately a reality in Switzerland as well, and we now have an action plan to prevent that unacceptable type of violence. Obviously, parliaments have a significant role to play in promoting gender equality, and we should applaud what the IPU's been doing to bring this key issue to the floor. If we wish to achieve gender parity in parliaments, in my opinion, we need to establish electoral quotas. We must fight against the idea that women elected due to quotas are mere window dressing. On the contrary, once they're elected, women perform their roles very skillfully, and political parties have a pivotal role to play in that regard. We also need to fight harassment and sexism in parliaments and put women forward at all political levels. A number of parliaments have taken measures to achieve that, and the Swiss parliament has contributed to that fight as well. In conclusion, I'd like to underscore the fact that women have a significant role to play in promoting peace. That is all the more obvious at a time when too many countries are being battered by internal conflicts, and of course also at the time when Russia is waging a war against Ukraine. Gender equality is a human right. Those rights will never be achieved without women's full contribution. Men should participate in this movement towards emancipation, because the freedom of all of us depends on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. And now we have Qatar, followed by Denmark, or no, Israel. Qatar, followed by Israel.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين
of God, the compassionate and the merciful, President, speakers of Parliament, may the peace of God be with you. It is a pleasure to address you in my personal name and representing the Consultative Council of Qatar. May I convey the greetings of the President of our Council, Mr. Hassan bin al-Halani, and we wish you great success in your work. I would like to say to the government and people and Parliament of Rwanda that we are grateful for the invitation to participate in the work of this Assembly. We would also like to thank the IPU for the excellent organization of the Assembly. Dear colleagues, we are meeting today to discuss a very important topic: to attain peace, security, and stability and development for all around the world. I'm referring, of course, to gender equality. We need to strengthen the role of women in society. Some 10 years ago, on a day like today, the IPU Assembly adopted a plan of work to improve the status of women in Parliament and their participation in public life. This plan of work was adopted in Quebec, Canada. We know the difficult status of women in many countries in terms of lack of education, poverty, disease, war, pandemics, economic crisis, climate change, and so on. And this complicates our life in all spheres. We mustn't also forget the role of women Palestinians who are fighting and have to contend with all these difficulties. And they share with Palestinian men the difficulty of their lives and apartheid, and in particular the crime of occupation, which deprives women of education and work, and which does not make it possible for women to fulfill their rightful role in society. We are discussing the achievements of parliaments in this area. It is an honor for me to refer to what my country has achieved in this respect. Starting with myself, if I may, I'm the first Vice President of the Consultative Council to have been elected. And this points the way to an ever more promising future when it comes to the role of women in the society of my country. Thanks to equal opportunity, Qatari women play an ever greater role in the administration, in the executive, in many areas of justice, and the civil administration of my country. Women account for 40% of the labor force across the board. My country has not only implemented plans to improve social justice in the administrative sphere, and we have also helped many countries suffering from wars, conflicts, and disasters. Above all particular, we've given support to Afghan women based on the need to promote peace and security. Dear colleagues, social justice and the interdependence of men and women is one of the foundations of the Qatari Vision 2030. In the constitution of my country, under Chief Al-Thani, we have adopted a series of measures and policies designed to improve the status of women in the areas of education, medical services, and participation in the labor market, in addition to exerting their rights in the political sphere. We know that social justice is intimately bound up with peace, security, war, conflicts, migration, climate change, and many other themes. We therefore work with many other countries to improve food security and medical services for those countries suffering from crises. My country, for example, has helped towards the signing of a peace agreement in Chad. And we firmly believe that conflicts must be resolved always in the most peaceful way possible. To this end, the Emir in my country is conducting various activities with a view to acting as intermediary to bring about a regional and international peace. We have prepared carefully to host the World Football Championships 2022, and we hope this will be a platform of love, peace, and moderation and reconciliation. We hope that you will all attend this major sporting event.
Thank you, Qatar. Our next speaker is Denmark, followed by Israel.
Thank you. Chairpersons, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to address this assembly, not at least because this month marks the 10 years anniversary of IPU Plan for Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments. So this is a unique opportunity for us to discuss what we have accomplished during the last 10 years. As Rapporteur for Equality, the topic for this debate is of great concern to me. It truly is a global challenge, especially because to this day, human rights are being violated on a daily basis. One of these is the right to education. The right to education is a fundamental human right and indispensable. The exercise of human rights is one of the most powerful tools in lifting socially excluded children and adults out of poverty and into the society. Yet, 17% of the world's adults can neither write or read. 2/3 of these, almost 500 million, are women. This large share has nearly not changed during the last 20 years. We must do better. Around the world, women and girls trying to exercise their right to education are facing many obstacles. Forced marriages, pressure to take domestic responsibilities at young age, or discrimination at the labor market. We must strengthen our focus on women's right to education, regardless where they live or where they come from. In many countries, women are still fighting long and hard for fundamental rights. Luckily, many women have succeeded not only breaking through barriers, but also in making their voices heard and reminding us all of the injustice women face worldwide. This tendency we are witnessing in Iran, where women right now are fighting for more equality. We see it in Ukraine, Right now, where women are fighting for democracy, for peace, and for human rights. And as we heard yesterday from the Afghan speaker, right now, girls and women in Afghanistan are fighting for the right to go to school. I stand in great solidarity with these women and men. They fight, and their fight is important. Because history tells us that equality between women and men benefits not only the woman, but also the whole society. The fact that these individuals are willing to take the streets around the world tells me that everywhere the demand for freedom, equality, and democracy is not only strong, it's loud and it's clear, and we all have to hear it. It's also healthy for the democratic conversation when all perspectives are considered, women's included. And Rwanda is a prime example of this. Through a gender-responsive constitution, Rwanda has achieved gender parity in parliament with over 60% female members. This achievement has a positive impact on women and girls' empowerment. In my country, Denmark, the fight for equality has been long and hard, and it's not over yet. With our constitution back in 1849, Denmark became a democracy. In reality, however, only a small part of the Danish population benefited from this civil rights. In fact, a crucial part of the population were left out, the women. The situation did not change until 66 years later, when a constitutional amendment in 1915 ensured equal rights to vote. Then Danish women were allowed to vote in general elections. For more than half a century, Danish women and men fought in a united front for equal voting rights. And a lot have happened since. Today, we have almost 40% women in the Danish parliament. Out of 13 parties, 8 of them are led by women. We have a woman prime minister, and we have a queen. Progress has been made in several areas concerning equality during the past 10 years in Denmark. Fathers have been given right to a greater share of the maternity leave. Greater attention has been paid to the many problems of sexual harassment, and legislation has been introduced to better protect victims of rape, psychological violence, and stalking. But we still have challenges. Therefore, in Denmark, the Danish context is the main goal should be to reduce any hidden inequality, because still women lag behind in working life. They lag behind in government, in politics, in management, and in research. At the same time, men's health is worse than women's. A larger share of men are criminal. More men are homeless and less educated. As I see it, so far, no country has achieved full gender equality. It can be achieved if, and only if, we embark on this journey together. Dear colleagues, our challenges might be different from each other, but our goals should be common and the same. A more peaceful, resilient, and a gender-equal world. Dear colleagues, let's take it from hope to action. Thank you all.
Thank you, Denmark. Next is Israel. And after, please, Cambodia, get ready.
Dear colleagues, I stand here today on behalf of the Israeli women that want to change and make an impact. My name is Nior Shpak, and I'm proud to stand here today as a politician, a member of the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, a colonel in reserve who served 26 years in the Israeli Defense Forces. I'm a career woman, social activist, and I'm also a wife, mother, and a grandmother. I'm proud to stand here today and say, yes, we can. We can identify ourselves with all above mentioned definition and still have a free time. We are Wonder Woman. We have developed these abilities because reality did not allow us to develop and succeed in any other ways. And so we have no choice but to become that way. When I look back at Nira, the little girl who dreamed of what she wanted to be, I know she would be proud of where I am today. I still have the curiosity, strength, and ability to learn, and the willingness to influence. I also know that I have no intention of letting others put me down. My fellow parliamentarians who are sitting here know from their experience that there are no easy way to reach an achievement as a woman. We are required to higher standards and many more obstacles to reach our destination. I was one of the first women who broke the glass ceiling and held forth the top position of the Israeli Defense Forces. At the last and a half year, I had the opportunity to take a part of decision-making as a member of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee and the Finance Committee in the Knesset. My personal story is one of many stories of women who decided to fight the reality detected by discrimination based on their gender, nationality, or faith. World orders is changing before our eyes. The time has come to change and to be faster also in promoting women and their participation in decision-making in foreign policy, security, economy, and other issues. The time has come to shatter and transfer the myths that legitimize and justify the ongoing discrimination that harm the integration of women even today. Myths that design to create a wrong narrative about women, to explain asymmetric reality of not including women in decision-making center, like the one that when women get married, they prefer family life over career, or that the women choice professional that will allow them to be at home and take care of the children. One of the most important decisions made is the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. However, 22 years have passed since the resolution 1325. 22 years since the declaration of commitment protecting women and ensure their representation in peace process and international policies. 22 years have passed and the struggle is not over. We have a long way to go. We can paint beautiful pictures, define catchy slogan, but a real look in the mirror without filters or manipulation show us a sad picture in which women still don't have a place near the decision-making table. Her place is lacking, very lacking as we go senior position. The data shows the gender divide continues to exist. And as always, in each individual case, there are always an explanation. Reducing the gap between women, what women want and what they are capable of, and what the establishment allowed them is a long-standing struggle. I will end my remark with the word of Mary Jackson, the NASA scientist who broke through with her determination and belief in her ability despite the limitation of her time. And sir, I plan to be an engineer in NASA. I can't do it without studying the professional intended only for white. I can't change my color of skin. but I have no choice but to be the first black women to study engineering. It's time we stop being the first women at a position. It is for us to make a decision and work together to a better gender representation in all walks of life, in a way that, for us, it will be obvious that women should be in a leadership role. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cambodia, and followed by Estonia.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to express my deep thanks to the IPU and the Parliament of Rwanda for your invitation, and my sincere appreciation for the excellent organization of this event. The theme of the 145th IPU Assembly is a high relevance and important to the promotion of peace, stability, social inclusion, and good governance among the key agenda of the IPU, the international community, and our respective country. Last week, I just attended the Parliamentary Forum and the 8th G20 Parliamentary Speaker Summit, P20 in Indonesia, as part of Indonesia G20 presidency. At the closing session, there was a strong commitment of the G20 nation and beyond to promote women empowerment and assurance of opportunity for women and girls to exercise their role in politics, economy, society, and the area of their interest without restriction of their freedom and potential. As for Cambodia, we are a strong matrimonial society since the dawn of the civilization. Historically, women leadership has been embraced in the Cambodian society since the 1st century AD. As a woman in our society have been the backbone of the nation building. In the 13th century, our queen, Indra Devi, was the scholar and the dean of the university, known to be by the historian as the only and the first woman as a dean of the university in the Asia Pacific. Like Rwanda, Cambodia in the 1970s went through a dark period of genocide, as what Rwanda experienced in the 90s. However, history shows that humanity stands the test of the adversity and challenges to rise high above the dark period to exhibit the strong and robust resilience. In the case of Cambodia, it was because of the great leadership of the late King Fathers Norodom Sihanouk and Samdech Prime Minister Hun Sen through his national reconciliation and win-win policy that we could achieve peace, national reconciliation, and development. Rwanda and Cambodia are the example of a successful country transforming themselves exceptionally after achieving total peace in the post-conflict and reconstruction. Today, Cambodia and Rwanda are advancing their development agenda vigorously and are promoting gender mainstreaming in the government, the parliament, and the peacekeeping effort. Cambodia's search for criminal justice for the victim of the genocidal regime of the Khmer Rouge has been very successful, conducted through the 16-year undertaking by the Extraordinary Chamber in the Court of Cambodia, a hybrid judicial system under the auspices of the United Nations and the Cambodia Court of Justice, and under the sovereign law of the Kingdom of Cambodia. Justice has been delivered, preventing the risk of the return of the genocidal regime, ending forced child and women labor observed under the civil war and the unrest, and developing our legal and institutional instrument to empower women, girls, and promote social inclusion. Despite the progress in women empowerment in the world, there is still room to improve, and the opportunity is so vast for politicians as well as the lawmaker to envision. Therefore, we must act swiftly and in concerted manner through our parliamentary platform and in cooperation with the government, the private sector, civil society organizations to uphold the status of the girl and woman in all spheres, such as education, employment, politics, environment, and decision and policy making in the field of importance to them and their society. Taking this opportunity, I wish to inform that Cambodia, as a chair of ASEAN 2022, will be hosting in November 2022 the 40th and the 41st ASEAN Summit and related summit, as well as the 43rd General Assembly of ASEAN Interparliamentary IPA, a regional parliamentary platform that focuses on peace building, green and sustainable development in line with the UN SDG, among others. At this summit, we aim to further push for enactment of deeper and more comprehensive engagement of women and young parliamentarians, as well as the promotion of their other proactive role in democratic electoral process, lawmaking and policy making to strengthen their pivotal role in contributing to peace, stability, social harmony, and social progress. To conclude my remark, I just remember one word from my mothers during the war that we suffer. Mom, we want peace. Mom, we want food. So women is very strong in our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Estonia and followed by Viro. Thank you.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, honorable hosts, equality between men and women is an essential issue without any doubts, but it should not be a thing in itself or an aim in itself, because let's not forget, men and women are different, and thank God for that. As a result of that, men and women behave differently in different situations, like crises or conflicts, for example. Without relying on specific scientific evidence, it can still be argued that the higher proportion of women in parliaments is an additional guarantee for peace and a happy future. Women value both peace and happiness more highly than men, and generally more peaceful. In this context, the focus of the Assembly is more than relevant in today's conflict-ridden world. However, it must be acknowledged that the road to achieving a reasonable balance is long, both in politics and in many other areas. It is important to create preconditions for equal opportunities. It is important to remove obstacles, including both administrative and material, that create conditions for unequal treatments in politics, employment, and social life. At the turn of a century, well-known Irish futurologist Charles Handy said at the management conference held in my hometown Pärnu that during the last 25 years, the world had changed a lot, but it was likely to change even more in the next 25 years. The last 22 years have repeatedly confirmed this. Without doubt, exactly the same words are relevant also today. The world has changed a lot in the last 25 years, but it is going to change even more in the next 25 years. I hope you will be quoting me in 25 years like I quoted Charles Handy. One of the most important impacts of changes in the context of equality is that the location of working place is no longer primary. Much of work can be done as remote working, as teleworking. The Corona period showed that it's also possible to make politics as remote work, and it is also environmentally friendly either. It enables women to return to the labour market much earlier in the period when they are raising young children and to be more competitive with their male colleagues. We also have to think of ways for creating possibilities for parents with young children to participate in in-person meetings with their children. I believe that this would also contribute to reducing the pay gap that results from staying at home for long periods. Taking these changes into account, it can be said in conclusion that equality between men and women does not necessarily mean 50-50% ratio. There are fields of life where men are better, and there are fields of life where women are more successful. If we interfere in this with gender quotas, for example, we will undermine the end result and the aim. That would be a mistake. This can take place only in very exceptional cases. At the same time, however, administrative as well material advantages for or obstacles to equal competition that are based on gender must be removed. And if anyone has doubts, let us think again about the focus of Assembly. If we want peace, we must make more room for women in politics. I want peace, and therefore I also support greater representation of women in politics. The good example for that can be found here in Rwanda. Let us learn from the best. And last but not least, my speech wouldn't be complete if I, on behalf of a delegation of Riigikogu, the National Parliament of Estonia, did not express our full support and unfortunately also sympathy to the Ukrainians, the bravest nation in the world in the fight against the Russian aggression. Let's never forget that Ukrainians are fighting for a peace in the whole world. Thank you. Murakazi.
Thank you. Thank you, Estonia. Our next speaker is Peru, followed by Uruguay. And I would like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this opportunity. And I would like to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Josic, from the head of the delegation, the Swiss delegation, Switzerland. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrea.
Buenas tardes, Presidenta.
Good afternoon, Chair of the Assembly, representatives of parliaments and speakers. Well, I did have a speech prepared, but having heard everybody speak, I think what we need to do is think and share experiences, the experiences I've had in my country. Obviously, we're all here because we want equal opportunities for men and women, but unfortunately, a law or a set of laws are not going to change a culture, the culture that we have in our countries. And for me, the most important part of that is education. Education in the home, education in schools. Because we know that education is something that women do. And we sometimes bring our sons up differently from our daughters. That's the reality. For example, in the political party that I represent, there have always been male representatives. There hadn't been women for years. And when we did an internal election to look at our preferential voting system, we had a campaign to encourage women to vote for women, because often women don't vote for women. We don't support one another on many occasions. There is no solidarity amongst us. It's not just on the side of the men. We ourselves, as women, don't help one another. And at that election that I'm talking about, I received the highest number of votes of all women, but there were 7 men with more votes than me. And the new law that's been applied for the current Congress to achieve parity resulted in the top position being given to a man, and I was number 2. Thanks to that law, we were able to bring many more women in from many different political parties, and it's the first time that in our Congress we have 50 women out of 130 members of Parliament in total, so nearly 40%. That law was brought in 2019. This year, our Congress has existed for 200 years, so it's a key point in our history. As well as having 50 women in our Congress, last year, a new period of parliamentary sessions began, and 2 vice presidents of the Congress were women. So a very high level of representation at that level, and that's the first time in history that that's been achieved. We've also reactivated a parliamentary roundtable for women, which also obviously focuses on the issue. We have a commission for women, and in the executive we also have provision made for furthering the position of women. So we've taken forward steps, 50 female parliamentarians. But we also know that often for women it's much more difficult to be a politician around the world than for men, because we have to look after our children, we have other responsibilities, we have to divide ourselves between those responsibilities, and that detracts from the time we have available. We also have to devote time to our partners, and often they're away from the home attending meetings all day long. So that's why it's difficult, and that's why we carry out these campaigns for preferential voting, and that's very difficult. Women have to have economic independence, however, to be able to wage those campaigns. Another example, in the executive branch, we were close to parity in the past session, but in this government we only have 2 female ministers out of 19. So things continue to be difficult. And we have to observe that women in politics are constantly exposed to harassment from the press, harassment from the political establishment. I wanted to share my experience. Last year I was in Madrid, and I mentioned that I was the Speaker of Congress, and that we'd recently begun that session last July, and that we'd had a difficult year. We'd been suffering at the hands of the press and the social networks. And it was clear to me that one of the main reasons why we were being attacked by the press was precisely that we were women, because when we have a male Speaker of Parliament, that doesn't happen. So I think the first thing we need to do is change our mentality, as well as laws. Of course, legislation is important. The law on parity that I mentioned is important. Political quotas are important in many countries. But I think there's also a great deal that's left to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peru. It's a pleasure for me as a representative of Switzerland to take the chair for a few minutes and to give the floor to the next speaker from Uruguay, followed by Iran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. En la nota conceptual para el debate general.
In the concept note for this debate, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world, it said that history has shown that when we face a crisis, societies are better off if they invest in gender equality as a sustainable, effective and inclusive response. Further down, it said that gender-sensitive parliaments that have mechanisms and structures for gender equality and that invest in capacity to bring gender equality into their work are in a better position to take advantage of the circumstances when they face crises and so on. It's important to bring in equity and equality to overcome the personal difficulties that often are in place and to achieve full equality in society. In the history of Uruguay, we've had a number of great women that have taken us forward in various spheres, politics and others. In the past and today, they are tireless workers, they're committed mothers, children, grandmothers, colleagues, and they're able to give of themselves in many different roles. In Uruguay, in 1927, the first woman voted in our country in a secret ballot. That made Uruguay a pioneer in Latin America in enshrining the political rights of women in a historic step within a democratic framework. From that event, which was the fruit of tenacity on the part of women wanting to participate in political life and a firm decision and support from a government to approve the vote for women, we managed to consolidate full participation of all citizens, which led to the first woman in Parliament 80 years ago. A few years after that, the law on the civic rights of the woman was approved. That ensured that they had equal rights. One effect was that they were able to manage their own property, which had previously been in the hands of their fathers or husbands. From that point, progress was made in participation and representation of women in Uruguayan politics. However, although we've been recognized as a full democracy, we are still far from achieving the level of parity we'd like. To reduce the gap in political representation of women, we've brought in mechanisms to facilitate access and development of women in those positions. In 2009 and then in 2017, we established laws to ensure equal participation of both sexes in a number of different bodies. That was called the law on quotas. We also saw key forward steps with 2 bills on parity in political life in Uruguay more recently. We've also set up programs in different parts of the country to facilitate the participation of women with a view to contributing to increased presence of women in decision-making roles at all levels of government in a framework that fosters an equality-based culture in our national political system. Through the law on quotas, we've striven to include the female and male visions in Parliament. These 2 perspectives can enrich us in our imagination and our complementary experiences as a way of solving problems and rising to daily challenges. Concerning the number of roles, political participation of women in Uruguay wasn't significantly affected with the implementation of the law on quotas or with the debate on parity that stemmed from the bills that I mentioned. In our 2-chamber parliamentary system, we have around 25% in the lower chamber and over 30% in the upper chamber. In Article 8 of our Constitution, we're told that all people are equal before the law, and there is no distinction between them other than their merits. We believe in the ability of women to fulfill high-ranking positions, and we've set up a number of strategies to achieve that, based around democracy and education. Our state is a full democracy, and our history and tradition has led to that, because we've always had democratic parliaments that have been sensitive to the importance of using education to achieve social equality. That synergy between democracy and education has enabled us to serve as pioneers in the 20th century in achieving the participation of women in public life in our country. I'm terribly sorry, but your time is coming to an end, sir. At the beginning of the 20th century, our education reform brought about major change, which made primary education free of charge. It's difficult to believe that after all the time that's elapsed since then, we are still calling for the natural state of affairs to become a reality. We don't need a scientific proof of gender equality. We need a real situation in which women are equal to men. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Uruguay.
Thank you very much, Uruguay.
Is Iran, followed by Gambia.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the most important first step to help women is perhaps to listen to their stories and wonder how the end could have been different had they been given the chance to think and start differently. Like the story of the South Asian woman migrating alone to a Persian Gulf country to help provide for her family, but finds herself stuck and her employee's house enslaved, abused, and unable to return home. Or the story of the misguided American woman joining the military hoping to gain strength and serve her country, but is made to face a whole different battle when she is raped by her officer. Or the story of the European woman joining a well-known company to become economically independent, but then she is expected to do different tasks and favors than her male counterparts. And these, ladies and gentlemen, are not the exception. Reports show that 1 in 4 American women in military are assaulted by someone in their chain of command. When it comes to the workforce, according to one survey, 38% had been harassed. We also know that these violent crimes largely go unreported, and so the situation is much more dire than shown by these numbers. Now, steps have been taken by governments and international organizations to decrease these instances through ways such as helping more women reporting instances of abuse. And yet, despite all these efforts, we continue to face a global crisis. So, perhaps it's time we wondered if the reason we don't seem to be able to put an end to most of these tragic stories is that we haven't been reading them right, that we haven't started in the middle, that we have started in the middle and not from the start, because every one of those women who we talked about was one day born in a family and raised with a set of teachings. And as the world becomes more and more global village, and these teachings come from the mainstream media propagating liberal ways of life, many young girls are being raised with a different selection of ideas, values, and fears than the ones in their own often rich cultures and wise traditions. The fairly recent idea, for instance, that in order to be strong, a woman must serve in all same ways as do men. The value that is doing any job, regardless of their vulnerable to the specific risk as the form of their fathers as women. And the fear that if they are not economically independent from their fathers and husbands, they will be subjected to oppression and abuse. In my country, the Islamic Republic of Iran, we listened to women's story from the start. And so we realized that in order to empower them, we need to organize our efforts in a way that creates more possibilities for them since birth. Our policies are focused on facilitating marriages to help committed relationships, empowering heads of the family financially to prevent women having to work under unsafe circumstances, and providing safe spaces for women to study and work throughout their lives. Today, more than 70% of university students are women, and millions work in a range of jobs as teachers, doctors, entrepreneurs, lawyers, policewomen, firefighters, and more. And this family-oriented approach, we believe, has been helping Iranian women reach their fullest potential without worrying about being alone in their endeavors. But instead of being praised for their achievements and recognized for this successful approach, Iranian women have been portrayed as oppressed creatures without enough agency to control their own lives, let alone create a positive chance in their world. What's worse is that this propaganda has been used to place further politically motivated sanctions on Iranians and deprive these same women and their families. Iranian EB patients and others who often cannot access certain essential medical as a direct result of these sanctions, like Mahsa Amini, who died with a pre-existing medical condition following police custody, for instance, had struggled to find essential medicines following her brain surgery in childhood due to these very same sanctions. Iranian women have been through so much. Decades ago, they gave their all to topple a Western-supported dictator and became independent. And soon after, they voted for an Islamic Republic with a 98.2% majority. Their country was attacked by a U.S. ally, Iraq's Ba'athi regime, and they defended their country with empty hands. And ever since, they have been braving back, breaking illegal sanctions and inhuman unilateral coercive measures placed on them only because they dared to choose their own destiny. And in all their fights, they have had and will continue to have their men's full support. You see, Iranian women have been fighting their own battles and telling their own stories that start with the family, stories in which the battle is between the imperialists and nations seeking the right to self-determination, between the 1% and the 99%, not between the men and women. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Speaker of Iran. The floor is now to Gambia, followed by Kenya.
Madam President, distinguished delegate, I bring you warm greetings from the smiling coast of Africa, the Gambia. As head of delegation, I'm deeply honored and privileged to address the 145th IPU General Assembly taking place here in this beautiful city of Kigali, Rwanda. At the outset, I wish to thank President Paul Kagame for graciously attending and delivering the official opening statement of this auspicious assembly, as well to register on behalf of the Gambian delegation my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Rwanda and the IPU Secretariat for successfully hosting this auspicious occasion. Mr. President, the theme for the 145th IPU Assembly is gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. This issue has indeed been a simmering topic of discussion in recent years by all actors in the democratic decision-making process. It is coming at a time when the world is grappling with protracted political upheaval and insecurity as a result of prevalent policies of intolerance and discrimination across the globe. It is therefore very topical and could not be more relevant. While acknowledging that gender-sensitive parliament is in effect a recipe for gender equality, it is essentially in the best interest of a genuine and inclusive democracy. Mr. President, over the years, the responsibility of advocating gender equality rested entirely on few women and organizations. However, it is encouraging that the responsibility has now been shifted to parliaments as institutions representing diverse interests of all citizens. There is a glimmer of hope in the drive to promoting gender-sensitive parliaments, as many parliamentary institutions around the world are moving away from their traditional male-dominated membership towards advocating for more gender equality. However, implementing that change would involve looking at the institution itself with a critical eye, acknowledging unseen barriers that deter the presence of women, limit their participation, and or hinder progress toward gender equality. The key obstacles hindering gender equality are more of culture and religion. It is high time we break these barriers and elect women to leadership and decision-making positions. The government of the Gambia, under the leadership of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, is a staunch advocate and champion of gender equality and women empowerment. The Gambia has ratified and domesticated most regional and international conventions relating to women. At the National Forum, the Gambia also passed into law a Women's Act in 2010 and its amendment 2015, the Domestic Violence Act 2013 and the Sexual Offences Act 2013, the National Women Enterprise Fund Act as part of efforts to promote equal opportunity for women, and the long-term objective of this act is to create a women's bank to provide women entrepreneurs and organizations access to funds. A new gender policy 2023-2033 is being formulated to succeed the 2010-2020 policy on gender and women empowerment by the government through the Ministry of Gender in consultation with relevant stakeholders with aims at ensuring inclusion of women and demystifying the negative perceptions against them. Mr. President, furthermore, the government for the first time established a Directorate of Gender and Equality and Women Empowerment under the newly established Ministry of Gender as an additional testimony of its commitment to gender mainstreaming. Recently, the said Directorate reviewed and validated the final report on the list of issues and questions in relation to the 6th periodic report of the Gambia to the Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the CEDAW. As we speak, a new national gender streaming strategy bill has been formulated and will be tabled before the National Assembly for enactment. However, despite these advances, there is still room for improvement, more specifically on the participation and representation of women in governance. Notwithstanding, we would not rest on our laurels. We will continue to champion gender and women empowerment at the level of Parliament. I therefore urge the IPU, being the sole global parliamentary body, to provide the necessary tools to support parliaments in assessing and monitoring gender-sensitive in terms of their organizations and working procedures. It is also worth noting that gender-sensitive parliaments are not a simple and static phenomenon, but display a level of complexity and change across countries and time. There is not a single path that leads to gender sensitivity. One country may start from increasing the number of women MPs, while another may focus on creating more gender-sensitive governance and political parties. What is common for all is that gender-sensitive parliamentary institutions are more efficient and able to better respond to the needs of women and men. In conclusion, I would like to encourage all member parliaments of the IPU to make the most of the 145th Assembly by joining voices and efforts to making significant global impacts in the promotion of peace, gender equality, and sustainable development for the benefit of our people. I thank you all.
Thank you, Gambia. Now the floor is yours, Kenya, followed by Niger.
Madam President, honorable speakers of member parliaments and heads of delegations, honorable delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Parliament of Kenya delegation, I'd wish to register my thanks to the people, government and the Parliament of the Republic of Rwanda for hosting the 145th Interparliamentary Union Assembly. Honorable delegates, SDG number 5 proposes the achievement of gender equality and empower all women and girls. With target 5.1 speaking to ending all forms of discrimination against all women and girls everywhere. If we are to reduce the imbalance that disproportionately affects women and girls, we need to take up a role as champions for gender equality at national, regional, and global level. Honorable delegates, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 underscores the respect and protection of all rights and especially gender-based rights, and ensuring that all forms of discrimination, including violence against women, are explicitly prohibited. To this end, Article 28 of the Constitution guarantees every person inherent dignity and the right to have the dignity respected and protected. Article 27, Article 27(6), and Article 56 promotes the elimination of discriminative laws, customs, and practices relating to women, girls, and marginalized groups. Since the first woman was elected to Parliament in 1969 in Kenya, the political landscape in Kenya for a long time remained predominantly a male affair, thus disenfranchising our women. Article 97 of our Constitution now provides for the election of 47 women elected from each of our 47 counties to the National Assembly. Article 98 on the composition of the Senate provides for the nomination of 16 women members. Article 98 provides for the nomination of a man and a woman to represent the youth, whereas Article 98 provides for the nomination of a man and a woman to represent persons with disabilities in the Senate. With an enlightened public that appreciates the need to break the barriers to involvement of women in public affairs, there has been a steady increase in the number of women in both Houses of Parliament. This has seen the number of women MPs rising from 18 in the 11th Parliament to 21 in the case of the Senate, and for the National Assembly from 69 in the 11th Parliament to 82 in the 13th Parliament. Our standing orders of both houses support gender equality by obliging parliamentary political parties to observe the need for gender balance in appointing members to leadership offices and committees in the House. The current Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly and the former Deputy Speaker in the Senate are both women. In the 13th Parliament, women were elected to positions of the Deputy Majority Party Leaders and the Minority Party Whip in the Senate, and the Deputy Majority Party Whip and the Deputy Minority Party Whip in the National Assembly. Honorable delegates, in 2002, the Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, KWOPA, a caucus for women parliamentarians from both houses of Parliament, was established. The caucus advocates for women's rights with a vision of a society where women and men are equitably represented in Parliament. in decision-making in public and private spheres, and also to promote sustainable development. KEWOPA has been instrumental on matters on women and other special interest groups like children, PWDs, and other marginalized groups. The Parliamentary Service Commission, which is a constitutional body established to provide services and facilities to members and staff of Parliament, emphasizes achieving constitutional principles of equity in terms of gender, ethnic balance, and especially interest groups in empowerment and in employment opportunities. The Parliament of Kenya has established a policy on anti-harassment that protects female members and staffers from exploitation and workplace vulnerabilities. Distinguished delegates, to address the threat of counterproductive socioeconomic attitudes and practices to women's autonomy and well-being in Kenya, the Parliament has passed specific legislation and approved programs towards uplifting the status of women. Notably, among these laws include the Matrimonial Properties Act, the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act, the Children's Act, the Sexual Offences Act, the Counter Trafficking in Persons Act, the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act, and the Marriage Act. Establishing of government programs that empower women include Uwezo Fund to expand the access to finance through grants and credit to our women, Women Enterprise Fund, which has benefited over 800,000 women groups and resulted in the growth of women-owned enterprise. 3, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, NGAF, that has improved the livelihoods of vulnerable women, youth and persons with disabilities, children, and the elderly. Honourable delegates, the following actions may be considered by parliaments in devising ingenious ways to address the gender inequality. 1, gender quotas, through which the gender gap can be bridged, especially at the level of political parties. B, elimination of all obstacles to gender equality by making deliberate efforts to identify and address the root causes of gender inequalities and not just the symptoms. C, legislation that promote equal access for women and men to elective positions. D, mainstreaming gender in parliamentary work and enduring the rule of procedure. C, enhancing participation of women in parliament by ensuring that political conversations are inclusive, accommodative, and accommodate the view and position of both gender. And F, to address the information gap regarding the processes of participation of women in legislative work, and continuous and structured capacity building that enhance capacity of women parliamentarians on House procedure and rules, legislative development and policy analysis. Honourable delegates, the pursuit of gender equality.
Your time is over.
Where governance and social justice are shared value by both men and women. In the words of the late Kofi Annan, and I quote, "There is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of our women." I thank you.
Thank you to the Speaker of Kenya. Next speaker, Niger, followed by Greece.
Monsieur le Président,
President of IPU, dear parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank God who has enabled us to meet here in Kigali, Rwanda, for the 145th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union. This institution represents all countries of the world. I would also like to say to the Rwandan government and people on behalf of my delegation and in my own personal capacity that we're deeply grateful for the very warm welcome and authentically African hospitality that we enjoy. Sir, The theme of the general debate is gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. This is a very relevant theme indeed. Following various crises around the world, in world inequalities, and particularly those linked to gender, have unfortunately been accentuated. This is due to the socio-cultural factors which in many countries, in many of our countries, hamper efforts to eliminate or at least reduce these inequalities. And all this has compounded the effect of terrorism, climate change, and other more temporary crises. A deterioration in the situation has fostered terrorism in the Sahelian region, particularly in the area of the three borders. And that is by far the subject of greatest concern to my country, Niger, and I have the honor of heading its delegation here. It is therefore important to draw the attention of the international community to the drama experienced by some of our countries owing to insecurity resulting from the dislocation of Libya in 2011 following a foreign intervention in the country. In fact, foreign countries didn't take account of the warnings issued, mindful of this situation, by African countries, including Niger, which has a long border with Libya. In Niger, we pay a heavy price for insecurity with the tragedy we have experienced in terms of loss of human life, internal displacement. Millions of people have fled parts of the country. A lot of arable land cannot be cultivated. A lot of schools have been closed, together with medical clinics, which are the privileged target of terrorists. In order to attenuate the effect, major financial resources and other means have been used. The closure of school has a negative impact on progress made in terms of the combat against inequality based on gender. Indeed, women and children, unfortunately, are the bulk of the victims of insecurity. And this weighs heavily on progress that had been made in educating young girls, the key pillar of all our national policies in this area. However, despite all these difficulties, Niger has made appreciable progress when it comes to combating gender-based inequality. The National Assembly of Niger has not twiddled its thumbs. It has effectively helped the government in action designed to take account of the needs and interests of both men and women. You can see this in our different national policies, some of which call for approval by the National Assembly. Sir, the National Assembly of Niger has furthermore contributed to the implementation of the Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments adopted unanimously at the IPU Assembly held in Quebec. In this respect, I would like to underscore the significant progress made pertaining namely to attaining parity. There's been a considerable increase in the number of women parliamentarians. Niger has adopted a special law on 24 December, rounding off another law dating from 2019. According to this law, we now have a quota system at elections for government and state administration. Under Article 3, Paragraph 2 of this law, any list submitted by a political party or a group of political parties or a grouping of independent candidates must comprise at least 25% of men and women. This 25% quota has to be respected when proclaiming the results of the elections. Following this law, women's representation in Parliament, which was 17% under the previous legislature, moved up to 31%. Thus, we have a large number of women in our lower chamber. Furthermore, these women are represented in all the decision-making bodies of the national government and standing committees. In the Bureau of the National Assembly, women often chaired debates. Women often head various services. Women account for about 31% of members. I should also like to underscore the fact that the President of the Supreme Court of Justice is a woman. These efforts are being continued. Could you wind up, please, says the President. Your time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Niger.
Next speaker, Greece. Next and last speaker, Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin by condemning the new Russian attacks on Ukraine and the illegal annexation of the Ukrainian provinces by Russia. The war must be stopped. The revisionists must be defeated. We stand by Ukraine and we reiterate our firm position that the international law is our common ground and should be respected by all countries. And allow me to add that unilateral actions or even memorandums between countries that clearly violate international law are illegal and inadmissible, and therefore does not produce legal substance. Coming to our subject, gender equality touches many aspects of our lives, and although most of the societies have been working for decades to achieve gender equality, we are not there yet. One question should be answered: to what degree gender equality exists, and which are the necessary policies to be imposed in order to reassure gender equality? For example, in my country, in Greece, a national plan 2021 to 2025 on gender equality has elaborated and structured in 4 axes. First, the prevention and combating of violence against women and domestic violence. Secondly, comprising actions for the implementation of the Istanbul Convention. Third, the equal participation of women in decision-making processes, and fourth, the equal participation of women in the labour market. In this context, the new labour law includes provisions which aim at the empowerment of gender equality in the workplace and the elimination of sexual harassment. Furthermore, particular emphasis was given to initiatives and projects which promote the balance between work and family life, support working mothers, and support the creation of childcare units within large companies.
and that's a big motivation.
The 145th Assembly of the IPU and its related meetings will be held in Kigali, Rwanda, at the invitation of the Parliament of the Republic of Rwanda, under the theme Gender Equality and Gender-Sensitive Parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world.
Having parliaments that are gender sensitive is first of all a message from a government to say that we know that our country is made of men and women, and therefore at the decision-making level we should have men and women.
It's important to have gender-sensitive laws in place so that more girls and women can be actively involved into addressing issues that we face globally today, such as food insecurities or climate change, among others.
Having a gender-sensitive parliament to me as a businesswoman means having a bigger representation and a bigger voice that speaks out for women in business. It also means that we are going to have more women influencing business policies so that they may be friendly to women who are joining the business sector.
We are pleased to welcome speakers of parliaments and other delegates to the 145th IPU Assembly. We wish you a comfortable stay in Rwanda. Welcome to Rwanda. Murakaza neza mu Rwanda. Bienvenue au Rwanda. Through a gender-responsive constitution, Rwanda has achieved and even surpassed gender parity.
The government of Rwanda has put a lot of effort towards ensuring that both boys and girls have access to education equally. Girls are now able to pursue different fields of studies, including the ones that have deemed predominantly male.
The government has reinforced having women in bigger positions and creating a safe environment for them to step out and build their dreams. So that has really motivated me to see that there is no limit to what I can achieve, especially because of my gender, and that's a big motivation.
The 145th Assembly of the IPU and its related meetings will be held in Kigali, Rwanda, at the invitation of the Parliament of the Republic of Rwanda, under the theme Gender Equality and Gender-Sensitive Parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world.
Having parliaments that are gender sensitive is first of all a message from a government to say that we know that our country is made of men and women, and therefore at the decision-making level we should have men and women.
It's important to have gender-sensitive laws in place so that more girls and women can be actively involved into addressing issues that we face globally today, such as food insecurities or climate change, among others.
Having a gender-sensitive parliament to me as a businesswoman means having a bigger representation and a bigger voice that speaks out for women in business. It also means that we are going to have more women influencing business policies so that they may be friendly to women who are joining the business sector.
We are pleased to welcome speakers of parliaments and other delegates to the 145th IPU Assembly. We wish you a comfortable stay in Rwanda. Welcome to Rwanda. Murakaza neza mu Rwanda. Bienvenue au Rwanda.
Your attention, please. I ask everyone to take the seats so that we are going to start our session of this afternoon. Can you please take your seats? Okay. Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am here to be back to preside over this assembly. the afternoon session, we are going to continue our general debate. But I would like to let you know that at around between 4 and 4:30, we will have a special segment on gender-sensitive parliaments. We'll have 2-3 speakers, and then we'll resume the general debate. For this afternoon, we are going to start with Argentina. Argentina will be followed by Belgium. Argentina, you have the floor.
Muy buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon to you. I'd like to begin by thanking the Rwandan Parliament and people for being such warm hosts. For societies to be fairer, governing institutions must foster gender equality. They should ensure that all individuals, regardless of their gender, their sexual identity, their religion, the colour of their skin, or their ethnic origin, be listened to equally and enjoy full participation in the most pressing debates in each country. We say this very often, but we don't often put it into practice, or at least we don't respond to it with the necessary force when we see acts of violence or discrimination occurring around us. I invite everyone here to renew their commitment to eradicating these scourges. Let us make equality a collective construct that is ever more robust and real. As legislators, we're responsible for leading by example. There is no democracy if there's no respect for diversity, dialogue and tolerance. Because when violence makes its presence known, the rule of law evaporates, and along with it, our freedoms and opportunities to develop evaporate too. I'd like to tell you that the Republic of Argentina has changed a great deal since the 1st of September. On that date, a man attempted to assassinate the President of the Senate and the Vice President of the nation of Argentina, Dr. Cristina Fernández de Kirchner. At that time, we felt the fragility of the democratic system in the face of hate crimes. The debate here is dedicated to peace and gender equality, and I'm convinced that we cannot remain silent before such acts of aggression and political violence towards women. On the 10th of October, we met as GRULAC, the geopolitical group of Latin America and the Caribbean of this Interparliamentary Union, and at that session we unanimously approved a declaration that fully condemned that attempted assassination. I'll read that now. The below signed delegations of the geopolitical group of Latin America and the Caribbean, GRULAC, in the framework of the Interparliamentary Union, express their most forceful condemnation of the attempted assassination perpetrated against the President of the Honourable Senate and Vice President of the Argentine nation, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner, recognising that gender equality and the fight against all forms of violence should be a priority for both men and women and a prerequisite for true democracy. Responding to the responsibility to defend women who fall victim to political violence as parliaments, looking to the safeguarding of inclusive and democratic institutions, stressing that the Interparliamentary Union is one of the pioneering organisations in the world in light of its work to strengthen democracy and equity, understanding the pressing need to consolidate political tolerance and dialogue to find solutions to the challenges that society faces, recognizing that the notion of democracy is based on the right of every individual to participate in public affairs through representative parliamentary institutions that respect the will of the people expressed through elections, stressing the relevance of the increase in the presence of women as leaders within Parliament, particularly as speakers of Parliament, who represent political empowerment of women in general. In light of all of this, and as parliamentarians of both genders and members of the IPU, we firmly condemn the attempted assassination in question, bearing in mind that it was part of a plot of political violence, misogyny, and encouragement to hate. We call for the prompt investigation of this hateful act. We encourage manifestations of solidarity and support following this attack. We, as the IPU, encourage assistance for the President of the Argentine Senate and any woman who suffers from political violence and similar situations of harassment. We call for the defence of democracy, stressing the institutional gravity of acts of this type, which erode the basis of democracy and mark an attempt on the values that we seek to foster as the IPU, as well as those related to the respect for diversity, the fight for equity, dialogue, peace, and the rule of law. Parliamentarians, I would call upon all the parliaments of the world to express their denunciation of this attempted assassination of our Vice President. We're holding this assembly in a country which continues in living memory to suffer from the wounds of a brutal genocide. Just as in Argentina, we remember the terrorism that was sponsored by our state under the last dictatorship. Let's say never again to hate and anything that makes these terrible problems a reality. Thank you. Thank you very much. The floor now goes to Belgium, and Belgium will be followed by Vietnam. Belgium, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, it is once again a great honor to be here with all of you today and to represent my country, Belgium, in this distinguished assembly. I feel particularly privileged and humbled as young MP to have the right to address today's general debate on gender equality in front of all of you. Indeed, many women in the world don't enjoy the same freedom. So before turning to my proper speech, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to acknowledge first the courage of all girls and women around the world who have been abused, who have been persecuted, who have been killed for simply trying to be who they are. I am today thinking of the death of Mahsa Amini while in the custody of Iran's morality police. I am thinking of Anna, who was 50 when she was raped by Russian soldier 70 kilometers west of Kiev in Ukraine. I am thinking of women's rights activists in Afghanistan who dared to face the brutality of the Taliban to defend their right to go to school. Even in times of peace, the overturning by the US Supreme Court of the long-standing constitutional right to abortion demonstrates how quickly the gender equality achievements can be destroyed. Chers collègues,
dear colleagues, in this fight for equality, our parliaments have a crucial role to play. And with your permission, I would like today to underscore some of the progress that we've made in my country, Belgium. We are the second country in the world to have made same-sex marriage possible in 2003, and we are particularly proud of that. We're also proud as right-wing centre and left-wing parties to have voted in a law against discrimination in the same year, which also enabled homosexual couples to adopt in 2006 and to enable lesbian women to undertake medically assisted procreation. And we've also enabled our citizens to modify their gender and their name very easily in their municipality. We also have a federal plan for an LGBTQI+ friendly Belgium, which contains a number of measures that have been put forward by various ministries, and this includes, amongst other things, a ban on conversion therapy. I'm also thinking about free access to contraception for women under 25 and other measures that have been taken beyond Belgium's borders. For example, in Ukraine, we help all victims of sexual violence. In Poland, we've been assisting women who want to abort but are currently in danger as a result of that. As a parliamentarian, I'd also like to underscore the importance of representation of women in the political sphere. The number of women elected in Belgium is constantly increasing, but we should mention that, and a man should be able to say that we can do a great deal more. The figure currently stands at 43.8%, but we can and should achieve parity, as is the case here in Rwanda, by 2030, and I fervently hope that that will be the case. We have two women here in Belgium, I beg your pardon, who preside over our two chambers, and that's first in a period of 200 years. However, not everything is rosy. As I stand here speaking to you, we're deploring 70 murders of women in Belgium, and the creation of centres of political action for victims of gender-based violence is more essential than ever. Finally, to conclude my statement, I would like to stress the need for men as well to speak out and really wage this fight for gender equality. We really can't just state that equality is a matter for women. No, men need to engage with this with conviction and with political will, because otherwise there will be no true emancipation, there will be no true equality.
I would like, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to underline the importance of intersectionality. The fight towards inequality cannot be separated from the fight against other discriminations, such as racism. In order to fight gender equality and defend the rights of the LGBTQI community, it is crucial not to work in silo, but to realize that discriminations are multiple and overlapping. And that is my conclusion. Gender equality is for all people from all religious beliefs, from all origins, including people with a handicap, with a migration background, and so on. Equality is a promise for everyone in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Vietnam. Vietnam will be followed by Armenia. Vietnam, the floor is yours.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of the delegation of Vietnam, I would like to express our thanks and appreciation to the Parliament of Rwanda and IPU for the huge efforts in making this assembly a reality. It is indeed a privilege and to be in a beautiful country of Africa with a very special history. Ladies and gentlemen, gender equality is a basic human right and a goal of countries and an important measure to access the progress and development of society, of which gender equality in parliaments is considered one of the most important agenda, creating opportunities for women to speak, to promote their talents, to express their view in the process of policy making, and at the same time to serve as the drivers for change for the more resilient and peaceful world. We highly appreciate the active role of IPU over the years in protecting and promoting human rights, assisting member parliaments in enhancing cooperation, exchanging experiences, and offering solutions to promote gender equality and put an end to violence against women. Vietnam attaches great importance to gender equality and the advancement of women. The National Assembly of Vietnam has actively promoted legislation related to gender in order to ensure and promote gender equality and women empowerment. Review and eliminate gender bias stipulation, ensure gender mainstreaming in law and ordinance drafting program. The number of legal documents which are examined to incorporate gender equality and increase over the years. Gender equality is also mainstream in the process of oversight and decision-making on the important national issues, especially in budget allocation. On another aspect, the current proportion of women in our National Assembly is 30.26%. The Women Parliamentarian Group was established in the 12th legislature and has continued to operate in the 13, 14, and 15 legislature. This group was established with the goal to creating a forum for female deputies to meet, exchange, and share experiences, creating a common voice on the issues related to gender equality in the National Assembly activities, and at the same time to support to their function better and perform more effectively. In order to contribute to ensuring gender equality towards a more peaceful and resilient world, the Vietnamese delegation would like to propose. Firstly, it is necessary to improve the system of national policy to create an enabling legal corridor for promoting gender equality, as well as the implementation of such policies. Secondly, more work should be done to strengthen the voice and participation of women in the process of United Nations bodies and international forum on women to better ensure women's rights and women empowerment. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Morocco, and Morocco will be followed by Armenia. Honorable, the floor is yours.
السيد رئيس الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي.
President of the IPU, Speaker of Rwanda, dear parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I would like first of all to warmly thank Rwanda, its government and its people for having hosted the work of this assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the question we have decided to discuss at this assembly, namely gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, this theme is of paramount importance. It is a very opportune topic, which is a keen concern of the Kingdom of Morocco, which is following up and evaluating the situation on a permanent basis, both from a legal, cultural, and economic stance, and with a view to the development of our country. The idea is not just to give women a quota, foster more women in high-ranking positions. What we need to do is to create a culture based on effective participation, equality between men and women, both in public and private life. So in Morocco, we have adopted the recommendations of the 127th session of the IPU, the conference held in Quebec in 2012, which adopted the plan of action for gender-sensitive parliaments. This plan of action is compatible with the transition already underway in Morocco at the time since 2002. The Moroccan Parliament, when it comes to women's representation, has made great progress. In 1993, we had 2 women parliamentarians. In 2021, we had 96. One can say that this is great progress in qualitative and quantitative terms. Currently, we are overcoming hesitations as to greater women participation in political and cultural life. We have women representatives on the Shura Council. We have carried out various legislative reforms in Morocco ever since we adopted the constitution in our chamber, in our lower house. We have 14 representatives, but there were only 12 in 2015. We have legislation to reinforce equality between men and women. The idea is to refuse any kind of gender-based discrimination. Our constitution bans any kind of discrimination based on religion, gender, social or regional origin, or handicap. In fact, the provisions of our Constitution provide for equality between men and women in all areas, in particular when it comes to social and economic rights. All this is set out in the various chapters of our Constitution. We have a parity commission which was set up under Chapter 13 of our Constitution. A law has been adopted to create this commission. That dates from 2017. And in 2015, we adopted a bill to ratify the optional protocol of CEDAW. By the same token, the law on personal status in Morocco is a major change. It denotes great progress in women's and children's rights. This law was modified in favor of women, particularly when it comes to women's rights to marriage, to ask for divorce, to have custody of children, and Moroccan mothers can now give their nationality to their children if they are married to a foreigner. Now, as to political parties, Morocco has sought to promote the political participation of women. The country is aware of the fact that women are truly responsible when it comes to occupying senior positions. It is up to Parliament to promote women's participation. Now, when it comes to combating violence against women, we adopted a law banning violence against women. This law dates from 2018. Sanctions, penalties have been laid down in certain cases like sexual harassment, forced marriage, and institutional mechanisms have been set up to give the necessary care to women who are victims of domestic violence. In this manner, we have created the National Commission and other local and regional commissions to care for women who are victims of gender-based violence. Awareness-building campaigns have been carried out on a permanent basis to combat this scourge. We have similarly rolled out a program according to the guidelines given by the King. The idea is to have a gender parity in our country. Of course, what women want coincide with what the king wants as well. We fully believe that it's important to achieve parity between men and women. We need to combine our efforts and spare no efforts to achieve our goals. In Morocco, equality between men and women is just a starting point. The idea is to create a prosperous society together with a democratic state that equally respects both men and women. Just one last word. On behalf of my delegation and behalf of all Moroccan women, I would like to congratulate the Speaker of the Rwandan lower house, and I would like to send our greetings to all Rwandan children who have educated their children and helped to rebuild the country. Thank you.
The floor is now to Armenia. Armenia will be followed by Take. Armenia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, dear colleagues, in 2018, a peaceful Velvet Revolution took place in Armenia. The people of Armenia choose democracy as the only guarantee for peace and prosperity. The participation of women and youth in the revolution was enormous and unprecedented. The involvement of women in the political life and decision-making process of Armenia is the normal development of democratic processes which we put on institutional foundations by making reforms in the legislation. Today, 34% of our parliament is represented by women, and 70% of it are young parliamentarians. Dear colleagues, unfortunately, today the young democracy of Armenia is in danger. On the 13th of September 2022, Azerbaijan launched a large-scale attack on the sovereign territory of our country. With this totally unprovoked act of aggression, Azerbaijan targeted civilian infrastructure in towns and villages of Armenia, causing hundreds of human life losses, including civilians. There is appalling evidence of cases of murder of unarmed Armenian prisoners of war, torture and mutilation of captured and dead soldiers, including women. Critical infrastructure and houses in several Armenian regions were destroyed or heavily damaged, causing serious material and environmental losses. Around 30,000 Armenian school children cannot attend school because of the interrupted educational process. On September 15, an extraordinary meeting of the UN Security Council was convened to discuss the issue. During the discussion, many strong and addressed statements were made, especially by women. Armenia continues to use all possible international mechanisms to restore our territorial integrity and ensure peace in the region. Today, thanks to our international partners, there is a fragile ceasefire and an important decision of establishment of an EU civilian mission in Armenia, which is a necessity for Armenia. Dear women parliamentarians, I am appealing to you on behalf of my fellow parliamentarians. We expect to hear your voices of condemnation for Azerbaijan and believe that strong statements by our international partners will make Azerbaijan to withdraw the troops from our sovereign territory, will make Azerbaijan to return all Armenian prisoners of war, and will prevent further aggression from their side. We really believe in the importance of women's participation in the process of bringing peace to our countries. Once again, we would like to reiterate our commitment to peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Turkey. Turkey will be followed by Maldives. Turkey, the floor is yours.
The
distinguished speakers of Parliament, esteemed colleagues and dear guests. I am utterly pleased to be with you on the occasion of the 145th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union. Turkey has set itself a fundamental goal of improving the living standards and rights of women, ensuring their full and equal participation in all areas of life, and strengthening their status in society. Our motto in this regard is strong women, strong family, and strong society. Equality of women and men before the law is one of the basic principles of the Turkish constitution. The constitutional amendment made in 2010 further strengthened the legal foundation of women's human rights by introducing the concept of positive discrimination for vulnerable groups such as women, children, and people with disabilities. In addition, the Civil Code and the Penal Code, which are the two basic laws of the Turkish legal system, have been substantially renewed, and significant gains have been achieved in the issues related to the women's rights. Necessary reforms were also made in the labor law in 2003 in order to ensure that employers respect the principle of equality between women and men, and that there is no discrimination among employees on the basis of sex. The way for a country to take its place among the countries that have achieved sustainable development is through the economic and social empowerment of women. Empowering women is an extremely vital goal in terms of ensuring their access to their individual rights and interests and strengthening our family and social structure. In our country, especially in the last 20 years, we have made and continue to make constitutional and legal reforms in the fields of strengthening the social status of women, ensuring equal opportunities for women and men, protecting the human rights of women, and eliminating violence and abuse against women. We carry out our work for women in 3 axes: empowerment of women, combating violence against women, and combating early and forced marriages. There is no barrier in our national legislation, especially the Constitution, the labor law, and the law on civil servants, that prevents women's participation in working life. Turkey became a party to the CEDAW Convention, the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, in 1985, and to the Optional Protocol in 2002. Many legal regulations have been implemented in our country, such as encouraging women's employment and entrepreneurship, combating informal employment of women, and ensuring harmony between work and family life. Additionally, European Social Charter, which is the European Convention on Social Rights, and the ILO conventions that directly and indirectly affect women's employment have been adopted by Turkey as well. Dear participants, in 2009, the Committee on Equality of Opportunity for Women and Men, KEFEK in short, was established under the Grand National Assembly of Turkey to monitor the national and international developments regarding the protection and development of women's rights and ensuring equality between women and men, to inform the Grand National Assembly of Turkey about such developments, to discuss the fundamental and subsidiary matters that have been submitted to its attention, to present opinions to the specialized committees on draft laws and bills and decree laws submitted to the GNAT. The Committee on Equality of Opportunity for Women and Men functions vitally in the implementation of the necessary legal regulations in this field. We have also invested heavily in the education of girls in the fields of science and technology. One of the most important initiatives to ensure equality of opportunity for women and men in Turkey is the planning and budgeting that is sensitive to equality of women and men. Budgets are extremely important policy documents in the context of equal opportunities for women and men. Public expenditures and thus the services provided by the public sector may affect men and women differently. The budgets can increase or decrease inequality of opportunity. In this way, it is aimed to look at the budget process from the perspective of equality of opportunity and to identify and prevent situations that create inequality in public expenditures and services. Our aim here is to create a society where women and men can access equal rights and opportunities by making the ongoing budgeting and planning in the central and local government responsive to the equality of women and men. Distinguished colleagues, the COVID-19 pandemic has adversely affected the lives of all people in the world, regardless of wealth or social status. We have taken all necessary measures to prevent the pandemic from disproportionately affecting women and their economic freedom. Our determination to combat violence against women also continues. The law number 6284 on the protection of family and prevention of violence against women, which is the highly comprehensive law, was unanimously adopted by the Grand National Assembly of Turkey and entered into force in 2012. The fourth National Action Plan to combat violence against women, covering the period from 2021 to 2025, was announced in July 2021. Based on the principle of zero tolerance for violence against women, this action plan aims at improving access to justice, ensuring the effective implementation of relevant legislation, strengthening institutional cooperation and policy development, taking preventive measures and raising public awareness. Moreover, I would like to underline that as a parliament that is sensitive to equality between women and men, the Grand National Assembly of Turkey plays an important role. In conclusion, I believe that parliaments have a vital role in ensuring equality between women and men, and I would like to underline once again that the Grand National Assembly of Turkey has taken important steps to strengthen the status of women, especially in the last 20 years. I would like to express my belief that we will make our world a more livable, peaceful and prosperous place for all humanity, especially women, through our joint efforts to ensure equality between women and men. As I conclude my words, I greet you respectfully. We would like to thank the Republic of Rwanda for their hospitality and wish our assembly to be productive. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Maldives. Maldives will be followed by Mozambique.
Thank you, Madam President. The road to attaining gender equality often feels like one step forward and two steps back. It has never felt more so than over the past couple of years. The ravages of COVID for all of us, the threats to women's reproductive rights, the threats to women's education rights in Afghanistan and elsewhere, the rise and effect of religious extremism in the Sahel, in my own country and elsewhere, the effects of environmental degradation in Pakistan and elsewhere, war in Ukraine and armed conflict everywhere. These have had very direct, very negative impacts on the lives of women. It is now well documented that gender disparities and inequality and violence increases in times of distress. Women become more vulnerable during times of general vulnerability, and the past couple of years have certainly been a time of vulnerability and distress. It is our role as parliamentarians and policymakers and leaders of our communities to ensure that the fallout of these crises are mitigated, to be better prepared, but also to correct the course as urgently and as effectively as we can. Before I continue, let me please thank the IPU, the people of Rwanda, and the Parliament of Rwanda. The topic of this Assembly's general debate is one that is vital and certainly vital to the Parliament of the Maldives, to the People's Majlis, and a question that we try and address in our work every day. As we mark the 10th anniversary of the Action Plan, we must start by looking at and acknowledging the progress made thus far. As the legislative branch of the state, we have tried in the Maldives Parliament to offer legal and financial backing to gender equality policies. Over the last decade, the Maldives Parliament has enacted the Domestic Violence Prevention Act, the Gender Equality Law, the Prevention of Gender-Based Harassment and Violence Act, and the Gender Crimes Act. Over the last 3 years of this Parliament, we have systematically increased the budget allocated to the Ministry of Gender, Family and Social Services, including for family and children centres, for single parents, for orphanages, and for victims of domestic violence. We've passed a milestone Child Protection Act with a significant change in the legal protection for children and establishing a special ombudsperson for the protection of child rights. We've revised the Criminal Procedures Act to include rape and sexual offences as grave criminal offences. We've amended the Local Councils Act to allocate 33% council seats for women. And for the first time, we've put women at the Supreme Court of the Maldives. Mindful of the increased burden on the care workers during the pandemic, we've approved and implemented a non-practicing allowance for social workers who are largely women. Maternity leave in the Maldives has been increased to 6 months paid leave. The Maldives Parliament constituted a standing parliamentary committee on human rights and gender for the first time. The committee has done extensive work on issues that have hitherto been largely ignored, including addressing sexual abuse cases submitted by private individuals, child abuse cases, and sexual abuse cases in schools. We've conducted a parliamentary inquiry into systematic gender discrimination, and the Maldives Parliament over the last 3 years have also conducted a number of practice parliament workshops for women in collaboration with the UNDP. That's what we've done. That's what we've established. But certainly for the Maldives, there is still a long way to go, as evidenced by the very real and apparent gender gaps in our society. These inequalities and these threats take different forms, from child abuse to domestic violence, to rape, to other forms of physical violence and deprivations, to unequal opportunities in social, economic, and political life. Women in the Maldives lack appropriate representation in the political sphere. There are only 4 women in the Maldives Parliament. That's also 4%. And over the last election cycles, the past decade has shown the number of women seeking public office is decreasing in both number and percentages. Nearly all leadership positions in all political parties are taken up by women, taken up by men, although women are a strong force in political activism in the country, but this is never related when it comes to holding public office. There is a significant gender gap in women's participation in the labor force, and religious extremism and related rhetoric are on the rise in the Maldives. We all know the serious impacts on the rights of women and girls that religious extremism has. Even a quick glance at Maldives social media and mass media show insupportable misogyny and sexism, and I might go in so far as to say it feels like my society is becoming perceptibly and anecdotally more intolerant than more tolerant. The pandemic, as with all of our countries, has exposed alarming trends and made more acute existing problems that were already there for women. Clearly, significant work needs to be done to address the underlying socioeconomic and political inequalities faced by the women in the Maldives. Current worldwide trends, ongoing conflicts, as well as the aftermath of the pandemic, suggests we are likely to see setbacks in gender equality and in the protection of the rights of women and children. And while this strains our budgets and our human and non-human resources further, our responses need to become fiercer and more urgent. And for that, parliaments have a meaningful role to play, and we must all commit to and continue to commit ourselves every day. As one of 4 women returned to office in the Maldives Parliament over the last 3 election cycles, and as the Deputy Speaker of the Maldives Parliament, I'm very mindful of the extra responsibility that I have. And I look to you, Rwanda Parliament, for inspiration and for hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Now the floor is to Mozambique. Mozambique will be followed by Italy. Mozambique, the floor is yours.
Senhora Presidente da Assembleia Geral e digníssima
Mr. President of Inter-Parliamentary Union, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Presidents of Parliament here, Presidents, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, equality between women and men is a human rights, is necessarily intrinsic nature, is enabler of inequalities at all levels. Social and political roles of inequality perpetuate cycles of poverty and scenarios of violence that could be and are preventable. Here, legislation, parliaments, civil society, and other actors play a crucial role. Empowerment aims at balancing power between men and women by creating the conditions for women to be autonomous in their decisions and how they manage their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, in my country, Mozambique, the Constitution of the Republic enshrines the equality of all people before the law, regardless of their color, race, sex, ethnic origin, place of birth, religion, level of education, social position, marital status, profession, and political option. The vast and advanced legal normative protection in the Republic of Mozambique and its adhesion to various regional and international instruments concerning gender equality demonstrate the serious concern of the state and of society regarding the persistence of inequalities between men and women in Mozambique. It also corroborates the understanding of the genuine concern of the state with the pursuit of effective gender equality in the country. The fact that Mozambique has created a Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Action at government level, as well as the Office of Women Parliamentarian at the level of the Assembly of the Republic, and also being signatory of different instruments of law, both regional and international, resulting from its ratification and subsequent reception in the national legal order. In order to consolidate the instruments above mentioned and to guarantee its operationalization, the government approved through resolution number 19/2007 of May 15th of Council of Ministers the gender policy and its implementation strategy, which establishes guidelines with the purpose of allowing the taking of decisions and identification of actions for the elevation of the status of women and gender equality. Today, we have tangible results in including women in decision-making bodies. From a total of 22 ministers that make up the government of Mozambique, the presence of women has increased from 10 women at the beginning of the current mandate, January 2020, to represent 50% since March 2022. With this, Mozambique achieved at the government level the gender parity target, 50-50, which puts the country in the list of 14 countries in the world that have already achieved this fact, or this feat, being the third in the African continent. It is worth adding that we also have the leadership of women in other various bodies, such as the Assembly of the Republic, the Constitutional Council, the Administrative Court, the Attorney General's Office, among others. From the 250 MPs, and 108, 43% are women. This is thanks to His Excellency Felipe Jacinto, President of the Republic of Mozambique. Excellencies, in conclusion, 2 words, both of gratitude. Firstly, an acknowledge thank you to each one of you, to each one of the countries you represent. In short, to the planetary community for the unconditional and total support for the candidacy of Mozambique as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. From next year onwards and throughout the biennium 2023 and 24, Mozambique, with its experience, will certainly make its contribution to world security and peace. Secondly, mora cose to this great Rwandan nation for the excellent and therefore memorable welcome given to the distinguished participants of the 145th IPU General Assembly, and as regards, particularly my country, for Rwanda consenting that its sons, through various sacrifices, join our defense and security forces at the SADC contingent in the fight against terrorism in the some districts of the provinces of Cabo Delgado, Niassa and Nampula, or in the northern region. Mora Cose Shani, His Excellency Paulo Kagame, Honorable President of the Republic of Rwanda and prelate son of Mother Africa. Parliament, government and other relevant public and private institutions of this marvelous country. Merci beaucoup, great and brotherly people of Rwanda. I extend this sincere and grateful thanks to SADC and all countries of the world that directly or indirectly contribute to the re-establishment of stability in the areas once occupied by terrorists. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Italy. Italy will be followed by Syria.
Thanks, Madam President, Excellencies, dear colleagues. Let me thank again IPU for the outstanding organization, but especially Rwanda for the warm and friendly welcome and for the improvement that they are able to do in the gender equality. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres recently said, gender equality is the unfinished business of our time. Gender equality can be seen as the catalyst of several policy challenges and goals. Over 20 years after UN Security Resolution 1325, it's important as ever to ensure women representation in all matters concerning peace and security. Against this background, which shows the contents of a long-term struggle, we must place those experiences and lives that will leave a stamp on our era. Today I want to focus on three of these unfortunately numerous demonstrations of how much work there is still to be done. The first experience relates to the shocking developments of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Since 24th February, the world has changed. The most dangerous crisis in many decades have broken out. That is food and energy crisis. But above all, the life of entire people has been turned upside down. These people are forced to suffer systematic war crimes and human rights violations. We know that there are people who think that the hope for peace is one and the same of the absurd claim to be left in peace. We know that there are people who want to teach the brave Ukrainian people how to resist, people that want to equate victims and aggressor. To these people, I want to say, go and explain these ideas to the 6 million of refugees, to the elderly, to the children, to the women. Women are more vulnerable because, as seen in the temporarily occupied areas of Ukraine, they are regularly targeted by such war tactics as rape and sexual assault. We will not forget the women's voices in Ukraine, just like we will not forget Russian crimes against them. The second relates to women in Afghanistan. Let's face it, after the hasty withdrawal of the international troops and the consequent emotional impact that is generated, the world has forgotten the Afghans. I am happy that the Afghan parliament in exile has been admitted here as an observer, but is not enough. Because if it is true that many and forgotten women in Afghanistan, it's equally true that Taliban criminals have not forgotten them. The Taliban's first goal was to bring women back into a state of submission and systematical denial of their fundamental rights. Forced marriage, sexual abuse, repressive public morals are against the rule. But the thing that worked hard on was the education ban for women. Taliban violence knows very well the phrase uttered by the great Ghanaian pedagogue James M. McWherry agree. If you educate a man, you educate an individual. If you educate a woman, you educate a nation. Precisely for that, the Taliban are against them. The third story I want to mention is the brutal repression taking place in Iran. The brutal killing of Masha and many other Italian women is not a propaganda. We are seeing the dire consequences of the so-called Mullah police in the streets of Tehran. I want to say forcefully, there is no revolutionary morality in what they are doing. Their behavior is immoral, violent, and lacks humanity. We support those women who cut their hair and a sign of solidarity. We support those women who claim their life and their freedom. Woman, life, freedom is our cry before the world. Women are the main victims of the world's forced migration, repression and violence by authoritarian regimes. They are victims of terrorism and threatened by male violence even when they are at home. I believe the root cause of all this is the fear that our society might change for real. We must know that women, even when they are victims, cannot be represented exclusively as victims with benevolent paternalism. No, women must be seen for their extraordinary potential and strength, for the resilience that, despite centuries of hardship, they continue to have. For this reason, as parliamentarians, as male parliamentarians, we must know that we will have to fight together with women, knowing that we have to give up unfair privileges which we do not deserve as men, but which are the reflection of an unfair society. If there are few female parliamentarians, then we have to cut the seats for the men. If a woman's wages is lower than of the men for the same job, then the woman's wage must be raised to the man's wage, must be decreased. If a man thinks he can decide, make a decision on which are for women to make, that is above all of women, we change his dull mentality. No one, I finish, ever carved in stone that things must stay what way. We men, must change our behavior and our patriarchal mindset. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Italy, the floor is now to Syria. Syria will be followed by Indonesia.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is my honor to convey to you the salutations of His Excellency, the Speaker of the Syrian Parliament and its membership. We wish you all a successful meeting and positive outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, because we are Syrian, we love life. And because we celebrate life and we come from the land of civilizations, we still find a way to communicate and relate. Our participation here today is the biggest expression of this celebration, despite the fact that Syria stands alone in its fight against the Israeli entity, the American agenda, terrorists, the dark forces of Takfiri ideology, on behalf of the entire world. We are aware that the whole world has made its way towards change, and the future belongs to peoples who fight for righteous and rightful causes. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, legislation is the main gateway to contribute to the development of society with all its factions. It is the main gateway for a safe and sound future, especially that in Syria we are still amidst a war that has cast its shadow on all factions of the Syrian social fabric. Women have paid a heavy toll because women belong to one of the most vulnerable and weakest sections of society. Our Council, therefore, adopted a number of amendments, especially in its session of February 2019, in order to introduce very important amendments to the Personal Status Act, pertaining mainly to the rights of women, children, and social structures. These amendments are very important because they came in response to the needs of citizens and society as a whole, but also in response to the latest changes that have occurred in our social life. These amendments were also consistent with our constitution, national legislations, and international instruments. Most importantly, our constitution guarantees gender equality and provides for the legislation of texts that are non-discriminatory so as to pave the way ahead for more gender equality. Despite the fact that the Syrian constitution clearly and explicitly states that citizens are equal in rights and obligations and that there should be no discrimination because of sex, race, origins, language, or religion, we still have a lot of work to do in order to guarantee equality between men and women and protect women from gender-based violence. Ladies and gentlemen, we aspire in Syria for a society that is built on healthy and sound foundations, because this is necessary for us, especially that we are still facing the Israeli aggressive machine war that has violated our lands and left its vicious touch on everything in Syria. I can say with almost certainty that no one can be spared by any crisis or any disaster that occurs in our region. Any bombing or explosion in any Arab capital will echo everywhere, even in the Western world. This furthermore proves that our world is interconnected in this era of digital transformation and technology. Therefore, I will not delve into the details of describing the situation that we are living in, especially that we are missing a lot of basic commodities, especially food commodities, medication, fuel for heating, as a result of unilaterally imposed sanctions that are collectively punishing the Syrian people. Despite all of that, the state in Syria has exerted its utmost efforts to improve the humanitarian situation in Syria. It has cooperated and facilitated the work of the United Nations in order to promote and facilitate access to humanitarian aid for those who need it most, but also to implement plans of early recovery as provided for by Security Council Resolution 2642, despite certain reservations that we have about this resolution, because it might contribute to some extent in improving the humanitarian situation in Syria. All of that, of course, will be contingent upon Western and European states' respect of their obligations in terms of the provisions pertaining to the distribution of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of the plan on early recovery, especially when it comes to the provision of electricity and water. We will only be able to move ahead when all states realize together that great nations cannot be great with arrogance and military might, but they can be great with the respect of international law and UN Charter and renouncing selfishness and selfish means. The way through which the world has dealt with many international causes has proven that the dilemma of our world today lies in the fact that it does not move until after the harm is done, until after the crisis falls upon us. Therefore, we need independent, autonomous, objective voices that call for justice to be restored. We call upon everyone to make the right and sound decision to provide a better future, not only for us, but for generations to come, so as to lay the foundations of a new world order, a multipolar world in which everyone work under the umbrella of international law and instruments. In Syria, currently, conspiracies were weaved and have become intertwined to erode the Syrian identity with lame and weak excuses that aim at undermining Syrian values, Syrian rights, and Syrian causes. Despite everything that has happened, our compass still points towards Palestine. It is a source of pride for us in Syria. We will only be able to contribute to making history by standing alongside Palestine and Syria under the leadership of His Excellency President Bashar al-Assad. We would like to reiterate once again that our conflict with our enemy is a conflict between oblivion and remembrance. This has pushed our enemy to promote itself as an oasis of democracy, but day after day it is proven that it practices state terrorism, banditry, and the stealing of lands. Syria is suffering a lot as a result of the aggressions perpetrated by Israel. Of course, compromising is not part of our ideology and political practice. Those who can read the present will know that the future will be ours and that we will be victorious because we have a rightful cause.
The floor is now to Indonesia. Indonesia will be followed by Canada.
Honorable speakers and member of parliaments, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. It is an honor to be here with you today for this important discussion on gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. For the past few years, we have heard strong commitments and a renewed sense of urgency for gender equality in the implementation of the Agenda 2030. Gender equality cannot just be the business of women, and it should not be. Multi-stakeholder efforts to strengthen gender equality are critical, with parliaments at the forefront and center leading the way, not only to ensure the achievement of the Goal 5 of the SDGs on achieving gender equality and empower all women and girls, but also to develop meaningful, effective, and inclusive solutions to the global recovery process. Distinguished delegates, today our world is confronted by multiple crises. Pandemic has hard hit the world indiscriminately. The impact of climate change has become new normal in many countries. War and conflicts have created global disorder which disrupted energy, food security, and put women in a very difficult situation. Economic hardship has taken place in developing and low-income countries. We must stand together to ensure that all women, regardless of their backgrounds, nationalities, religions, and ethnics, are treated with dignity and human rights, because it is indeed a fundamental element of democracy. However, it is unfortunate that some women are still facing violence and discrimination today. Yesterday, I visited Kigali Genocide Memorial, a place for remembrance which witnessed the horror of the conflicts in 1994. May their soul rest in peace. This tragedy has taught us that conflicts could happen anywhere. In many parts of the world, wars and conflicts are the proofs of the failure of international community to respond to the challenges and to assure the inclusive peace for all. Today, we are saddened by the facts that many women, girls, and children suffer from the impact of the war in Ukraine. But what about the women, girls, and children in Syria, in Palestine, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Yemen, and hundreds of thousands of women of the Rohingya? They were tortured and treated with no dignity and have been stranded for years in the refugee camps in Cox's Bazar. There is no word peace unless every woman, mothers, and girls in Ukraine, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, Rohingya, and everywhere enjoy peace, where they can live and their rights are respected, and where they are treated with dignity and equally with justice. We should not practice both double standards and hypocrisies in our commitment to ensure respect for human rights for everyone. There is a famous proverb: if we are pointing one finger to other and accuse them wrong, it means that the four remaining fingers are pointing ourselves for the things we did. Therefore, let us be united to speak for the truth, to speak with no bias. Because indeed, there would never be peace without equal respect for human rights to everyone at the first place. Distinguished delegates, diversity is blessing from God. It depends on us whether we choose to unite or let others divide us. Indonesia, a home for more than 300 ethnic groups who speak more than 700 languages living in 37 provinces, consistently upholds the principle of peace and harmony in diversity. In this opportunity, I would like to reaffirm that the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia is strongly committed to mainstreaming gender in development in all fields, both at the national, regional, and global levels. Indonesia's diplomacy in promoting gender equality at the global level focuses on increasing the role of women, and this is reflected, among others, in our support as the main co-sponsor of the UN General Assembly resolution on International Day of Women in Diplomacy, initiating UN Security Council Resolution number 2538 regarding female personnel in UN peacekeeping missions, contributing to women's empowerment program in Palestine and Afghanistan through business literacy and entrepreneurship programs. Besides, Indonesia has also ratified Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, Beijing Declaration, and Platform for Action and SDGs target. In addition to that, the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia has enacted laws which guarantee the 30% of women representation in political parties, election management institutions, and in the legislative. In 2019-2024 period today, we have 123 women members of parliaments, with accounts 21.39% of women. We are optimistic that this progress will increase as we strengthen our global efforts to advance gender equality and to ensure women representation in all decision-making process. Distinguished delegates, last week we successfully held the 8th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, which focuses on 4 priority issues. One of them is social inclusion, gender equality, and women's empowerment, which address the discussions on the initiative that could be taken by Parliament to support gender-sensitive parliaments and to advance equal participation of women in all aspects of parliamentary work. As parliamentary leaders, we pledge to set a good example and ensure that our respective parliaments are gender-sensitive institutions. Parliaments representing the collective voice of people are the cornerstone of democracy, which have all potentials to build a more resilient and peaceful world for all. We are ready to contribute our part to ensure that the progress we have achieved in recent decades in advancing gender equality brings significant impacts to the gender parity in the world, and more importantly, to ensure that every woman in the world, regardless of their backgrounds, are treated with dignity, justice, and free from fear, coercion, violence, and discrimination. Let us strengthen our commitment and efforts to ensure the respect of the right of women to equal opportunities and a dignified life, because every woman matters. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. The floor is now to Canada. Canada will be followed by Germany.
Fellow parliamentarians and colleagues, before I begin my remarks this afternoon, I want to say on behalf of the entire Canadian delegation how delighted we are to be joining you once again in person at an IPU assembly. That's not to say that we haven't been engaged in the activities of the IPU over the last 3 years. The Canadian group has proposed many amendments to draft resolutions and submitted remarks on the themes of the general debate for recent assemblies. Et nous sommes maintenant à Kigali.
And now we're in Kigali, back here again, more motivated than ever by the idea of continuing our debates and bringing a parliamentary perspective to global challenges. It was no mere coincidence that the general topic of the Rwanda Assembly was gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world. How many of us here have seen Rwanda emerge from the horrors of its genocide in 1994 to become a model of parity between both genders in Parliament with the support of a gender-positive constitution? Fortunately, Rwanda was not acting alone. Canada and other countries have also taken forward steps, not only recognising the value of gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments, but also building into their actions the principles of gender equality, particularly in crisis situations.
Canada's response to the COVID-19 pandemic and its economic recovery plan both of which deliberately reflect the gendered consequences of this global crisis. The Canadian approach was designed and influenced by a cabinet that is 50% women, including a female Deputy Prime Minister and the first ever female Finance Minister in our country's history. Of the 14 provincial and territorial chief medical officers who held daily briefings televised during the pandemic, 7 were women. Imagine the role models an entire generation of Canadian girls now have. Was the Canadian response perfect? By no means. Indeed, the House of Commons Committee on the Status of Women made 21 recommendations to the Government of Canada on the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on women. One such recommendation called for the collection and dissemination of timely data, core information, disaggregated by gender and ethnicity to ensure that government programs meet the needs of those they're actually intended to assist. I strongly believe that disaggregated data helps us understand what is going on at the micro level in society and how we should target assistance to build capacity and drive change. Armed with this knowledge, we can provide better public services as well as empower women parliamentarians and promote gender equality across the country. In this spirit, I'm very pleased that Canada has made a third in a series of investments, $2 million over 3 years, for a total to date of almost $4.5 million to support the IPU's work on gender equality in Parliament. The funding will also go to support parliamentary leadership to integrate the specific needs of women and girls from health, social, economic, and lawmaking perspectives. To conclude, colleagues, our debate is useful, but it's not the first on gender equality at the IPU, and it's very unlikely to be the last. And nor should it be. We're hearing about best practices, but also that there's still a long way to go. Let's recommit to making that distance that much shorter at our next debate. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your service. Thank you to our host, the Parliament of Rwanda, for its very generous and gracious hospitality. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Honorable. The floor is now to Germany.
Thank you very much. For me, as the head of the German delegation, it's a privilege, it's an honor, and a pleasure to be here at our 145th IPU meeting in Rwanda, and a special thanks goes to the Parliament of Rwanda for having us here. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, this meeting could not have come timelier. We are facing various crises around the world simultaneously. The world is in disarray, as it has not been for many, many years. And these times call for a firm and decisive reaction by parliaments, by us, around the world. It is time for voices of reason, of responsibility, and of peace. This must be our very role. If we look now at those different crises, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, the ferocious repression against women and other protesters in Iran, the continuous instability in Mali and other countries of the Sahel region, the ongoing civil war in Yemen, and many other wars and conflicts, there is one common threat amongst all of them. That is that women and children are especially affected. The most vulnerable groups are the ones who are suffering the most and deserve most attention and protection. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it was very wise and forward-looking to choose gender equality as the main topic of discussion for this General Assembly. We need to strengthen the role of women in international conflict resolution, increase the protection of women and children, and improve the participation and representation of women in our parliaments. If I take a look into this hall, and this is also true for this very assembly of the IPU, but I really do not want to finger point at anyone in particular. On the contrary, I want to be self-critical. My very own party, the German Christian Democratic Union, for example, only recently introduced a quota for women this very year because we have not been successful attracting and bringing enough women into our ranks and positions. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I must and I want to address the most horrendous human rights violation these days, and that is the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which started in the most violent phase on February 24th with a full-fledged war, breaking fundamental principles of international law and destroying the European peace architecture the Soviet Union and later the very Russian Federation helped to build up and shape. But let us not forget that this aggression had already started years before, that is in 2014, with the illegal annexation of Crimea and the violent intrusion of the Donbass by Russian-backed paramilitary troops. We are witnessing worst war crimes and uncountable civilian losses caused by Russia. Many victims are women and children. Many more had to flee and leave their husbands and fathers back in the war. This is one of the most heinous crimes of the current time perpetrated against women and children. Let me say it very clearly. Russia must stop this war now. Russia must leave Ukraine with all its forces right now. Only this way, this horrendous war can be stopped and peace be reinstated. Dear colleagues, at the very same time, we are witnessing an unprecedented uprising against the authoritarian, repressive mullah regime in Iran. This regime has suppressed and represses women in very particular fashion for the past 40 years, one of the biggest collective crimes against women of our time. These women are standing up to fight for their rights, and we should all support and applaud them in their fight for equality, justice, and freedom. This is another strong signal I want this assembly to send from Kigali. We stand with the women and the democratic opposition and protesters across Iran. They deserve our support by all means. Looking now from a European perspective, the ongoing crisis across the Sahel is gaining intensity again. Many people are victims of terrorist attacks and oppression of Islamistic organizations and actions. Under our watch again, hundreds of thousands of women and children are being tortured, raped, displaced, and yes, even killed. Dear colleagues, as parliamentarians from around the world, as representatives and elected by the peoples, we must take this seriously and stop these developments. Again, women and children are those suffering most from these developments. We must call for an immediate action of all violence and suppression and resumption of peace talks and a fast return to democratic elections in Mali, in Burkina Faso, and in other places. And I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, let us not underestimate the power of all together that we have. We are uniquely empowered by the many men and women who live in our countries, who entrusted us to represent them and their destiny. If governments, if regimes fail to stop violence or achieve compromise for peace, stability, and the protection of human rights, parliamentarians have to step in and make their voices heard. This is our time. This is our hour. Thank you very much.
Dear delegates, while waiting for the Secretary General to introduce the debate on special segment on gender-sensitive parliament, we are going to give the floor to Andorra. Andorra, the floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, the IPU has been raising awareness amongst parliaments vis-à-vis the need to promote equality between men and women, supplying rules, guidelines, and examples of good practices. Andorra, when it comes to the political representation of women, is one of the countries where the greatest progress has been made over the last 25 years. Since the approval of women's vote in 1970, Andorran women have constantly fought for their rights. The percentage of women in Parliament has gone from 3.6% in 1994 to 46.4% in 2022. Attaining gender parity between 2011 and 2015. We have a woman Speaker of the House in 2010. This year, the Andorran Parliament has made great progress in this area. A decisive step was taken in favor of equality in 2015 when the Parliament encouraged the drafting of the White Paper on parity with the cooperation of the Parliament and civil organizations. The goal was to analyze information on the real situation in terms of equality in Andorra. The idea was to identify priorities to promote in civil service. In 2019, Parliament approved a law on equality and non-discrimination, which includes the principles laid out in international human rights. Very important laws were adopted under this Parliament. A law establishing effective equality between men and women in 2022, and the new family code last July, which has adapted the Andorran legal system to the new realities of the country. As to the law on equality, the text approved provides for the contribution of all political parties in Parliament and women's association around the country who called for a law on equality between men and women. The text was unanimously voted in Parliament. During an historic day for Andorra, it no doubt represents significant progress. It is an ambitious law, a cross-cutting law which modifies 17 laws and provides for the engagement of all sectors in society. When it comes to education, the text introduces the principle of equal treatment and non-discrimination in all the school programs. It reinforces the role of education in the fight for equality between men and women, and it also provides for the principle of co-education in the Andorran educational system. That is, the use of non-sexist language, the contribution of women throughout history, sexual education based on equal rights, and the fight against violence against women. As to the penal code, the offense of gender-based violence or female mutilation, all these concepts are covered in the text. And there is an enhanced penalty in the absence of consentment during sexual relations. In accordance with the Istanbul Convention, ratified by Andorra in 2014, following the recommendation of many entities. The electoral law has also been modified to oblige all political parties to have between 40 and 60% women candidates during elections. To foster the participation of women in economic and professional life, the law provides for several changes in the labor code, inter alia, the setting up in companies with more than 50 workers, the obligation to have equal pay for the same work or work of equal value. Also, a plan for equality has been set up and flexible working hours or work from home so that women can better reconcile work and responsibilities at home. When it comes to the civil service, the law introduces the obligation for civil service and enterprises to have a plan of action on professional equality and a protocol to avoid harassment. Furthermore, state administrations must refuse to give subsidies and aid to companies sanctioned for discriminatory gender-based action over the last 3 years. Despite these modern legislative texts that have been adopted, we need to teach the whole of society a great deal, educate society so there is greater awareness. We must continue to move forward when it comes to professional equality. We must fight to ensure that women occupy senior positions in private companies and on boards. We have to include handicapped women in the labor market and try to ensure that this real equality between men and women becomes a reality in just everyday life. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable. As I have mentioned when starting this afternoon session, I mentioned that at 4 we are going to the special segment on gender-sensitive parliaments of the general debate of the Assembly, IPU Assembly. It will go for 30 minutes. Key points for presentation, it will be so I will welcome you all to the special segment of the general debate on gender-sensitive parliaments. As a reminder, this general debate on gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world aims to showcase efforts and drive renewed commitment by parliaments to prioritize gender equality for more resilience and peace. For that, they must build their own gender-sensitive. So let's take a refresher on what gender-sensitive parliament are. Can you please show the video? Thank you, dear colleagues. As you saw, gender-sensitive parliament are those that embodied gender equality in their composition and ways of doing business, and that are willing and able to deliver gender equality to society through their work. let me add that by so doing, gender-sensitive parliaments become stronger and more modern institutions that are better able to mitigate crisis and deliver sustained progress for all. This special segment aims to shed the light on how the IPU plan of action for gender-sensitive parliaments is being applied by parliaments around the world and the impact of this has on their ability to respond to today's crisis. I welcome the IPU Secretary General and Chairperson of the International Gender Champions, Mr. Mate Chungong, a fellow Member of Parliament from Rwanda, Mrs. Emma Rubagumya Furaha, and the Member of Parliament from New Zealand, Mr. Ibrahim Omer, who are with us here today to discuss this important topic. Now I invite Mr. Mate Chungong to take the floor to present the IPU Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliament. Your Excellency, Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, distinguished members of Parliament present at this special segment, it gives me great pleasure to introduce this debate on what I consider to be very important. I have just come from a meeting with the Speaker of the Serbian Parliament, and we were talking about the support that the IPU has given to the Serbian Parliament to make it more gender sensitive, including doing an assessment of the gender sensitivity of the Parliament and helping them institute a 40% quota now in their Parliament. And I think that is what we are all about, saying that gender equality is important, but even more so, showing how we can do it and helping our members do it. And that is why it gives me great pleasure to celebrate with you today the 10th anniversary of that tool that the IPU adopted in 2012 in Quebec City during an assembly such as this one. There was unanimous support for the IPU plan of action for gender-sensitive parliaments. And so today, as we celebrate that 10th anniversary, it is important for us to step back, look at how we have fared in the implementation of that plan of action, and then rededicate ourselves to more stringent and robust efforts to promote gender sensitivity in parliaments. At the time this concept was mooted in Quebec City, the question that was asked was, how can parliaments be champions of gender equality? This is because for many decades, the responsibility of gender equality in parliaments rested mainly on the shoulders of women MPs. I'm glad today there has been that shift. There has been the realization of the fact that for gender equality to be effective, for our parliaments to be more gender sensitive, we need to share the responsibility with men and women in all our institutions, because we have a stake in ensuring that both sexes are involved in the implementation of the processes of Parliament. So we are glad that we have an instrument today that can help us. It gives us a roadmap, and I see that video was very clear on what it is that parliaments can do to promote gender sensitivity in terms of moving away from the traditional modes of membership in Parliament, which are outdated, I believe, to one where we have more inclusiveness, we have more modernity in our processes, and where diversity is addressed as a major challenge. So we believe that gender-sensitive parliaments should do everything to promote gender equality, taking a critical look at their composition and work, as that video mentioned, but also looking at those barriers that prevent women's political emancipation, taking measures to ensure that there is effective delivery on gender equality. So we want, at the end of the day, that parliamentary processes respond to the needs and interests of men and women in all structures in Parliament, in all operations, and in all methods, as the video said. By becoming a gender-sensitive Parliament, they offer a positive example to society of how gender equality can be achieved. In this regard, we therefore stress the importance of Parliament as role models of gender equality, being the beacons of those efforts that are intended to promote women's political and other emancipation. So over the past 10 years, we have proudly led efforts and encouraged efforts by parliaments to carry out a transformation of their working methods so that they can become increasingly gender sensitive. We have done this in a variety of ways, and I imagine during this conversation today, you will have an indication of how we go about that. But let me go back to the plan of action, which we believe is a roadmap for parliaments to use in becoming better institutions. And there, I want to offer a number of takeaways for all of you and myself. First, we have to look at representation, because gender-sensitive parliaments are supposed to represent men and women in equal numbers, but not only in terms of quantity, but quality too, making sure that women, when they make their way into Parliament, are given access to the decision-making bodies of Parliament, including the committees and other leadership positions. Last September, just a few weeks ago, we were all in Uzbekistan, Tashkent, for the 14th Summit of Women, the Speakers of Parliament. And during that summit, we had a segment such as this one here, how can parliaments be gender sensitive? And the speakers of parliament who were present there agreed that parliaments can become gender sensitive institutions that help parliaments to be resilient to crisis. And that is the overall theme of this assembly, which we think is most timely. So we have representation, which is a key component and hallmark of gender-sensitive parliaments. Then secondly, we look at the role of parliaments in laws and mainstreaming gender equality. There again, we want to make sure that what you do is grounded on strong laws that are very clear in defining the role of women and men in the parliamentary processes. It is good to make laws, but it's also good to look at those laws that exist and seek to delete all the discriminatory provisions of these laws, discriminatory provisions that constitute a major impediment to women's political emancipation. Thirdly, I would like us to look at what we can do to make parliaments safe and empowering institutions. We want parliaments to be examples of how we can eradicate sexism and harassment in society. And we make this recommendation on the basis of the landmark studies that we have conducted since 2016. Those studies have unearthed disconcerting evidence of widespread prevalence of sexism, sexual behavior that is inappropriate, sexual harassment, gender-based violence against women parliamentarians. And you agree with me that this is something that constitutes a major obstacle to women's political emancipation. So we need to look at parliaments and see how they can display zero tolerance for violence against women, for sexism, for inappropriate sexual behavior and conduct as members of parliament. This is something that I think we should do, And then we would like to use the experience that we gained during the COVID pandemic and see how, as institutions, parliaments can harness the potential of new technologies in order to make their institutions gender sensitive. During the pandemic, many parliaments adopted new working methods using digital technology that was more inclusive, more efficient, and these technologies can continue to be used and built upon to, for instance, organize proxy voting schemes so that women can be allowed the flexibility of voting without having to be present in the meeting rooms, looking at how we can revise working hours to help women and men, why not, to achieve a better work-life balance, and generally provide family-friendly facilities in Parliament. Lastly, I want to underscore the importance of partnerships. Partnerships, as I said earlier, when we talk about gender equality, gender sensitivity, it is not a role that is incumbent solely on women. It is a role that is incumbent on both men and women, parliamentarians, but also parliamentary staff. So we want to make sure that all these stakeholders in Parliament are involved. Today we need leadership from the top. We do see that only 26% of women, 26% of the parliamentary membership globally is made up of women. We want to make sure that we rebalance that, and so that we are not talking of 74% of men in Parliament, but we are talking of 50-50 for men and women. And there I think it's important that the male colleagues become gender champions. I am very proud myself as Secretary General of this organization to be a gender champion. I'm committed to defending gender equality wherever I am called upon to provide assistance. So, Madam President, I'd just like to conclude here with a clarion call to all of us to leave here with a resolve to become all gender champions, work resolutely to make our institutions increasingly gender responsive, gender sensitive, for the overall benefit of society. We look forward to working with you, parliaments and parliamentarians, in that endeavor so that all of us, all of society can be involved in an equitable manner in the management of parliamentary processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shongong, Secretary General of IPU, for your insightful presentation and especially for your commitment. And I'd like to invite Honorable Emar Wagumya Furaha to take the floor to discuss how gender mainstreaming has made the Rwandan Parliament stronger in working on gender equality and better delivering it to the society. Honorable Emar Wagumya, you have the floor.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you the experience of Rwanda in the journey of transforming into a gender-sensitive parliament. Thanks to the political will and leadership committed to gender equality, a conducive policy environment and gender progressive legal frameworks were put in place to accelerate inclusive socio-economic transformation. Gender equality is a fundamental principle embedded in the Constitution of the Republic of Rwanda of 2003, revised in 2015. The Parliament of Rwanda has consistently, for the last 20 years, enjoyed the big number of women representation. In the lower chamber, in the first legislature, we had 48.8%, and it has been growing since then to date, where we have 61%. In the upper chamber, each legislature had above 30% of women, 30.6 in the first legislature, and now 34.6%. Equally, in the leadership of both chambers of the parliament, women have been at the top. The Chamber of Deputies has been led by the female speaker for more than 14 years, including the current legislature. The chamber has 2 deputy speakers, and one of them is a woman. The Senate president is a man with 2 women vice presidents. Each chamber has standing committees that have chairpersons and vice chairpersons. In the Chamber of Deputies, there are 9 standing committees. 5 are chaired by women and 4 by men. 2 standing committees, both chair and vice chair, are women. Similarly, in the Senate, 4 standing committees and 2 are chaired by women. Each chamber has a clerk and deputy clerk who manage affairs of the institutions. In their appointments, gender equality is observed. Currently, the clerk of the Chamber of Deputies is a woman, whereas that of the Senate is a man. The Parliament of Rwanda has a women caucus known as Rwanda Women Parliamentary Forum that serves as a think tank, catalyst, and mobilizer. It plays a key role in helping Parliament to continue to strengthen and advance gender in legislation and government oversight. Many MPs are also allowed, and they are members of the caucus. This had a positive tone to improve advocacy and influence by engaging powerful allies to address negative social norms, stereotypes, and negative masculinity that constitute hindrances for gender transformation. Through women caucus advocacy, gender-sensitive laws were enacted, including inheritance law that unlocked the rights of women, and many other laws that were advocated and enacted to be, and they are gender sensitive. Regarding financing of the gender equality, measures were put in place to monitor and foster the implementation of gender responsive budget through the Gender Budget Statement, GBS, as a tool for its enforcement. It is a requirement for all budget agencies to produce gender budget statement alongside the budget paper framework for consideration during the budget processes. The Parliament Budget Committee works in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and other state institutions, including also the civil society, to assess the implementation of annual gender budget statements and draw lessons to inform the budget allocation for the next financial year. The lessons learned from the last years informed the revision of the organic budget law to improve the reporting on the gender progress. Government policies and their implementation are scrutinized for accountability purposes, and among other things that are observed is to have evidence on how gender responsive they are. The Senate uses gender lens while performing its mandate to approve government nominations of high-level officials, and gender inclusiveness is a must, and any assessment of no compliance is sanctioned. Our Parliament had an opportunity to be part of the pilot phase of the IPU assessment of gender-sensitive parliaments when the survey was conducted in 2011. The report set a strong baseline to build on. Afterward, the IPU action plan and rated tools for assessment of gender-sensitive parliaments served as boosters to strengthen gender compliance of our parliament, protecting the gains and continue leveraging opportunities. Today, mainstreaming gender in our parliament processes, structure, and budget is no longer a requirement to comply to. It became a lifestyle. Capacity development of members of parliament is a cross-cutting pillar in parliament's processes and activities. In that regard, gender induction course is organized at the inception of each new legislature of the senators and the deputies to strengthen their capacities to gender analysis and consideration on their parliamentary duties. Other customized courses and related assessment tools are designed and implemented to strengthen gender and social inclusion and make it a culture in our parliament. The use of technologies as contingent measure to COVID-19, the Parliament put in place effective measures to facilitate connectivity of MPs to all MPs and all parliamentary staff at home, which has set the optimum condition to balance the work and family in a sustainable way. Having shared the few, I wish also to mention that much as we have made all that progress, but we still have areas of improvement that we want to improve for future sustainability of gender-sensitive parliament, which we shall continue to assess the gender responsiveness of Parliament of Rwanda, so that we strengthen the strategic plans. We shall develop the checklists customized to be used by different standing committees for optimizing gender mainstreaming in their work. We shall also continue to develop a strategy to upgrade the infrastructure of the Parliament and improve the way they respond to the needs of women, children, people with disability, and all who visit the Parliament. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Emma Rwagumya Furaha, for such an informative overview. She is actually the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Gender and Political Affairs and Gender. Now I invite Honorable Ibrahim Omer to take the floor and share the experience of the New Zealand Parliament in applying another key component of gender-sensitive institutions, that is of being more family-friendly and more diverse for better quality representation and response to people's diverse needs. Honorable, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Tuwia aranganui itu ehonei. Tuwia apapatuanuku itakoto akene. Tuwia rato kwa wehe atu kitapo. Tuwia itihare tangata. Karangote po, karangote ao. Tihei mauriora. Tena koto, tena tato katoa. I just agreed with you with in Turio. Turio Maori, the official indigenous language of New Zealand. Madam President, I first want to thank the 145th IPU Assembly for giving us this platform and specifically for giving me this honor and privilege to speak here today on behalf of my country, New Zealand, and our delegation on this extremely important topic. Gender equality, gender-sensitive parliaments are drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world. I want to start by sharing a little bit about myself. My name is Ibrahim Omar. I'm originally from Eritrea, but I was forced to flee my country as a teenager to escape an oppressive regime that was wreaking millions of lives. And sadly, Eritrea today is one of the biggest refugee-producing countries. 14 years ago, in 2008, I arrived in New Zealand as a refugee with nothing. Within 12 years, I was able to work hard, got a degree, and gained the ability to be elected as a member of New Zealand Parliament in 2020. And I'm very proud to say that I am a member of one of New Zealand's most diverse parliaments. And from next week, I will be a member of Parliament which is made up of 50% women. We have achieved this milestone because of New Zealand's commitment to making our Parliament more accessible and gender sensitive. 10 years ago, the IPU unanimously adopted the IPU Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments. The action was designed to support parliaments in their efforts to become more gender-sensitive. One identified key key action area centered on facilitating a work-family balance. Today, I'll be sharing with you all how the New Zealand Parliament has advanced family-friendly policies and how this has resulted in a more diverse and effective Parliament. Many of the changes and the improvements that's been made started back in 2017. A 2017 Standing Orders Committee report noted that the health of democracy can be measured through reference to the diversity of elected members. More family-friendly conditions could reduce the disincentives for some women and men who otherwise might consider putting themselves forward for election. From this, New Zealand Parliament made changes that were specifically enacted to improve work-family balance. This included shortening the Thursday night sitting sessions, provision for the Speaker to grant members permission to be absent, including for illness or family cause of personal nature, changing the name of wives' room to the family room, and allowing members, whānau or family or staff members to enter the eyes and nose lobby for the purpose of enabling members to care for an infant. Changes also have been made to our legislative framework to remove limitations on the travel of children of members and to allow the mileage to be claimed for a spouse partner to travel when they are traveling to be with the member who is undertaking parliamentary business. I do want to acknowledge the Right Honourable Trevor Mallard, who until recently was the Speaker of our House. He worked very hard to make up our Parliament more family-friendly by allowing babies in the debating chamber and giving carers and the spouses security clearance to move freely around the parliamentary buildings. During this time, about 7 members of our Parliament, including our Prime Minister, had children while in office. All these changes made over the next 6 years have improved this work-family balance. These changes allowed those who previously might not have been able to become members because of reasons such as having young children, the opportunity to become elected officials. People need to feel comfortable that their jobs will not force them to turn their back on their families, especially in this post-pandemic area. These changes have incentivized more people to become elected officials because traditional barriers have been removed. Traditionally, the only people who could afford to go into politics were males because of the restrictions that came with the Parliament and being an MP. The advancement of family-friendly policies has removed these barriers, resulting in more representation from a greater range of genders, ethnic backgrounds, professions, etc. In adopting these changes, we are acknowledging that a line cannot always easily be drawn between family and work life. How has this increased diversity enhanced the effectiveness of the parliamentary institutions? There are 2 key areas. There are 2 key outcomes for us: more accurate representation of the New Zealand community and encouraging new people to strive to become elected officials. As a former refugee, the only Muslim and an African MP in New Zealand's Parliament, I'm a member of one of our ethnic caucus where I'm the only man among 6 formidable women. As you can see, I'm endangered species here, and it's a good problem. By creating a more family-friendly Parliament, New Zealand has removed one of the initial barriers that many people face when deciding to be elected officials. While countless work has gone into making our Parliament a family-friendly environment, countless legislations were passed targeted at making our women's lives better. To mention one example, just over 2 weeks ago, our Parliament passed a bill that covers specific maternal birth injuries as accidents and they will be covered by our accident compensation scheme. This will change many lives. New Zealand is not perfect, and more work is needed to make a true, diverse and gender-sensitive Parliament. However, the work done to advance the work done to advance family work-life balance has definitely played a part in our parliament becoming a more diverse and effective institution. And I am proud of this, to be part of this parliament. At the time, our world is facing a lot of challenges, a lot of violence against our women. New Zealand remains to be a beacon of hope for more diverse and for more woman-friendly, gender-friendly parliament. Norera, tēnā koto, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you so much, Honorable Omer, for your insightful remarks. Thank you so much. I would like to thank again our dear honorable presenters for your valuable insights. We have learned that Parliament with family-friendly policies are inclusive to the needs of the members of Parliament with caring responsibility, which can lead to a more diverse and inclusive Parliament. We have also learned that mainstreaming gender in all parliamentary processes and structures can and do give all members of Parliament more capacity and urgency to effectively drive gender equality, leaving no one behind for more resilience, prosperity, and peace. So this concludes our special segment on gender-sensitive Parliament. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your brilliant presentations, dear members. So let's continue with the presentations from delegates on the general debate. We are going to hear Kazakhstan. He will be followed by Russia. Kazakhstan, the floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam, allow me firstly to express the Kazakh delegation's gratitude for the excellent way in which the Assembly's been organised and the extraordinary hospitality that we found everywhere here in Kigali, a city that the majority of us is now discovering with admiration. Colleagues, today more than ever, it's important to discuss and act in favour of peace and security at the global level. In that context, Resolution 1325 of the United Nations Security Council, entitled Women, Peace and Security, adopted in 2000, is of special importance. That resolution and 8 subsequent resolutions contribute to the recognition of the significant role that women play in resolving conflicts and ensuring peace. Lasting peace can only be achieved through security and equality for women. Kazakhstan has made major forward steps in building a society that provides equal opportunities and equal rights. Mr. Tokayev, the President of the Republic, has created the concept of a national policy for family and gender that runs to 2030. That will implement our agenda, which is entitled Women, Peace and Security, just like Resolution 1325. We stand convinced that equal participation of women and their leadership in public life are crucial if we're to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Firstly, the implementation of quotas has paved the way to the political participation of women in national parliaments. In Kazakhstan, that quota stands at 30%. Secondly, it's crucial for women to become not only members of parliament, but also to take leadership roles in those parliaments. In that way, they will be better able to influence policies and improve parliamentary procedures. Thirdly, as parliaments are called upon to represent the interests of all citizens, their main responsibility should be the protection of women's rights and gender equality in Parliament. For many years, that responsibility was unfortunately shouldered exclusively by female parliamentarians. We've now become more sensitive to the gender issue, and we've begun fostering gender equality. And so parliaments are now better able to foster equality in societies and discharge their democratic mandate. We are convinced that parliaments must ensure that laws adopted are not discriminatory against men or women, but should actively promote gender equality. We believe that countries should seek the most effective strategies to promote legislation on gender equality and keep the gender issue on the parliamentary agenda, whilst also engaging with civil society and private sector partners. Through a robust legislative framework and initiatives that we've taken, positive results have been achieved in Kazakhstan in recent years. I'd also like to inform you, dear colleagues, that the Kazakhstan Parliament is actively involved in the dialogue of female leaders in Central Asia. In 2023, Kazakhstan will preside over that forum and will continue to implement joint action plans on current issues relating to women, peace and security. Bearing in mind the results that we've achieved in our region, Kazakhstan is committed to going further by continuing to support women, assisting them in reaching high-ranking positions and ensuring true gender equality. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Russia, and Russia will be followed by India. Russia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, I was also preparing a speech devoted to gender equality issues, but I hope you will understand me. I will speak on the other issue, namely Russia and Ukraine, for the simple reason we in the Russian delegation were so many times approached here with additional questions about what's going on and what's the position of Russia, and this is how I want to use this opportunity to inform you more about that. The general perception of the majority of the delegations here, it was shown yesterday at the vote on the urgent debate, is that Russia has attacked Ukraine. And this theory is being simply bought by so many delegations for the simple reason many believes that Russia is just another edition of the former Soviet Union or the Russian Empire, having nothing but a dream to restore this empire. But this is an absolutely wrong perception. Russia definitely does not want to restore any empires. Russia does not want to introduce a new unipolar world. Russia does not want to rule the world. Russia is a unique country. In my country, we have up to 200 different nationalities and ethnic groups, up to 300 different languages. And take a note, not a single people in Russia, not a single ethnic group in Russia wants to leave Russia, because all of them live in harmony. They are not discredited in their rights for their language, their religion, or their culture. But it does happen in so many other former Soviet republics, where many peoples and many ethnic groups want to leave these countries because they don't feel themselves comfortable. It has happened in Moldova with Transnistria, it has happened in Georgia with South Ossetia and Abkhazia, and now it has happened in Ukraine, unfortunately. What is the difference? We in Russia has never allowed nationalists, which exist in any country,
our Russian nationalists to come into power with the slogan, Russia for Russians, because we're absolutely sure that if they come into power, that will immediately destroy the territorial integrity of our country, and we cannot afford it. It has happened in Ukraine because Ukrainian nationalists have come into power in 2014 with the slogan, Ukraine for Ukrainians. And by that, they have provoked a civil war because millions of Ukrainian citizens rejected to recognize an unconstitutional change of power in Ukraine in February 2014, which we consider as a coup d'etat. They wanted to live their own lives. They wanted to have security. They wanted to have granted human rights. They wanted to have their language, their culture, their interpretation of history kept safe and alive. They were deprived that option by the Ukrainian authorities. What did Russia do in this very complicated situation? In 8 years, we were trying to assist Ukraine to restore, to keep its territorial integrity by drafting and then supporting the so-called Minsk agreements. What did Ukraine do? They rejected to fulfill Minsk agreements, it is now officially stated, and they started to shell southeastern regions of Ukraine. During these 8 years, between 2014 and 2022, up to 16,000 people were killed by Ukrainian authorities in southeastern Ukraine. More than 1 million Ukrainian citizens decided to flee, to immigrate to Russia, escaping from the Ukrainian authorities. In all these 8 years, we were trying to say to Ukrainians and to all other countries, please stop this war. It was a real war, but nobody listened. In all these 8 years, we were trying to find political solutions for the conflict, asking the Ukrainian authorities to start talking to their own citizens. You know, we in Russia have had a similar experience with the Chechen conflict. And initially, we did exactly the same mistakes which are being done now by the Ukrainian authorities. Initially, we considered our own citizens living in Chechnya, all of them, as terrorists, separatists, criminals, and we tried to use military force in order to force them to live in a united Russian state. It never worked. And only because we have changed our strategy, we have started a dialogue with our own citizens living in Chechnya, taking into account the specific situation of this region, their interests, all that stuff, we have managed to solve that conflict by political means. And again, neither Chechnya nor any other ethnic group in Russia wants to separate from Russia. In Ukraine, an opposite situation, because the Ukrainian authorities reject, until now they reject to talk to people living in southeastern parts of the country. And this is why more and more people, millions of people in southeastern parts of Ukraine, take a decision to go away from this country, which does not respect their human rights, their dignity, their religion, their language, and their culture. And this is how up to 4 million people have now voted in 4 referendums, democratically arranged referendums in the 4 regions of now former Ukraine, deciding to join Russia. That was not the decision of Russia. That was a decision by people, millions of people living there. Finalizing, I know that this interpretation of the situation differs from the one which you hear from Ukrainians and their sponsors. There is just one way to learn the truth. Each of them, each of you, is invited to go to the conflict region. You may go to Crimea, you may go to Donetsk, you may go to Lugansk, and you need to talk to people there. And you know perfectly well that Ukraine will be against, for the reason they don't want you to know the truth. But we know the truth, and this is how we act and react in order to protect people, to protect human beings, not to gain any territorial resources
Time
out
is
of
over,
Ukraine.
please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now the floor is to India. India will be followed by Somalia.
Honorable
Please,
Madam
please,
Chair
please. Your attention,
and distinguished parliamentarians, I am grateful to be allowed to speak on the theme of this conference that conform with the social and cultural ethos of India. Girls and women were placed on a high pedestal since ancient India. This is reflected in a hymn in one of our ancient scriptures. It says, Yatra naryaste pujyante ramante tatra devata, yatra tastu na pujyante sarvast trafla kriya, which means God dwells where women are treated equally and with respect. Actions without their participation yield no reward. India in 1949 was one of the few nations to give women the right to vote. Gender equality was made a constitutional guarantee immediately after independence. We have taken several constitutional, legal, and administrative measures for ensuring their development and empowerment. Our approach is to move from women's development to women-led development. Guiding motto of our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, or Sabka Vishwas, that is, development of all with the support of all and the trust of all. We are working in mission mode for women's education, safety, health, nutrition, and sanitation. Our focus is on their economic empowerment through skilling, digital literacy, and financial inclusion. Allocation for women-related schemes has been increased by 14%. During the COVID-19 pandemic, more than 6 million women, which constitute around 70% of our healthcare workforce, did a commendable job as frontline workers. Women scientists played a major role in developing COVID vaccine within the shortest possible time, as the world knows. Under the Stand Up India scheme, 81% of loans amounting 1 million to 10 million rupees have gone to women. Under PM Jan Dhan Yojana, one of the largest financial inclusion programs in the world, more than 255 million bank accounts have been opened for women. Most of the 20 million houses made under the Prime Minister Housing Scheme are in the name of women. Gross enrollment ratio of women in higher education today is more than that of the male population. Indian Parliament has all along been quite sensitive for ensuring gender balance in leadership positions. Currently, we have 114 women members of Parliament and around 316 state legislative assemblies. Our Parliament has passed a law for reserving 33% of seats for women in the elected bodies at the grassroots level. 1.45 million women constitute 46 to 50% of these bodies, which have now become the nurseries of our future women leaders. Distinguished delegates, our Parliament, through gender-sensitive approach, conducts gender impact assessments in the form of gender budgeting or audits of draft legislations based on gender analysis. There are 2 special parliamentary committees that carry out oversight functions and the gender-sensitive scrutiny of all the women-related schemes. We have had women speakers and secretary general in the past. They took several women-specific initiatives to make our parliament gender-sensitive. All possible gender-sensitive facilities have been made available for the women members in Parliament complex, including complaint committee for redressal of sexual harassment of women members as well as the employees. We have made the language of our rules of procedure and conduct of business gender neutral. This process is on in the state assemblies as well. Women members have been particularly proactive in bringing various aspects of governance and policy recommendations to the attention of the government through a range of parliamentary interventions. Our Parliament has taken various initiatives to focus on the issues of gender-sensitive Parliament. We have organized following national and international conferences for exchanging views and experiences among women parliamentarians, as also to share their concerns to evolve the best practices. 7th meeting of women speakers of parliament in 2012 at New Delhi on the theme Gender Sensitive Parliaments. National Women Legislatures Conference in 2016 on the theme Women Legislatures Building Resurgent India. National Women Legislatures Conference in 2022 in Kerala. Distinguished delegates, parliamentarians in India, both men and women, are always conscious to play their significant role in fostering gender parity through strict oversight, making and amending laws, approving budgets, and highlighting gender issues. Parliamentary questions relating to women and gender policies have nearly doubled over the last decade in both the houses of Parliament. Parliament has passed several progressive laws for women's protection and amended existing ones. India recently increased paid maternity leave from 12 weeks to 26 weeks. Laws against sexual harassment of women has also been made more stringent. Friends, although we have made significant progress in the last decade, there is still a long way to go. To build more resilient, peaceful, and prosperous societies, parliaments must continue to lead the way. This is one transformative endeavor that is equally important everywhere. Lastly, I thank Rwanda for being an excellent host. Thanks to you all.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Somalia. Somalia will be followed by Portugal.
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful.
Greetings all of you. It's honor for me to participate in the 145th session of IPU and address this gathering today. I also want to thank the Rwanda government and its people for hosting of the 145th session of IPU Assembly. Dear parliamentarians, I would like to give you some updates regarding gender and gender equality. There is improvement in all sectors in my country, including security, economy, and political stability. Also, women political participation was given special importance and attention that led to a lot of tangible achievements. The country had parliamentary elections last year, and we have formed a special group that lobbied for the participation of women in parliament. We have upper house 26%, and we have lower house 19% of women. We met with all concerned parties on this issue to make women's dreams happen. Fortunately, a lot of good things happened and achieved through these campaigns. For the first time in history, Somalia elected a woman MP, the first deputy of Speaker of the House of the People of the Federal Parliament of Somalia. It's also an opportunity to tell you that 50% of the chairs of Senate standing committees are a woman. For your information, there is no women quota bill in our country and no articles in our constitution is mandating this quota. And in the meantime, traditional clans don't welcome women representation of their clans. We are also facing a lot of challenges, including cultural barriers that need to overcome. The educational capacity and situational complexity are among the other challenges, although girls in the school were growing gradually. Traditionally, women kept in the homes. Finally, we Somalia hope that world, particularly the IPU regional and national parliamentary forums, lobby and establish towards women's support to build their capacity and create opportunities and give extra emphasis for the women promotions. My last words, I want to thank the President of Rwanda, Mr. Paul Kagame, the opportunity of political participation he gave the women of Rwanda. Really, we appreciate him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Now the floor is to Portugal. He will be followed by United Arab Emirates. The floor is yours, Honourable.
Muito obrigada, excelentíssimo Presidente da UIP, o meu conterrâneo Duarte Pacheco. Tem sido um orgulho vê-lo desse lado e em seu nome eu saúdo toda a mesa. Caros e caras...
On your behalf, Duarte Pacheco, I greet the entire chair. Dear parliamentarians, we are members of the IPU because we believe that dialogue and compromise are essential to defend democracy, peace and sustainability. But, dear colleagues, none of these values can be achieved if we forego the participation and representation of half of the world's population. In fact, no crisis will be overcome if we discriminate against women and girls. Yet, women are still those that suffer most. It is up to us, parliamentarians, to ensure that we promote equal opportunities and the full development of every citizen, of all citizens. For this to happen, we need to have women in all decision-making processes. They are not dispensable. Development of democracy in Portugal is closely linked to this constitutional recognition that equity and non-discrimination are necessary conditions for building our collective future. Portugal is party to the main international instruments on the elimination of discrimination against women and the defense and promotion of their rights. Our national action plans are aligned with the UN Agenda 2030 for the prevention and combat of all forms of violence and to combat discrimination on the grounds of sexual orientation. The European Institute for Gender Equality notes that Portugal is progressing faster than the EU average on gender equality in the areas of work, income, knowledge, power, time and health. This progress has been achieved as women's participation in political life has increased. The parity law was instrumental in accelerating this process. A law that, having started with a 33% quota, was extended in 2019 to 40%. We replicate this legislation, maintaining the 33% base to guarantee women in management and supervisory bodies of public and private companies listed on the stock exchange. The establishment of a subcommittee for equality and non-discrimination has enabled in-depth work on these and other issues, such as the right to access medically assisted procreation and, more recently, the approval of the law on self-determination of gender identity, because we believe that the health of society is its diversity and that everyone has the right to be a full citizen. For 3 years now, the state budget and legislation has been obliged to integrate the gender impact analysis, which has allowed us to gain a more inclusive look in the creation and evaluation of public policies. The government, the current government, for the first time, has more women ministers than men ministers. And yet, although discriminatory treatment is under permanent legislative deconstruction, its effect persists in society. It persists in difficulties women face in reconciling family and professional life or in wage inequality. It persists in the alarming numbers of domestic violence against women, to whom we paid special attention during the pandemic, with the reinforcement of the networks of support structures for victims, considering sexual and reproductive health consultations, and supporting NGOs working with the more vulnerable populations in the acquisition of intimate hygiene goods and products. At this point, we want to move towards a parity law that guarantees 50% in the lists for national elections and to demand equality in the chairmanships of committees and places of parliamentary power. And if equality is a struggle for the future and progress of the country, then we need to have more men as partners. We know this path has to start at an early age, and the Youth Parliament is an initiative that allows us to address issues such as gender equality, prejudice and discrimination in a school context. But we also need to fight, as in many other developed countries, against the retrograde forces that threaten to make women's rights a battleground for political combat, or to ensure that the digital world does not repeat the inequalities and stereotypes we face today in the real world. As Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary-General, says, women's inequality is not only unacceptable but also a lack of intelligence. This week, in this magnificent Rwanda, the country with the most female parliament in the world, which has welcomed us so well, we remind of the obvious. Women's rights are human rights. And that has to be the starting point for any debate we have among ourselves. And we cannot but show solidarity towards the women and girls in Afghanistan that are forbidden to go out or to have access to education, or with the women in Iran who in the 21st century are fighting to defend their lives and freedoms against the morality police, or with Ukrainian women that are dying because of an aggression that has to stop now. It is illegal. With women and girls in all wars where their bodies are used as a weapon of intimidation. We thank IPU for having put women at the core of this assembly, so let's make this a perfect forum to take women's rights where they need to be. Everywhere, every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now the floor is to United Arab Emirates. They will be followed by Thailand.
Thank you. Maali Donatel.
Your Excellency, Madam Donatel Mukabalisa, President of the 155th Assembly of the IPU, Speaker of the Rwandan Parliament, Your Excellency Mr. Duarte Pacheco, President of the IPU, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of Parliament, dear guests, it is my pleasure to express on behalf of the parliamentary delegation of the UAE our deepest gratitude and thanks to the Republic of Rwanda for its exceptional efforts in hosting the sittings of the 145th Assembly of the IPU. The Rwandan experience in accomplishing full partnership between men and women is a living example that we must all follow. Just like the experience of the UAE. The UAE was able to achieve equality in rights and obligations between men and women, stemming from our collective conscience that the empowerment of women and girls is a prerequisite for social cohesion and unity. Therefore, it will allow society to overcome numerous internal and external challenges. Stemming from this firm belief, the UAE has adopted, under the leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, head of our state, may God protect him, a series of national strategies that focus on this objective, including, as an example, the national strategy for the empowerment and pioneering role of women 2018-2021, but also the national strategy 2022-2027, in addition to the Emirati Code of Labor that guarantees equal pay for equal work between men and women, and the National Strategy for Gender Balance 2026. As a result of all of these initiatives, the number of female members of the legislative power in the UAE has reached 50%. The state of the UAE, according to the report issued by the International Economic Forum of 2021, our country was able to achieve a very high rank in the Arab world in the field of women empowerment and gender equality. Moreover, Emirati women occupy over 29% of cabinet positions and occupy 46% of our national working force. In light of the above, and as we take into account the fact that gender partnership and women empowerment are preconditions to fully achieve social cohesion and integrity, which itself is the sole basis for sustainable development and for ridding our societies of all forms of hatred and extremisms, especially in certain countries, we would like to put forth our vision, which is based on the following. First of all, the necessity for parliaments to include in their public budgets items that provide for investment in equality between men and women, especially in education, health, and labor. Second, Parliaments must play fully their legislative and oversight roles so as to empower women to obtain quality education and sufficient education so that they can occupy various high-ranking political, social, and economic positions in various public institutions, but also private companies. They should also underscore the importance of alleviating and removing any social obstacles or cultural barriers that prevent women from rising up the educational ranks. Third, parliaments must lobby governments in order to adopt strategies and media policies, but campaigns as well, to eliminate negative stereotypes about women that are widespread in certain societies, with a special focus on the role that can be played by social media platforms to highlight the important role of women and their contribution in the renaissance of societies. Fifth, or rather fourth, Parliaments must adopt very stringent laws that criminalize violence against women and forced marriage. Fifth, Parliaments must establish national institutions and bodies that focus primarily on achieving full equality between men and women. The UAE can provide a very successful example that can be followed both at the executive and legislative levels. The UAE Legislative Council has formed a committee that focuses on achieving equal opportunities for men and women in various avenues. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I should like to express to our brethren in Rwanda, its government, its people, and its parliament, our deepest gratitude for their warm welcome and generosity. I would also like to pay a special tribute for Rwandan women. We appreciate you and we highly commend your effective and active participation in rebuilding your beautiful country. I wish you all success, and I wish all our countries success in playing our positive roles in rebuilding our societies and nations. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you.
Merci beaucoup, honorable.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Thailand.
France.
Mr. President, Madam Speaker, distinguished delegates, Thailand was among the first Asian countries that grant women the right to vote and has done well in global ranking on women at the top of business position. There is still much more to be done to improve Thai women's empowerment in politics and increase their representation in public decision-making at all levels. With that in mind, Thai delegation is here with our mission to reaffirm Thailand's full commitment to promoting women's empowerment and the goal number 5 of the SDGs. I am very pleased to present today some significant effort made by the Thai Parliament to legally advance gender equality by integrating international principles that instrument into our national legislation and policies. After Seoul and Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, Thailand's journey to gender equality began in 2017 with the Constitution of the Kingdom of Thailand, which clearly specified that men and women shall enjoy equal rights and prohibits all forms of discrimination, including gender discrimination, among others. Aiming to facilitate women's participation in public life, the Constitution of Thailand and its organic law on political parties require Thai politics parties to take gender balance into consideration when preparing their party list of MP candidates. And for the first time, the Thai state is required by the Constitution to incorporate a concept of gender-responsive budgeting in the preparation of national budget and encourage relevant agencies to collect gender disaggregated data for their project planning. The Parliament of Thailand has continued adopted many legal instruments to help improve women's status and gender sensitivities in line with international standards. For example, the groundbreaking Gender Equality Act 2015 to protect everyone, not just only women, but also LGBTQ persons from gender-based discrimination. Inside the Parliament of Thailand, gender mainstreaming has been initiated to promote a more gender-sensitive parliament and zero tolerance against sexism. The Code of Conduct for Members of Parliament issued in 2019, and the Code of Ethics for Parliamentary Officials expressly prohibits all forms of sexual harassment against women in Parliament. The anti-harassment enforcement mechanism has been put in place to deal with complaints against the accused MP, which might lead to a reference to the National Anti-Corruption Commission for further legal action. And since 1996, the Thai Parliamentary Women Caucus has been very active in promoting women empowerment, both within the context of legislative and in cooperation with its multi-sectoral partners, such as helping those in need during the height of coronavirus outbreaks. In this upcoming November, Thailand will play host to two major regional forums, the 30th annual meeting of the APPF in late October, hosted by the Thai Parliament and the government's APEC Summit. In both venues, Thailand will encourage initiatives across all the work streams of APEC and APPF to advance La Salina roadmap for women and inclusive growth by strengthening women economic empowerment and greater inclusion of women in the Asia-Pacific economy, especially in the context of recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Colleagues, the Parliament of Thailand will continue to address the remaining challenges, especially the traditional mindset regarding the role of women to shift gender stereotypes and social barriers against women in politics. I do hope that the experience of Thailand will contribute to the global efforts in empowering women and closing gender gaps by sharing our meaningful learning with other countries that strive for a gender equal world. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable. Now the floor is to France. France will be followed by Suriname.
Madame la Présidente.
Chair, colleagues, famous French singer Jean Ferrat said that women are the future of men. Between the old and the new, your fight at all levels is indivisible from ours. So yes, I would like to take advantage of this podium to pay tribute to all women around the world who are fighting for their freedom, equality and fraternity. I think particularly, of course, of all the innocent civilian women in Ukraine who are suffering from the senseless airstrikes being brought about by Vladimir Putin. The place of women in decision-making, particularly in political institutions and parliaments, are crucial, as we know. We know that we need to tackle the problems that they face, and we need to move forward with their cause and the rights of women in society. Those rights are often in peril, and crises, be they health-related or economic, as well as conflicts, put their rights further in peril. We know that progress has been made since the adoption of the IPU's plan for gender-sensitive parliaments in Quebec City in 2012. At that time, only 13% of parliamentarians around the world were women. Today, that figure is double that, at 26%. We should also applaud the remarkable position of our host country, Rwanda, where more than 60% of parliamentarians in the chamber are women. We still have room to go then in France, but we have made forward steps. The National Assembly is made up by women to the tune of 37% and has recently elected a woman to its helm for the first time. In the Senate, 35% is the figure now, which is higher than before, and 4 of the vice president's positions, which number 8, are women, so half. In the European Parliament, women have made progress too. 12% in 2003, and that figure's much higher now. And a great number of initiatives are being taken there. Next week, for example, in the Senate in France, in public sittings, we'll be looking at a bill to create universal aid urgently for certain victims, as well as a move to protect individuals' rights to abortion and contraception. Since 1999, we've also had a special delegation for women that informs us on government policies on the rights of women, as well as equal opportunities between men and women. I would also like to pay tribute to the dynamism of that work, which it takes a number of different forms. It also looks at the application of laws in this field. For example, this year it's assessed a law that imposed quotas for women in government positions and looks at difficult situations such as the pornography industry. Recently it's been looking at women's health as well as the situation of women in rural areas. In conclusion, I am convinced of the role that parliaments have to play to carry gender equality and parity forward, and I feel that our delegations should lead by their example. To that end, Laetitia Sampol will make a statement tomorrow. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for that statement. I now give the floor to Suriname, to be followed by Angola. Suriname, you have the floor.
Madam President, there are many examples in the world that prove that gender equality can lead to ensure stability, progress, and long-term development of nations. Democratic process demands the participation of all parliaments, all citizens. Therefore, Anno 22, we need more gender equality and gender-sensitive based parliaments. The contribution of women in parliament can improve political outcome as they are key actors in promoting economic and development growth. We acknowledge that the obstacles for gender equality are most due to differences in culture, religion, and political system. To achieve gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments, there is a need to improve human rights, their political participation, and to change political system, especially when nominating candidates for national elections. To eradicate gender equality, we need to create awareness among young women for their role and impact they have in policy-making process. Adopt legislation on quota based on gender equality. Amend the electoral system to especially include gender equality in nominating candidates for national elections. Madam President, Suriname has made some significant progress on gender equality related to legislative and policy-making achievements over the past decades. From ratification of major human rights conventions, such as the CEDAW, to processing recommendations of the Gender Legislation Committee to amend national legislations. In 2019, labor law has been amended to strengthen the maternity of rights of women, but also added paternity leave in order to support women during and after childbirth and to emphasize the role of father in their family. We're currently debating stronger legislation against violence against women and sexual harassment of women in society. It's expected to be passed the Parliament this month. In collaboration with the UN, our Ministry of Home Affairs has implemented several national and regional programs to promote gender equality and equality. In 2010, only 10% of seats in Parliament were held by women. After the National Assembly of Suriname initiated an awareness project called More Women in Political Decision Making for women in political parties to include more women as candidates on their list of nominees. After the last election of 2020, about 30% of seats in Parliament are held now by women, which is also the percentage of women ministers now in government. Madam President, Suriname attaches great importance to gender equality, and it's fundamentally written in our Constitution. No discrimination on gender, religion, race, social standing, politics, or any matter. We are continue to progress our commitment to remove our economic, social, cultural, and political obstacles to women active participation in public and private life, such as directed by our Constitution. To conclude, we thank the IPU, and we are convinced that together we will make the world a safe and secure place for all by being a lasting solution for our common global challenges, whether it is eliminating violence against women or girls, promoting gender equality and health, eliminating poverty, building economics, fighting global climate changes, and advancing peace and security. Finally, of all, on behalf of my delegation and myself, please allow me to also express our appreciation to the government of Rwanda for their warm hospitality and excellent preparation made for this conference. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. La parole est maintenant à...
The floor now goes to the delegate of Angola, to be followed by the delegate of Sweden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson of the sitting. Excellency, Madam Speaker, Mr. President of the IPU, MP Duarte Pacheco, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, on behalf of the National Assembly of Angola, which I have the honor to represent here, accept our warm regards and our recognition to the Rwandan authorities for the excellent conditions created for the successful conduct of the work of this 145th IPU Assembly. the theme gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, at a time when we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the approval of IPU Action Plan on Gender-Sensitive Parliaments, allows us to reflect on what has changed since then until today. It is in this sense that we are going to speak with some comments about what we think about this subject and share with this Assembly our experience as parliamentarians, highlighting briefly the strengths, challenges and opportunities. Thus, it is important to emphasize that the National Assembly of Angola has long recognized that women constitute slightly more than half the world's population and therefore constitute more than half of the human resources and talents that human has to ensure a more developed, resilient and peaceful world. And it has created a group of parliamentarian women. This group, created 23 years ago, had and has as objectives to promote gender equality in politics, in the economy, in society and in all decision-making bodies, to combat all types of discrimination and violence based on sex, that is, to defend human rights, economic, social, cultural and environmental rights of women. Parliamentary Women's Group is therefore a multi-party body, since its aim is, regardless of party affiliations, to bring together wills and aspirations to promote a fairer and more inclusive society where everyone counts. However, not everything has been a bed of roses. Proof of this is that the percentage of women in Parliament has fluctuated up and down. And downwards as well. So in recent elections held in Angola last August, the winning party elected 55% of women from a total of 124 members, while the second most voted party elected only 15% of women in a total of 90 members. The third party, led by a woman, elected 50% of women from a total of only 2 members. Now, the good news is that the National Assembly in Angola has now about 37.7%. We rank 33rd in the IPU list, 37.7% of women in Parliament, compared to the current 31.8, ranking 48. So this suggestion means that legislation is fundamental if equality is to be achieved, but a greater role for women at intra-party level can undoubtedly contribute to a more rapid inclusion of women in politics. Dear fellow parliamentarians, Angola has made considerable progress in this area, and I will now mention that for the first time a woman was elected Speaker of the Parliament, another woman Vice President of the Republic, and 2 women Presidents of the Constitutional Court and the Audit Court. We also stress that 37.5% of women in the central government and 27.7% in local administrations. There has been an increase, a significant increase in the number of women holding ministerial posts as important as finance, education, higher education, science and technology, health, public administration, social action, family and women's promotion, just to name a few, whose policies, if rationally implemented, will certainly contribute to improve access to basic social services such as reproductive health and care for HIV/AIDS, access to economic resources and formal employment opportunities, social protection guarantees for women in the informal economy, strengthening of legal and judicial mechanisms for protection against domestic violence, and intervention and their cultural provisions opposed to women's rights. Within the framework of various partnerships established with the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, through the empowerment of Angolan women, which has allowed for concerted engagement both with political institutions and civil and private institutions to bridge gender inequality, we highlight the funding of the programme to support the African Portuguese-speaking countries and Timor-Leste, funded by the European Union, which has greatly contributed to the training and capacity building of the group of women parliamentarians and culminated with the approval of the preparation of the general state budget in a gender-sensitive perspective. We also highlight that as a result of these actions, considering that the legal framework for planning, budgeting, monitoring, control, and supervision should respect, program budgeting and gender-sensitive budgeting aiming at achieving the promotion of gender equality. And so the parliamentary women of the Portuguese-speaking African countries have signed the creation for a high-level working group. Finally, I want to stress the relevance of the impact of this joint work with the United Nations, IPU, and the African Union as major catalysts for ending gender inequality and sex discrimination in Africa and the world. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honourable Delegate. The floor now goes to the Delegate of Sweden, to be followed by Malta. You have the floor.
Honourable Chair, dear fellow parliamentarians, allow me, first of all, on behalf of the whole Swedish delegation, to extend my deepest gratitude towards our Rwandan hosts for the warm hospitality that you have shown us. My name is Mattias Karlsson. I'm from the province of Småland. I'm a Swede, and I'm a member of the Swedish Parliament. I'm proud of all these things for many reasons, but one of the reasons is the legacy of equality linked to my historical identity and my profession. My home province actually has been in the forefront regarding fair treatment of women since the Viking Age. Among other things, it was for centuries the only Swedish province where daughters had the same rights to inheritance as sons. About 300 years ago, when the Swedish king wanted to abolish these rights, a delegation of male farmers traveled to the capital and pleaded with the king to allow their daughters to keep their equal standing before the law. And they actually managed to convince the king. Sweden was one of the first countries in the world to enact a certain law that gave women a special protection against violence and sexual assault. This law was instituted almost 800 years ago. Last year, the Swedish Parliament celebrated 100 years of full female voting rights and full female political representation. One of many ways in which this historical occasion was honored was that the Speaker and the MPs from all different parties in Sweden went on a nationwide tour to meet school children and tell them the history about the struggle for equality and how its results have benefited the Swedish society in so many ways. Within the Swedish Parliament, we also have a group for gender equality consisting of MPs from all different parties. Among other things, this group monitors how especially young female MPs are disproportionately subjected to threats and sexually demeaning language on social media, raising awareness and offering support to these young MPs. The group also had made efforts to improve the possibilities to combine parliamentary work with family life. One concrete result of this is that the voting schedule has been changed to better facilitate parliamentarians with small children. All is not well in the state of Sweden, though, and the struggle for freedom from oppression is far from over. Tragically, we have seen a rise in sexual harassment and sexual violence against women during the last decades. Due to Sweden's changing demographic, we are currently also fighting against appalling phenomena such as honor killings, forced marriages, and female genital mutilations in Sweden. I'm proud to say, though, that Swedish parliamentarians have been in the forefront of this fight. Time and time again, the majority of Swedish MPs have forced the government to sharpen our laws and take action against this new form of oppression against women in our country. In being true to my historical heritage, me and many other Swedish parliamentarians feel that it is our duty to continue to stand up against violence and oppression against women. Whether it regards young women in our own streets and suburbs, Ukrainian women fleeing despicable aggression and unlawful occupation, or whether it regards courageous women like the late Mahsa Amini and her struggling sisters. I must say that I struggle to find the words to describe my emotions about the fact that we still today, in 2022, have governments that kills young women, their own citizens, because of the way they dress. But I must say, I find it bewildering how a regime that obviously lacks moral can have a morality police. Thank you very much.
Thank you. La parole est à...
The floor now goes to the delegate of Malta, to be followed by the delegate of Burundi.
La parole est à vous.
You have the floor.
Mr. President, Madam Chair, colleagues, I'm probably one of the newest members here, not necessarily the youngest. It's a pleasure for me to address the General Assembly on such an important topic. We are 2 weeks away from the 75th anniversary of a historic general election in Malta. The general election of 1947 saw women voting for the first time in history. Moreover, that same election saw the first female member of parliament elected. From that day onwards, although female participation by vote has been steadily very high, the number of female MPs in my country has been very low, not more than 15%. That's until finally we realized that our highest institution cannot remain a boys' club. Following historic and unanimous changes to our constitution, a new mechanism entered into force in this year's general election. 12 additional seats were added and assigned to the underrepresented gender. This mechanism, albeit controversial, has challenged 7 decades of status quo. It has shot up the number of female MPs in Malta to 28%, still unacceptably low. But let's not talk solely about the numbers. Dear colleagues, in our gender equality policies, we must focus more on intersectionality. People are not homogeneous. Women are not homogeneous. It's useless boasting about equality between gender when this is not representative of the unique differences in our population, including age, sexual orientation, disability, and others. Moreover, you don't make parliaments more gender sensitive solely by increasing the number of women. We have to fix our institutions which are masculinized, and not fix women to fit our institutions. I look forward to discussing recommendations of a gender audit of Malta's Parliament conducted in collaboration with the Council of Europe in the coming weeks. And I also refer to the General Secretary's speech earlier and look forward to Malta's Equality National Action Plan for the mainstreaming of legislation, policies and services, because we need to ensure that equality is behind every decision we take. And this takes me to healthcare. I really enjoyed yesterday's side event hosted by the WHO on universal healthcare and sexual and reproductive health and rights. It is our duty to ensure access to healthcare services by everyone, including women. And I find it troubling to see some countries taking back rights from women. On violence, it's been more than 11 years since the Istanbul Convention has been adopted. But unfortunately, this convention was not ratified by all Council of Europe members and by the European Union. I renew my country's call to fellow members of the EU and the European Council to ratify the convention if we want to be taken seriously on this issue. In June this year, Malta's Parliament unanimously approved the introduction of femicide in our criminal code as an aggravating offence of homicide. It is estimated that around 137 women are killed every day around the world, often by their partner or a family member. That's 50,000 women killed every year. And what's worse, that most of these femicides are preventable. And we cannot let the usual deniers stop us in our quest for equality. Let's not beat around the bush. Women are at a far greater risk of violence and discrimination in our patriarchal environment. And violence can take so many forms, not less through the words we speak. Malta has a strong law against hate speech, and a new bill on cyberbullying is in the pipeline. Dear colleagues, I cannot end this speech without expressing my genuine support to our Ukrainian colleagues. I come from a non-aligned country with neutrality obligations laid down in our constitution. But what's wrong is wrong and must be called out. That's why we supported Chile's motion yesterday. That's why we keep pushing for peace. I also would like to show solidarity with the families of the victims of the shooting in Bratislava outside a gay club yesterday. And on a general note, I've just been to the Genocide Memorial. And my thoughts are that how can we allow hate and greed win over our message of love and support? My final message is this. Women are fighting important fights all around the world. Whether it's the patriots fighting for their country in Kyiv, or the brave women protesting in Iran, from the activists of the Me Too movement to the brave activists advocating for more rights to sexual and reproductive health in Malta. Ultimately, this is not an issue of left against right, of the north against the south. It's not an issue of religious people against atheists. It's an issue of human rights, and human rights must win. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I would like to give the floor to the delegate of Burundi. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Président.
President of the IPU, Speaker of the lower house of Rwanda, ladies and gentlemen, may I, above all, hail this assembly as a very relevant one. We wish to thank the Rwandan people for its hospitality. We wish to commend the leaders of Rwanda on their goodwill. I'd like to talk about ethics and equity, also economic performance and the role of women. Education, politics, societal matters must be taken into account together to reduce inequalities between men and women. And indeed, men must be called upon to advance in this area too. Ladies and gentlemen, gender equality is part of the Constitution of Burundi. It's clearly stated that rights and obligations, human rights, are part and parcel of the Constitution. Paragraph 1 provides for the fundamental rights of citizens, and in Article 22 it's stated that no one shall be subject to discrimination based on origin, race, ethnic group, gender, color, language, social status, religious beliefs, philosophical or political beliefs, disability, be it physical or mental, having a disease or what have you. Burundi is striving to make progress when it comes to gender equality. Our constitution provides equal 30% representation of women in parliament and elsewhere. The law that governs elections provides for a minimum quota in communal councils and elsewhere. These quotas are spreading to all sectors of society, and women's participation in decision-making is outstanding. There are 33% women in government. In the National Assembly, we have 39% women. In Senate, 41%. When it comes to the two chambers, the first vice president is always a woman, be it in the lower or the upper house. In our standing committees, we have women who are our presidents, and in the Senate, we have standing committees likewise, which are also chaired by women. When it comes to our communal administration, 36% of the administrators are women. 33% of the communal councils are headed by women, too. When it comes to education, Burundi has increased the number of schools. Schools are free for girls. And of course, we're trying to ensure that children don't leave school early, because it's usually more girls than boys that are affected. We have a national strategy to prevent pregnancy amongst school children. When it comes to health, measures have been taken to provide for access to top-quality health care. Sexual education is provided. The idea is to improve our geographical coverage when it comes to health care. We've set up special committees to combat neonatal death, to improve maternal health. This is, of course, in the interests of the country. We have speeded up care for HIV, and care is free for pregnant women and women giving birth, as well as children under the age of 5. Now, what about gender-based violence? We have a special legal setup with a view to proper management of gender-based violence. One of our laws that dates from 2017 revised the penal code, and we have new sanctions for gender-based violence. The idea is to protect victims, to repress the perpetrators, to provide for proper prevention and protection of people, namely the victims. When it comes to the upper and lower houses, we have set up special courts which expedite cases on gender-based violence. Burundi has made great progress when it comes to equality between men and women. We have set up a national program for women's economic empowerment. We have a special investment bank to foster women's development. Women have access to special loans. When it comes to social welfare, Burundi has made outstanding progress when it comes to revising the labor code, our policies, and our national strategy when it comes to social welfare. We have a National Day for Solidarity, and we have various support funds. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, your time is now up. We have a number of policies to promote women, and we are sparing no efforts when it comes to adopting inclusive laws. We wish to say that we hope the 145th Interparliamentary Assembly will lead to very fruitful, successful results. Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to the delegate of Pakistan. It was terrible.
Madam President, at the outset, on behalf of my delegation, I first thank our gracious host at Kigali. Your hospitality has been heartwarming. Madam President, it is very heartening to see today that the three women are occupying the stage today. This is women empowerment. I must inform this august House that I belong to a political party of which Shaheed Benazir Bhutto Sahiba was the first female Muslim leader of the Muslim world. She believed in women empowerment, she believed in women emancipation, and she believed in gender equality. I also must inform this august House that Malala Yousafzai, the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, also belongs to my country, Pakistan, and I'm proud of this fact. At the heart of it all, I believe that there is a need first to acknowledge that elephant is in the room. I mean to point out socio-economic and cultural diversity across the world and the subsequent correlations with gender. Before we judge, we must understand all the variables and notions that determine both men and women's role in any given society. Gender equality lies at the heart of progress in any society. There is no doubt that women face many challenges like access to education, healthcare, career prospects, and so on. Our jobs as parliamentarians is to identify these gaps and use all parliamentary tools relating to legislation, oversight, and representation. Eliminate those hurdles and challenges, empowering women in particular. Women in Pakistan, for instance, continue to thrive and rise despite all socio-economic and cultural challenges and limitations. We continue to proactively work towards creating equal access to opportunities to achieve a gender balance in all spheres. Let us also acknowledge that men have their share too of challenges, making debate on gender equality more equitable. Only way forward is to depoliticize gender debates and steer them towards actual on-ground reforms that help facilitate a gender-equal society that contributes to progress of every nation. Pakistan has been making great progress in empowering women. Our constitution emphasizes that steps shall be taken to ensure full participation of women in all spheres of national life. Over the years, women in Pakistan continue to play a pivotal role in our national development and prosperity. Upper and lower houses of parliament in Pakistan, as well as in provinces, have reserved seats for women. Pakistan continues to have one woman parliamentarian out of 5 members in national parliament since 2013. Female parliamentarians have taken the lead in enacting some notable women-friendly legislation like Protection Against Harassment of Women at Workplace, Islamabad Capital Territory Child Protection Act, and Domestic Violence Prevention and Protection Bill. We continue to ensure representation of women in political and executive institutions at federal and provincial levels. Female parliamentarians have been torchbearers of change and agents of enhancement of awareness regarding issues pertaining to neonatal health, mental health, maternal health, female hygiene, impact of climate change on women, protection of women from post-disaster violence, etc. These initiatives are taken holistically in order to protect women from all socio-economic segments of society and those hailing from different regions. Pakistan is also a state party to all important international conventions on women's rights, including Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and SAR Convention on Preventing and Combating Trafficking in Women and Children. Pakistan's Vision 2025 promotes and advances key goal of women empowerment, gender mainstreaming, and equality is addressed in national education policy. These are just some of the efforts across all government tiers which have generated a very encouraging conditions for girls and women towards inclusivity in Pakistan. These steps, with all their history, are indeed drivers of change which continue to create a gender balance and contribute to a progressive and positive outcome. I leave you with a commitment, promise, and resolve, ladies and gentlemen, that Pakistan will continue to play an effective role in its pursuit of gender equality and gender equity. I once again thank all of you for your time and attention and hope to work together in making this world peaceful and prosperous for all human beings, regardless of gender. I wish us all good luck with our future endeavors. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We have various speeches in the general debate, and I would now at this juncture like to finish our work. We'll resume tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and we'll continue with the various presentations in the general debate. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for your various statements. Before we actually leave the room, we have a request for a right of reply. Speakers are entitled to 2 minutes, and they will speak from their seats. I give the floor to Iran if Iran is present in the room.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The biased and politically motivated statements of certain European countries about recent internal incidents in Iran lack factual evidence. Some countries pour criticism on Iran under fabricated and inaccurate titles, while these same countries have been the hub of masterminds provoking regular riots in the Islamic Republic of Iran. The European Parliament, in its recent resolution, showed that it continues to adhere to its selective behavior vis-à-vis the great nation of Iran, since the Parliament, despite its inflated claims, has never once issued a human rights-related resolution in opposition to the inhuman maximum sanctions in place against the Iranian people. What's worse is that these same countries have committed unforgivable crimes against thousands of Iranians. Our people have not forgotten the chemical bombs given to the former Ba'athi regime to drop over Iran, causing women, children, and men to die slow, agonizing death. Comprehensive investigations were made on the case of Ms. Mahsa Amini, as per the direct orders of Iran's president, and not to please radical, arrogant politicians to whom human rights only matters when it can be used as a tool to oppress nations and plunder their resources. The Islamic Republic of Iran will firmly stand against any attempt at putting pressure or any resort to restrictive measures against the Iranian people under the facade of protecting human rights, and will promptly give a befitting response. It's worth mentioning that while the human mind can be tricked into believing fake news, if repeated often enough, repeating a false claim can in no way make it accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. So the sitting is closed. I wish you a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m.